Dramatis Personae of Henry VI Part 1 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Basset of the Red Rose, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Bastard of Orleans, read by Len Nicholson.
Boy, son of the master gunner, read by Christine Blashford.
Captain, read by Teilbauer.
Charles, King of France, read by Peake.
Countess of Auvergne, read by Maria Therese.
Duke of Alencon, read by Ken Goldstein.
The Duke of Bedford, read by Robert Mitchell.
The Duke of Burgundy, read by Sandra.
The Duke of Exeter, read by Andy Minter.
Duke of Gloucester, read by Sean Randall.
Duke Earl of Somerset, read by Larry Womack.
Earl of Salisbury, read by Michael Erskines.
The Earl of Suffolk, read by Frank Booker.
Earl of Warwick, played by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina.
Edmund Mortimer, the Earl of March, read by Bruce Peary.
First Jailer, read by Algie Pug.
First Sentinel, First Serving Man, read by John Fricker.
First Soldier, read by Christine Blashford.
First Warder, read by Dale Burgess.
General of the French forces in Bordeaux, read by Len Nicholson.
Henry VI, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Joan La Pucelle, read by Nadine Eckert-Boulet.
John Talbot, read by Raven Notation.
Lawyer, Leggett, read by Algie Pug.
Lord Mayor of London, read by Martin Geeson.
Lord Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, read by Algie Pug.
Master Gunner of Orleans, read by Len Nicholson.
Messenger, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Officer, read by Christine Blashford.
Porter, read by Lucy Perry. Queen Margaret, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Rainier, Duke of Anjou, read by Loche Rolander.
Richard Plantagenet, read by David Goldfarb.
Scout, read by Christine Blashford.
Second Sentinel, Second Serving Man, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Second Warder, read by Teilbauer.
Sergeant, read by Vedgrar.
Servant, read by Karin Heidesich.
Shepherd, read by Alda.
Sir William Glansdale, read by Aidan Brack.
Sir John Fastolfa, read by Dale Burgess.
Sir Thomas Gargrave, read by Rick F.
Sir William Lucy, Soldier, read by Christine Blashford.
Third Serving Man, read by Teilbauer.
Vernon of the White Rose, read by David Lawrence.
Bishop of Winchester, read by Jason Mills.
Watch, Woodville, read by Algie Pug.
Narrated by Roseanne Schmidt. End of Dramatis Personae. Act 1 of Henry VI Part 1 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 1. Westminster Abbey. Dead March. Enter the funeral of King Henry V, attended on by Dukes of Bedford, Regent of France, Gloucester, Protector, the Exeter, Earl of Warwick, the Bishop of Winchester, heralds, etc.
Hung be the heavens with black, yield day to night. Comets, importing change of times and states, brandish your crystal tresses in the sky, and with them scourge the bad revolting stars that have consented unto Henry's death. King Henry V, too famous to live long. England ne'er lost a king of so much worth.
England ne'er had a king until his time. Virtue he had, deserving to command. His brandished sword did blind men with his beams. His arms spread wider than the dragon's wings. His sparkling eyes replete with wrathful fire. more dazzled and drove back his enemies than the midday sun, fierce, bent against their faces. What should I say? His deeds exceed all speech. He ne'er lift up his hand, but conquered.
We mourn in black. Why mourn we not in blood? Henry is dead, and never shall revive. Upon a wooden coffin we attend, and death's dishonourable victory we with our stately presence glorify, like captives bound to a triumphant car. What, shall we curse the planets of mishap, that plotted thus our glory's overthrow? Or shall we think the subtle-witted French conjurers and sorcerers, that, afraid of him, by magic verses have contrived his end?
He was a king blessed of the King of Kings. Unto the French the dreadful Judgment Day so dreadful will not be as was his sight. The battles of the Lord of Hosts he fought. The Church's prayers made him so prosperous.
The Church? Where is it? Had not churchmen prayed, his thread of life had not so soon decayed. None do you like but an effeminate prince, whom like a schoolboy you may overawe.
Gloucester, whate'er we like, thou art protector, and lookest to command the prince and realm. Thy wife is proud. She holdeth thee in awe more than God or religious churchmen may.
Name not religion, for thou lovest the flesh. And nay, throughout the year to church thou goest, except it be to pray against thy foes.
Cease, cease these jars, and rest your minds in peace. Let's to the altar. Heralds wait on us. Instead of gold, we'll offer up our arms, since arms avail not now that Henry's dead. Posterity await for wretched years, when at their mother's moist eyes babes shall suck. Our isle be made a nourish of salt tears, and none but women left to wail the dead. Henry the Fifth, thy ghost I invocate. Prosper this realm, keep it from civil broils, combat with adverse planets in the heavens. A far more glorious star thy soul will make than Julius Caesar, or bright—
Enter a messenger.
My honourable lords, health to you all. Sad tidings bring I to you out of France, of loss, of slaughter and discomfiture. Guienne, Champagne, Rheims, Orléans, Paris, Gisors, Poitiers are all quite lost.
What sayest thou, man, before dead Henry's corse? Speak softly, or the loss of those great towns will make him burst his lead and rise from death.
Is Paris lost? Is Rouen yielded up? If Henry were recalled to life again, these news would cause him once more yield the ghost.
How were they lost? What treachery was used?
No treachery, but want of men and money. Amongst the soldiers this is muttered, that here you maintain several factions, and whilst a field should be dispatched and fought, you are disputing of your generals. One would have lingering wars with little cost, another would fly swift, but wanteth wings, a third thinks, without expense at all, by guileful fair words peace may be obtained. Awake, awake, English nobility! Let not sloth dim your horrors new begot. Cropped are the flower de luce in your arms, of England's coat one half is cut away.
Were our tears wanting to this funeral, these tidings would call forth their flowing tides.
Me they concern. Regent I am of France. Give me my steeled coat. I'll fight for France. Away with these disgraceful wailing robes. Wounds will I lend the French instead of eyes to weep their intermissive miseries.
Enter to them another messenger.
Lords, view these letters full of bad mischance. France is revolted from the English quite, except some petty towns of no import. The Dauphin Charles is crowned King of Rheims. The bastard of Orléans with him is joined. Regnier, Duke of Anjou, doth take his part. The Duke of Alençon flieth to his side.
The Dauphin crowned king, all fly to him. Oh, whither shall we fly from this reproach?
We will not fly, but to our enemies' throats. Bedford, if thou be slack, I will fight it out.
Gloucester, why doubt'st thou of my forwardness? An army have I mustered in my thoughts, wherewith already France is overrun.
Enter another messenger.
My gracious lords, to add to your laments, wherewith you now bedew King Henry's hearse, I must inform you of a dismal fight betwixt the stout Lord Talbot and the French.
What, wherein Talbot overcame, is't so?
Oh no, wherein Lord Talbot was o'erthrown. The circumstance I'll tell you more at large. The 10th of August last, this dreadful lord, retiring from the siege of Orleans, having full scarce 6,000 in his troop, by 23,000 of the French was round encompassed and set upon. No leisure had he to enrank his men. He wanted pikes to set before his archers. Instead whereof sharp stakes, plucked out of hedges, they pitched in the ground confusedly, to keep the horsemen off from breaking in. More than 3 hours the fight continued, where valiant Talbot, above human thought, enacted wonders with his sword and lance. Hundreds he sent to hell, and none durst stand him. Here, there, and everywhere enraged he flew. The French exclaimed the devil was in arms. All the whole army stood gazed on him. His soldiers spying his undaunted spirit, a Talbot, cried out amain, and rushed into the bowels of the battle. Here had the conquest fully been sealed up, if Sir John Fastolfe had not played the coward. He, being an avowed, placed behind with purpose to relieve and follow them, cowardly fled, not having struck one stroke. Hence grew the general wreck and massacre. Enclosed were they with their enemies. A base Walloon, to win the Dauphin's grace, thrust Talbot with a spear into the back, whom all France with their chief assembled strength durst not presume to look once in the face.
Is Talbot slain? Then I will slay myself for living idly here in pomp and ease, whilst such a worthy leader wanting aid unto his dastard foeman is betrayed.
Oh no, he lives, but is took prisoner, and Lord Scales with him, and Lord Hungerford, most of the rest slaughtered or took likewise.
His ransom there is none but I shall pay. I'll hale the Dauphin headlong from his throne. His crown shall be the ransom of my friend. 4 of their lords I'll change for 1 of ours. Farewell, my masters, to my task will I. Bonfires in France forthwith I am to make, to keep our great St. George's feast withal. 10,000 soldiers with me I will take, whose bloody deeds shall make all Europe quake.
So you had need, for Orleans is besieged. The English army is grown weak and faint. The Earl of Salisbury craveth supply, and hardly keeps his men from mutiny, since they so few watch such a multitude.
Remember, lords, your oaths to Henry sworn, either to quell the Dauphin utterly, or bring him in obedience to your yoke.
I do remember it, and here take my leave to go about my preparation.
Exit.
I'll to the tower with all the haste I can, to view the artillery and munition, and then I will proclaim young Henry king.
Exit.
To Eltham will I, where the young king is, being ordained his special governor, and for his safety there I'll best devise.
Exit.
Each hath his place and function to attend. I am left out. For me nothing remains. But long I will not be Jack out of office. The king from Eltham I intend to steal, and sit at chief astern of public weal.
Exeunt. Scene 2. France. Before Orleans. Sound a flourish. Enter Charles, Alençon, and Rainier, marching with drum and soldiers.
Mars, his true moving, even as in the heaven, so on the earth, to this day is not known. Late did he shine upon the English side. Now we are victors, upon us he smiles. What towns of any moment but we have? At pleasure here we lie near Orleans. Otherwise the famished English, like pale ghosts, faintly besiege us 1 hour in a month.
They want their porridge and their fat bull beeves. Either they must be dieted like mules and have their provender tied to their mouths, or piteous they will look like drowned mice.
Let's raise the siege, why live we idly here? Talbot is taken whom we wont to fear. Remaineth none but mad-brained Salisbury, and he may well in fighting spend his gall, nor men nor money hath he to make war.
Sound alarm! We will rush on them. Now for the honour of the forlorn French. Him I forgive my death that killeth me when he sees me go back on 1 foot or fly.
Exeunt. Here alarum. They are beaten back by the English, with great loss. Re-enter Charles, Alençon, and Rainier.
Who e'er saw their like? What men have I? Dogs, Cowards! Dastards! I would ne'er have fled but that they left me midst my enemies.
Salisbury is a desperate homicide. He fighteth as one weary of his life. The other lords, like lions wanting food, do rush upon us as their hungry prey.
Froissart, a countryman of ours, records, England all Olivers and Rowlands bred, during the time Edward III did reign. More truly now may this be verified, for none but Samsons and Goliases it sendeth forth to skirmish, 1 to 10. Lean raw-boned rascals, who would e'er suppose they had such courage and audacity?
Let's leave this town, for they are hair-brained slaves, and hunger will enforce them to be more eager. Of old I know them, rather with their teeth the walls they'll tear down than forsake the siege.
I think by some odd gimors or device, their arms are set like clocks stiff to strike on, else ne'er could they hold out so as they do. By my consent we'll even let them alone.
Be it so.
Enter the Bastard of Orleans.
Where's the Prince Dauphin? I have news for him.
Bastard of Orleans, thrice welcome to us.
Methinks your looks are sad, your cheer appalled. Hath the late overthrow wrought this offence? Be not dismayed, for succour is at hand. A holy maid hither with me I bring, which by a vision sent to her from heaven ordained is to raise this tedious siege, and drive the English forth the bounds of France. The spirit of deep prophecy she hath, exceeding the 9 Sibyls of old Rome. What's past and what's to come she can descry. Speak, shall I call her in? Believe my words, for they are certain and infallible.
Go, call her in.
Exit the Bastard of Orleans.
But first, to try her skill, Regnier, stand thou as Dauphin in my place. Question her proudly, let thy looks be stern. By this means shall we sound what skill she hath.
Re-enter the Bastard of Orleans with Joan la Pucelle.
Fair maid, is thou will to do these wondrous feats?
Regnier, is it thou that thinkest to beguile me? Where is the Dauphin? Come, come from behind. I know thee well, though never seen before. Be not amazed, there's nothing hid from me. In private will I talk with thee apart. Stand back, you lords, and give us leave a while.
She takes upon her bravely at first dash.
Dauphin, I am by birth a shepherd's daughter, my wit untrained in any kind of art. Heaven and Our Lady gracious has it pleased to shine on my contemptible estate. Lo, whilst I waited on my tender lambs, and to sun's parching heat displayed my cheeks, God's mother deigned to appear to me, and in a vision full of majesty willed me to leave my base vocation and free my country from calamity. Her aid she promised and assured success. In complete glory she revealed herself, and, whereas I was black and swart before, with those clear rays which she infused on me, that beauty am I blessed with which you see. Ask me what question thou canst possible, and I will answer unpremeditated. My courage try by combat, if thou darest, and thou shalt find that I exceed my sex. Resolve on this, thou shalt be fortunate if thou receive me for thy warlike mate.
Thou hast astonished me with thy high terms. Only this proof I'll of thy valour make. In single combat thou shalt buckle with me, and if thou vanquishest, thy words are true. Otherwise I renounce all confidence.
I am prepared. Here is my keen-edged sword, decked with 5 flower de luces on each side, the which at Touraine, in St. Catherine's churchyard, out of a great deal of old iron I chose forth.
Then come, o God's name, I fear no woman.
And while I live, I'll ne'er fly from a man.
They fight, and Joan la Pucelle overcomes.
Stay, stay thy hands! Thou art an Amazon, and fightest with the sword of Deborah.
Christ's mother helps me, else I were too weak.
Whoever helps thee, 'tis thou that must help me. Impatiently I burn with thy desire, my heart and hands thou hast at once subdued. Excellent Pusella, if thy name be so, let me thy servant and not sovereign be. 'Tis the French Dauphin suest to thee thus.
I must not yield to any rites of love, for my profession's sacred from above. When I have chased all thy foes from hence, then will I think upon the recompense.
Meantime, look gracious on thy prostrate thrall.
My lord, methinks is very long in talk.
Doubtless he shrives this woman to her smock, else ne'er could he so long protract his speech.
Shall we disturb him, since he keeps no mean?
He may mean more than we poor men do know. These women are shrewd tempters with their tongues.
My lord, where are you? What devise you on? Shall we give over Orleans, or no?
Why, no, I say, distrustful recreants. Fight till the last gasp. I will be your guard.
What she says I'll confirm. We'll fight it out.
Assigned am I to be the English scourge. This night the siege assuredly I'll raise. Expect St. Martin's summer, halcyon days, since I have entered into these wars. Glory is like a circle in the water, which never ceases to enlarge itself, till by broad spreading it disperse to naught. With Henri's death the English circle ends. Dispersed are the glories it included. Now am I like that proud insulting ship which Caesar and his fortune bear at once?
Was Mahomet inspired with a dove, thou with an eagle art inspired then? Helen, the mother of great Constantine, nor yet son Philip's daughters were like thee. Bright star of Venus, fallen down on the earth, how may I reverently worship thee enough?
Leave off delays, and let us raise the siege.
Woman, do what thou canst to save our honors. Drive them from Orleans, and be immortalized.
Presently we'll try. Come, let's away about it. No prophet will I trust if she prove false.
Exeunt. Scene 3. London. Before the Tower. Enter Gloucester with his serving men in blue coats.
I am come to survey the tower this day. Since Henry's death, I fear there is conveyance. Where be these warders that they wait not here? Open the gates, 'tis Gloucester that calls.
Within.
Who's there that knocks so imperiously?
It is the noble Duke of Gloucester.
Where he be, you may not be let in.
Villains, answer you so the Lord Protector?
The Lord protect him. So we answer him. We do no otherwise than we are willed.
Who willed you? Or whose will stands but mine? There's none protector of the realm but I. Break up the gates, I'll be your warrant eyes. Shall I be flouted thus by dunghill grooms?
Gloucester's men rush at the tower gates, and Woodville, the lieutenant, speaks within.
What noise is this? What traitors have we here?
Lieutenant, is it you whose voice I hear? Open the gates, here's Gloucester that would enter.
Have patience, noble Duke. I may not open. The Cardinal of Winchester forbids. From him I have express commandment that thou, or none of thine, shall be let in.
Faint-hearted Woodvile, prizest him for me? Arrogant Winchester, that haughty prelate, whom Henry, our late sovereign, ne'er could brook? Thou art no friend to God or to the king. Open the gates, or I'll shut thee out shortly.
Open the gates unto the Lord Protector, or we'll burst them open, if that you come not quickly.
Enter to the protector of the tower gates, Bishop of Winchester and his men in tawny coats.
How now, ambitious Humphrey? What means this?
Peeled priest, dost thou command me to be shut out?
I do, thou most usurping proditor, and not protector of the king or realm.
Stand back, thou manifest conspirator, thou that contrivet'st to murder our dead lord, thou that givest whores indulgences to sin. I'll canvass thee in thy broad cardinal's hat, if thou proceed in this thy insolence.
Nay, stand thou back, I will not budge a foot. This be Damascus, Be thou cursed Cain to slay thy brother Abel, if thou wilt.
I will not slay thee, but I'll drive thee back. Thy scarlet robes as a child's burying cloth I'll use to carry thee out of this place.
Do what thou darest. I beard thee to thy face.
What? Am I dead and bearded to my face? Draw, men, for all this privileged place. Blue coats to tawny coats. Priest, beware your beard. I mean to tug it and to cuff you soundly. Under my feet I stamp thy cardinal's hat. In spite of pope or dignities of church, here by the cheeks I'll drag thee up and down.
Gloucester, thou wilt answer this before the Pope.
Winchester goose, I cry, a rope, a rope! Now, beat them hence. Why do you let them stay? Thee I'll chase hence, thou wolf in sheep's array. Out, tawny coat, out, scarlet hypocrite!
Here Gloucester's men beat out Bishop of Winchester's men, and enter in the hurly-burly the Mayor of London and his officers.
Fie, lords, that you, being supreme magistrates, thus contumeliously should break the peace.
Peace, Mayor, thou knowest little of my wrongs. Here's Beaufort that regards nor God nor king, hath here to strain the Tower to his use.
Here's Gloucester, a foe to citizens, one that still motions war and never peace, overcharging your free purses with large fines, that seeks to overthrow religion, because he is protector of the realm, and would have armour here out of the Tower, to crown himself king and suppress the prince.
I will not answer thee with words, but blows.
Here they skirmish again.
Naught rests for me in this tumultuous strife, but to make open proclamation. Come, officer, as loud as e'er thou canst, cry.
All manner of men assembled here in arms this day against God's peace and the king's, we charge and command you in his highness's name to repair to your several dwelling places, and not to wear, handle, or use any sword, weapon, or dagger henceforward upon pain of death.
Cardinal, I'll be no breaker of the law, but we shall meet, and break our minds at large.
Gloucester, we will meet, to thy cost be sure. Thy heart blood I will have for this day's work.
I'll call for clubs, if you'll not away. This cardinal's more haughty than the devil.
Mayor, farewell. Thou does but what thou mayest.
Abominable Gloucester, guard thy head, for I intend to have it ere long.
Exeunt severally Gloucester and the Bishop of Winchester with their serving men.
See the coast cleared, and then we will depart. Good God, these nobles should such stomachs bear. I myself fight not once in 40 year.
Exeunt. Scene 4, Orleans. Enter on the walls a master gunner and his boy.
Sirrah, thou know'st how Orleans is besieged, and how the English have the suburbs won.
Father, I know, and oft have shot at them. Howe'er unfortunate, I missed my aim.
But now thou shalt not. Be thou ruled by me. Chief master gunner am I of this town. Something I must do to procure me grace. The prince's espials have informed me how the English in the suburbs close entrenched want through a secret grate of iron bars in yonder tower to overpeer the city, and thence discover how with most advantage they may vex us with shot or with assault. To intercept this inconvenience, a piece of ordnance against it I have placed, and even these 3 days have I watched, if I could see them. Now do thou watch, for I can stay no longer. If thou spiest any, run and bring me word, and thou shalt find me at the governor's.
Exit.
Father, I warrant you, take you no care. I'll never trouble you, if I may spy them.
Exit. Enter on turrets Salisbury and Talbot, Glansdale, Gargrave, and others.
Talbot, my life, my joy, again returned. How wert thou handled being prisoner, or by what means gotst thou to be released? Discourse, I prithee, on this turret's top.
The Duke of Bedford had a prisoner, called the brave Lord Ponton de Sangrai. For him was I exchanged and ransomed, but with a baser man of arms by far, Once in contempt they would have bartered me, which I, disdaining, scorned, and craved death, rather than I would be so vile esteemed. In fine, redeemed I was as I desired. But oh, the treacherous Falstaff wounds my heart, whom with my bare fists I would execute, if I now had him brought into my power.
Yet tell'st thou not how thou wert entertained?
With scoffs and scorns and contumelious taunts, in open market-place produced they me to be a public spectacle to all. Here, said they, is the terror of the French, the scarecrow that affrights our children so. Then broke I from the officers that led me, and with my nails digged stones out of the ground, to hurl at the beholders of my shame. My grisly countenance made others fly. None durst come near, for fear of sudden death. In iron walls they deemed me not secure. So great fear of my name mongst them was spread, that they supposed I could rend bars of steel, and spurn in pieces posts of adamant. Wherefore a guard of chosen shot I had, that walked about me every minute while, and if I did but stir out of my bed, ready they were to shoot me to the heart.
Enter the boy with the linstock.
I grieve to hear what torments you endured, but we will be revenged sufficiently. Now it is supper time in Orleans. Here through this grate I count each one, and view the Frenchmen how they fortify. Let us look in, the sight will much delight thee. Sir Thomas Gargrave and Sir William Glonsdale, let me have your express opinions where is the best place to make our battery next.
I think at the north gate, for there stand lords.
And I here, at the bulwark of the bridge.
For aught I see, the city must be famished, or with light skirmishes enfeebled.
Here they shoot. Salisbury and Gargrave fall.
O Lord, have mercy on us wretched sinners.
O Lord, have mercy on me, woeful man.
What chance is this that suddenly hath crossed us? Speak, Salisbury, at least if thou canst speak. How farest thou, mirror of all martial men? One of thy eyes and thy cheek side struck off. Accursed tower, accursed fatal hand that hath contrived this woeful tragedy. In 13 battles Salisbury overcame. Henry the Fifth he first trained to the wars, whilst any trump did sound or drum struck up, his sword did ne'er leave striking in the field. Yet livest thou, Salisbury? Though thy speech doth fail, one eye thou hast to look to heaven for grace. The sun with one eye vieweth all the world. Heaven, be thou gracious to none alive, if Salisbury wants mercy at thy hands. Bear hence his body, I will help to bury it. Sir Thomas Gargrave, hast thou any life? Speak unto Talbot. Nay, look up to him. Salisbury, cheer thy spirit with his comfort. Thou shalt not die whiles. He beckons with his hand and smiles on me, as who should say, when I am dead and gone, remember to avenge me on the French. Plantagenet I will, and like thee, Nero, play on the lute, beholding the towns burn. Wretched shall France be only in my name.
Hear an alarum, and it thunders and lightens.
What stir is this? What tumults in the heavens? Whence comes this alarum and the noise?
Enter a messenger.
My lord, the French have gathered head. The Dauphin, with one Joan la Pucelle joined, a holy prophetess new risen up, is come with great power to raise the siege.
Here Salisbury lifteth himself up and groans.
Hear how dying Salisbury doth groan. It irks his heart he cannot be revenged. Frenchmen, I'll be a Salisbury to you. Pucelle or Puzzle, Dauphin or Dogfish. Your hearts will stamp out with my horse's heels, and make a quagmire of your mingled brains. Convey me Salisbury into his tent, and then we'll try what these dastard Frenchmen dare.
Alarum. Exeunt. Scene 5, the same. Here an alarum again, and Talbot pursueth the Dauphin and driveth him. Then enter Joan la Pucelle, driving Englishmen before her, and exit after them. Then re-enter Talbot.
Where is my strength, my valour, and my force? Our English troops retire. I cannot stay them. A woman clad in armour chaseth them.
Re-enter Joan la Pucelle.
Here she comes. I'll have a bout with thee. Devil, for devil's dam I'll conjure thee. Blood will I draw on thee. Thou art a witch, and straightway give thy soul to him thou servest.
Come, come, 'tis only I that must disgrace thee.
Here they fight.
Heavens, can you suffer hell so to prevail? My breast I'll burst with straining of my courage, and from my shoulders crack my arms asunder. But I will chastise this high-minded strumpet.
They fight again.
Talbot, farewell. Thy hour is not yet come. I must go victual Orleans forthwith.
A short alarum. Then enter the town with soldiers.
Overtake me, if thou canst. I scorn thy strength. Go, go, cheer up thy hungry starved man. Help Salisbury to make his testament. This day is ours, as many more shall be.
Exit.
My thoughts are whirred like a potter's wheel. I know not where I am, nor what I do. A witch, by fear, not force, like Hannibal, drives back our troops and conquers as she lists. So bees with smoke and doves with noisome stench are from their hives and houses driven away. They called us for our fierceness English dogs. Now, like to whelps, we crying run away.
A short alarum.
Hark, countrymen, either renew the fight, or tear the lions out of England's coat. Renounce your soil, give sheep in lions' stead. Sheep run not so half so treacherous from the wolf, or horse or oxen from the leopard, as you fly from your oft subdued slaves.
Alarum. Here another skirmish.
It will not be. Retire into your trenches. You all consented unto Salisbury's death, for none would strike a stroke in his revenge. Pucelle is entered into Orleans, in spite of us, or aught that we could do. Oh, were I to die with Salisbury, the shame hereof will make me hide my head.
Exit Talbot. Alarum. Retreat. Flourish. Scene 6. The same. Enter on the walls Joan la Pucelle, Charles, Rainier, Alençon, and soldiers.
Advance our waving colours on the walls. Rescue this Orleans from the English. Thus Joan la Pucelle has performed her word.
Divinest creature, Astræa's daughter, how shall I honor thee for this success? Thy promises are like Adonis' gardens, that one day bloomed and fruitful were the next. France, triumph in thy glorious prophetess. Recovered is the town of Orleans. More blessed hap did ne'er befall our state.
Why ring not out the bells aloud throughout the town? Dauphin, command the citizens make bonfires and feast and banquet in the open streets to celebrate the joy that God hath given us.
All France will be replete with mirth and joy when they shall hear how we have played the men.
'Tis Joan, not we, by whom the day is won, for which I will divide my crown with her, and all the priests and friars in my realm shall in procession sing her endless praise. A statelier Pyramus to her I'll rear than Rodolph's or Memphis ever was. In memory of her when she is dead, her ashes in an urn more precious than the rich jewel of Darius transported shall be at high festivals before the kings and queens of France. No longer on Saint Denis will we cry, but Joan la Pucelle shall be France's saint. Come in, and let us banquet royally after this golden day of victory.
Flourish. Exeunt. End of Act 1. Act 2. of Henry VI, Part 1, by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 1, Before Orleans. Enter a sergeant of a band with 2 sentinels.
Sirs, take your places, and be vigilant. If any noise or soldier you perceive near to the walls, by some apparent sign let us have knowledge at the court of guard.
Sergeant, you shall.
Exit Sergeant.
Thus our poor servitors, when others sleep upon their quiet beds, constrained to watch in darkness, rain, and cold.
Enter Talbot, Bedford, Burgundy, and forces, with scaling ladders. Their drums beat a dead march.
Lord Regent, and redoubted Burgundy, by whose approach the regions of Artois, Wallon, and Picardy are friends to us. This happy night the Frenchmen are secure, having all day caroused and banqueted. Embrace we then this opportunity, as fitting best acquittance their deceit, contrived by art and baleful sorcery.
Coward of France, how much he wrongs his fame, despairing of his own arm's fortitude, to join with witches and the help of hell.
Traitors have never other company. But what's that Pucelle of whom they term so pure?
A maid, they say.
A maid, and be so martial?
Pray God she prove not masculine ere long, if underneath the standard of the French she carry armour as she hath begun.
Well, let them practise and converse with spirits. God is our fortress, in whose conquering name let us resolve to scale a flinty bulwarks.
Ascend, brave Talbot, we will follow thee.
Not altogether, better far, I guess, that we do make our entrance several ways, that, if it chance the one of us do fail, the other yet may rise against their force.
Agreed. I'll to yond corner.
And I to this.
And here will Talbot mount, or make his grave. And now, Salisbury, for thee, and for the right of English Henry, shall this night appear how much in duty I am bound to both.
Arm! Arm! The enemy doth make assault!
Cry, St. George, a Talbot! The French leap over the walls in their shirts. Enter, several ways, the bastard of Orleans, Alençon, and Rainier, half ready and half unready.
How now, my lords? What, all unready so?
Unready, aye, and glad we scaped so well.
'Twas time, I trow, to wake and leave our beds, hearing alarums at our chamber doors.
Of all exploits since first I followed arms, ne'er heard I of a warlike enterprise more venturous or desperate than this.
I think this Talbot be a fiend of hell.
If not of hell, the heavens sure favour him.
Here cometh Charles, I marvel how he sped.
Tut! Holy John was his defensive guard.
Enter Charles and Joan la Pucelle.
Is this thy cunning, thou deceitful dame? Didst thou at first to flatter us withal, make us partakers of a little gain, that now our loss might be 10 times so much?
Wherefore is Charles impatient with his friend? At all times will you have my power alike? Sleeping or waking, must I still prevail, or will you blame and lay the fault on me? Improvident soldiers! Had your watch been good, this sudden mischief never could have fallen.
Duke of Alençon, this was your default, that being captain of the watch to-night, did look no better to that weighty charge?
Had all your quarters been as safely kept as that whereof I had the government, we had not been thus shamefully surprised.
Mine was secure.
And so was mine, my lord.
And for myself, most part of all this night within her quarter and mine own precinct, I was employed in passing to and fro about relieving of the sentinels. Then how or which way should they first break in?
Question, my lords, no further of the case. How or which way? 'Tis sure they found some place but weakly guarded, where the breach was made, and now there rests no other shift but this, to gather our soldiers, scattered and dispersed, and lay new platforms to undamage them.
Alarum. Enter an English soldier, crying, "A Talbot! A Talbot!" They fly, leaving their clothes behind.
I'll be so bold to take what they have left. The cry of Talbot serves me for a sword, for I have loaden me with many spoils, using no other weapon but his name.
Exit. Scene 2. Orleans. Within the town. Enter Talbot. Bedford, Burgundy, a captain, and others.
The day begins to break, and night is fled, whose pitchy mantle overveiled the earth. Here sound retreat, and cease our hot pursuit.
Retreat sounded.
Bring forth the body of old Salisbury, and here advance it in the market-place, the middle centre of this cursed town. Now have I paid my vow unto his soul. For every drop of blood was drawn from him, there hath at least 5 Frenchmen died tonight. And that hereafter ages may behold what ruin happened in revenge of him, within the chiefest temple I'll erect the tomb, wherein his corpse shall be interred, upon the which, that everyone may read, shall be engraved the sack of Orleans, the treacherous manner of his mournful death, and what a terror he had been to France. But, lords, in all our bloody massacre, I muse we met not with the Dauphin's grace, his new-found champion, virtuous Joan of Arc, nor any of his false confederates.
'Tis thought, Lord Talbot, when the fight began, roused on the sudden from their drowsy beds, they did amongst the troops of armed men leap o'er the walls for refuge in the field.
Myself, as far as I could well discern for smoke and dusky vapours of the night, am sure I scared the Dolphin and his trull, when arm in arm they both came swiftly running, like to a pair of loving turtle-doves that could not live asunder day or night. After that, things are set in order here. We'll follow them with all the power we have.
Enter a messenger.
All hail, my lords. Which of this princely train call ye the warlike Talbot, for his act so much applauded through the realm of France?
Here is the Talbot. Who would speak with him?
The virtuous lady, Countess of Auvergne, with modesty admiring thy renown, by me entreats, great lord, thou wouldst vouchsafe to visit her poor castle where she lies, that she may boast she hath beheld the man whose glory fills the world with loud report.
Is it even so? Nay then, I see our wars will turn into a peaceful comic sport, when ladies crave to be encountered with. You may not, my lord, despise her gentle suit.
Nay, trust me then, for when a word of men could not prevail with all their oratory, yet hath a woman's kindness overruled. And therefore tell her I return great thanks, and in submission will attend on her. Will not your honours bear me company?
No, truly. It is more than manners will, and I have heard it said unbidden guests are often welcomest when they are gone.
Well then, alone, since there's no remedy, I mean to prove this lady's courtesy. Come hither, captain.
Whispers.
You perceive my mind.
I do, my lord, and mean accordingly.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Auvergne. The Countess's castle. Enter the Countess and her porter.
Porter, remember what I gave in charge, and when you have done so, bring the keys to me.
Madam, I will.
Exit.
The plot is laid. If all things fall out right, I shall as famous be by this exploit as Scythian Tomras by Cyrus's death. Great is the rumour of this dreadful knight, and his achievements of no less account. Fain would mine eyes be witness with mine ears, to give their censure of these rare reports.
Enter messenger and Talbot.
Madam, according as your ladyship desired, by message craved, so is Lord Talbot come.
And he is welcome. What? Is this the man?
Madam, it is.
Is this the scourge of France? Is this the Talbot so much feared abroad, that with his name the mothers still their babes? I see report is fabulous and false. I thought I should have seen some Hercules, a second Hector, for his grim aspect, and large proportioned of his strong knit limbs. Alas, this is a child, a silly dwarf. It cannot be this weak and writhed shrimp should strike such terror to his enemies.
Madam, I have been bold to trouble you, But since your ladyship is not at leisure, I'll sort some other time to visit you.
What means he now? Go ask him whither he goes.
Stay, my Lord Talbot, for my lady craves to know the cause of your abrupt departure.
Marry, for that she's in a wrong belief, I go to certify her Talbot's here.
Re-enter Porter with keys.
If thou be he, then art thou prisoner.
Prisoner? To whom?
To me, bloodthirsty lord, and for that cause I train thee to my house. Long time thy shadow hath been thrall to me, for in my gallery thy picture hangs. But now the substance shall endure the like, and I will chain these legs and arms of thine, that hast by tyranny these many years wasted our country, slain our citizens, and sent our sons and husbands captivate. Laughest thou, wretch? Thy mirth shall turn to moan.
I laugh to see your ladyship so fond to think that you have aught but Talbot's shadow whereon to practice your severity.
Why, art not thou the man?
I am indeed.
Then have I substance too.
No, no, I am but the shadow of myself. You are deceived. My substance is not here, for what you see is but the smallest part and least proportion of humanity. I tell you, madam, were the whole frame here, it is of such spacious lofty pitch, your roof were not sufficient to contain it.
This is a riddling merchant for the nonce. He will be here, and yet he is not here. How can these contrarieties agree?
That will I show you presently.
Winds his horn. Drums strike up, a peal of ordnance. Enter soldiers.
I'll see you, madam. Are you now persuaded that Talbot is but shadow of himself? These are his substance, sinews, arms, and strength, with which he yoketh your rebellious necks, razeth your cities, and subverts your towns, and in a moment makes them desolate.
Victorious Talbot, pardon my abuse. I find thou art no less than fame hath bruited, and more than may be gathered by thy shape. Let my presumption not provoke thy wrath, for I am sorry that with reverence I did not entertain thee as thou art.
Be not dismayed, fair lady, nor misconstrue the mind of Talbot, as you did mistake the outward composition of his body. What you have done hath not offended me, no other satisfaction do I crave, but only with your patience, that we may taste of your wine, and see what cates you have, for soldiers' stomachs always serve them well.
With all my heart, and think me honored to feast so great a warrior in my house.
Exeunt. Scene 4, London. The Temple Garden. Enter the Earls of Somerset, Suffolk, and Warwick, Richard Plantagenet, Vernon, and another lawyer.
Great lords and gentlemen, what means this silence? Dare no man answer in a case of truth?
Within the temple wall we were too loud. The garden here is more convenient.
Then say at once if I maintained the truth, or else was wrangling Somerset in the error.
Faith, I have been a truant in the law, and never yet could frame my will to it, and therefore frame the law unto my will.
Judge you, my lord of Warwick, then between us.
Between two hawks, which flies the higher pitch? Between two dogs, which hath the deeper mouth? Between two blades, which bears the better temper? Between two horses, which doth bear him best? Between two girls, which hath the merriest eye? I have perhaps some shallow spirit of judgment, but in these nice sharp quillets of the law, good faith, I am no wiser than a daw.
Tut, tut, here is a mannerly forbearance. The truth appears so naked on my side, that any purblind eye may find it out.
And on my side it is so well apparelled, so clear, so shining, and so evident, that it will glimmer through a blind man's eye.
Since you are tongue-tied and so loath to speak, in dumb significance proclaim your thoughts. Let him that is a true-born gentleman, and stands upon the honour of his birth, if he suppose that I have pleaded truth, from off this briar pluck a white rose with me.
Let him that is no coward nor no flatterer, but dare maintain the party of the truth, pluck a red rose from off this thorn with me.
I love no colours, and without all colour of base insinuating flattery, I pluck this white rose with Plantagenet.
I plucked this red rose with young Somerset, and say withal I think he held the right.
Stay, lords and gentlemen, and pluck no more, till you conclude that he upon whose side the fewest roses are cropped from the tree shall yield the other in the right opinion.
Good Master Vernon, it is well objected. If I have fewest, I subscribe in silence.
And I.
Then for the truth and plainness of the case, I pluck this pale and maiden blossom here, giving my verdict on the white rose side.
Prick not your finger as you pluck it off, lest bleeding you do paint the white rose red, and fall on my side so, against your will.
If I, my lord, for my opinion bleed, opinion shall be surgeon to my hurt, and keep me on the side where still I am.
Well, well, come on, who else?
Unless my study and my books be false, the argument to be held was wrong in you.
To Somerset.
In sign whereof, I pluck a white rose too.
Now, Somerset, where is your argument?
Here in my scabbard, meditating that shall dye your white rose in a bloody red.
Meantime, your cheeks do counterfeit our roses, for pale they look with fear, as witnessing the truth on our side.
No, Plantagenet, 'tis not for fear, but anger thy cheeks blush for pure shame to counterfeit our roses, and yet thy tongue will not confess thy error.
Hath not thy rose a canker, Somerset?
Hath not thy rose a thorn, Plantagenet?
Ay, sharp and piercing, to maintain his truth, whiles thy consuming canker eats his falsehood.
Well, I'll find friends to wear my bleeding roses that shall maintain what I have said is true, where false, Plantagenet, dare not be seen.
Now by this maiden blossom in my hand I scorn thee and thy fashion, peevish boy.
Turn not thy scorns this way, Plantagenet.
Proud Pole, I will, and scorn both him and thee.
I'll turn my part thereof into thy throat.
Away, away, good William de la Pole. We grace the yeoman by conversing with him.
Now, by God's will, thou wrongest him, Somerset. His grandfather was Lionel, Duke of Clarence, third son to the 3rd Edward, King of England. Spring crestless yeoman from so deep a root?
He bears him on the place's privilege, or durst not for his craven heart say thus.
By him that made me, I'll maintain my words on any plot of ground in Christendom. Was not thy father, Richard Earl of Cambridge, for treason executed in our late king's days? And by his treason stand'st not thou attainted, corrupted, and exempt from ancient gentry? His trespass yet lives guiltily in thy blood, and till thou be restored, thou art a yeoman.
My father was attached, not attainted, condemned to die for treason, but no traitor, and that I'll prove on better men than Somerset were growing time once ripened to my will. For your partaker Pole, and you yourself, I'll note you in my book of memory to scourge you for this apprehension. Look to it well, and say you are well warned.
Ah, thou shalt find us ready for thee still, and know us by these colours for thy foes, for these, my friends, in spite of thee, shall wear.
And by my soul, this pale and angry rose, as cognizance of my blood-drinking hate, will I forever and my faction wear, until it wither with me to my grave, or flourish to the height of my degree.
Go forward and be choked with thy ambition, and so farewell until I meet thee next.
Exit.
Have with thee, Pole. Farewell, ambitious Richard.
Exit.
How I am braved, and must perforce endure it.
This blot that they object against your house shall be wiped out in the next Parliament called for the truce of Winchester and Gloucester. And if thou be not then created York, I will not live to be accounted Warwick. Meantime, in signal of my love to thee, against proud Somerset and William Pole, will I upon thy party wear this rose. And here I prophesy, this brawl today, grown to this faction in the Temple Garden, shall send between the red rose and the white 1,000 souls to death and deadly night.
Good Master Vernon, I am bound to you, that you on my behalf would pluck a flower.
In your behalf, still I will wear the same.
And so will I.
Thanks, gentle sir. Come, let us for to dinner. I dare say this quarrel will drink blood another day.
Exeunt. Scene V. The Tower of London. Enter Mortimer, brought in a chair, and jailers.
Kind keepers of my weak decaying age, let dying Mortimer here rest himself. Even like a man new haled from the rack, so fare my limbs with long imprisonment. And these grey locks, the pursuivants of death, Nestor-like, aged in an age of care, argue the end of Edmund Mortimer. These eyes, like lamps whose wasting oil is spent, wax dim, as drawing to their exigent. Weak shoulders, overborne with burthening grief, and pithless arms, like to a withered vine that droops his sapless branches to the ground. Yet are these feet, whose strengthless stay is numb, unable to support this lump of clay, swift-winged with desire to get a grave, as witting I no other comfort have. But tell me, keeper, will my nephew come?
Richard Plantagenet, my lord, will come. We sent unto the Temple, unto his chamber. An answer was returned that he will come.
Enough. My soul shall then be satisfied. Poor gentleman, his wrong doth equal mine. Since Henry Monmouth first began to reign, before whose glory I was great in arms, this loathsome sequestration have I had, and even since then hath Richard been obscured, deprived of honour and inheritance. But now the arbitrator of despairs, just death, kind umpire of men's miseries, with sweet enlargement doth dismiss me hence. I would his troubles likewise were expired, that so he might recover what was lost.
Enter Richard Plantagenet.
My lord, your loving nephew now is come.
Richard Plantagenet, my friend, is he come?
Ay, noble uncle, thus ignobly used. Your nephew, late despised Richard, comes.
Direct mine arms I may embrace his neck, and in his bosom spend my latter gasp. Oh, tell me when my lips do touch his cheeks, that I may kindly give one fainting kiss. And now declare, sweet stem from York's great stock, why didst thou say, of late thou wert despised?
First lean thine aged back against mine arm, and, in that ease, I'll tell thee my dis-ease. This day, in argument upon a case, some words there grew twixt Somerset and me, among which terms he used his lavish tongue, and did upbraid me with my father's death, which obloquy set bars before my tongue, else with the like I had requited him. Therefore, good uncle, for my father's sake, in honour of a true Plantagenet, and for alliance sake, declare the cause my father, Earl of Cambridge, lost his head.
That cause, fair nephew, that imprisoned me, and hath detained me all my flowering youth within a loathsome dungeon, there to pine, was cursed instrument of his decease.
Discover more at large what cause that was, for I am ignorant and cannot guess.
I will, if that my fading breath permit, and death approach not ere my tale be done. Henry the Fourth, grandfather to this king, deposed his nephew Richard, Edward's son, the first begotten and the lawful heir of Edward King, the third of that descent. During whose reign the Percys of the North, finding his usurpation most unjust, endeavoured my advancement to the throne. The reason moved these warlike lords to this was, for that, young King Richard thus removed, leaving no heir begotten of his body, I was the next by birth and parentage, for by my mother I derived am from Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the third son to King Edward the Third, whereas he from John of Gaunt doth bring his pedigree, being but fourth of that heroic line. But mark, as in this haughty attempt they laboured to plant the rightful heir, I lost my liberty, and they their lives. Long after this, when Henry the Fifth, succeeding his father Bolingbroke, did reign, thy father, Earl of Cambridge, then derived from famous Edmund Langley, Duke of York, marrying my sister, that thy mother was, again, in pity of my hard distress, levied an army, weening to redeem, and have installed me in the diadem. But, as the rest, so fell that noble earl, and was beheaded. Thus the Mortimers, in whom the tide rested, were suppressed.
Of which, my lord, your honour is the last.
True. And thou seest that I no issue have, and that my fainting words do warrant death. Thou art my heir, the rest I wish thee gather. But yet be wary in thy studious care.
Thy grave admonishments prevail with me, but yet methinks my father's execution was nothing less than bloody tyranny.
With silence, nephew, be thou politic. Strong fixed is the house of Lancaster, and like a mountain, not to be removed. But now thy uncle is removing hence, as princes do their courts when they are cloyed with long continuance in a settled place.
O uncle, would some part of my young years might but redeem the passage of your age!
Thou dost then wrong me, as that slaughterer doth, which giveth many wounds when one will kill. Mourn not, except thou sorrow for my good, only give order for my funeral. And so farewell, and fair be all thy hopes, and prosperous be thy life in peace and war.
Dies.
And peace, no war, befall thy parting soul. In prison hast thou spent a pilgrimage, and like a hermit overpast thy days. Well, I will lock his counsel in my breast, and what I do imagine let that rest. Keepers, convey him hence, and I myself will see his burial better than his life.
Exeunt jailers, bearing out the body of Mortimer.
Here dies the dusky torch of Mortimer, choked with ambition of the meaner sort, and for those wrongs, those bitter injuries, which Somerset hath offered to my house, I doubt not but with honour to redress. And therefore haste I to the Parliament, either to be restored to my blood, or make my ill the advantage of my good.
Exit. End of Act 2. Act 3 of Henry the Sixth, Part 1, by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 3, Scene 1, London. The Parliament House. Flourish. Enter King Henry the Sixth. Exeter, Gloucester, Warwick, Somerset, and Suffolk. The Bishop of Winchester, Richard Plantagenet, and others. Gloucester offers to put up a bill. Bishop of Winchester snatches it, and tears it.
Comest thou with deep premeditated lines, with written pamphlets studiously devised, Humphrey of Gloucester? If thou canst accuse, or aught intendest to lay unto my charge, do it without invention, suddenly, as I with sudden and extemporal speech purpose to answer what thou canst object.
Presumptuous priest, this place commands my patience, or thou shouldst find thou hast dishonoured me. Think not, although in writing I preferred the manner of thy vile outrageous crimes, that therefore I have forged or am not able verbatim to rehearse the method of my pen. No, prelate, such is thy audacious wickedness, thy lewd, pestiferous, and licentious pranks, as very infants prattle of thy pride. Thou art a most pernicious usurer, forward by nature, enemy to peace, lascivious, wanton, more than well beseems a man of thy profession and degree, and for thy treachery, what's more manifest, in that thou laidst a trap to take my life, as well at London Bridge as at the Tower. Beside, I fear me, if thy thoughts were sifted, the king, thy sovereign, is not quite exempt from envious malice of thy swelling heart.
Gloucester, I do defy thee. Lords, vouchsafe to give me hearing what I shall reply. If I were covetous, ambitious, or perverse, as he will have me, how am I so poor? And how haps it I seek not to advance or raise myself, but keep my wonted calling? And for dissension, who preferreth peace more than I do, except I be provoked? No, my good lords, it is not that offends, it is not that hath incensed the Duke. It is because no one should sway but he. No one but he should be about the king, and that engenders thunder in his breast, and makes him roar these accusations forth. But he shall know I am as good.
As good, thou bastard of my grandfather!
Ay, lordly sir, for what are you, I pray, but one imperious in another's throne?
Am I not protector, saucy priest?
And am not I a prelate of the church?
Yes, as an outlaw in a castle keeps and useth it to patronage his theft.
Unreverent Gloucester!
Thou art reverent, touching thy spiritual function, not thy life.
Rome shall remedy this.
Rome thither, then.
My lord, it were your duty to forbear.
Ay, see the bishop be not overborne.
Methinks my lord should be religious, and know the office that belongs to such.
Methinks his lordship should be humbler. It fitteth not a prelate so to plead.
Yes, when his holy state is touched so near.
State holy or unhallowed, what of that? Is not his grace protector to the king?
Aside.
Plantagenet, I see, must hold his tongue, lest it be said, "Speak, sirrah, when you should. Must your bold verdict enter talk with lords? Else would I have a fling at Winchester."
Uncles of Gloucester and of Winchester, the special watchmen of our English weal, I would prevail, if prayers might prevail, to join your hearts in love and amity. Oh, what a scandal is it to our crown, that two such noble peers as ye should jar! Believe me, lords, my tender years can tell civil dissension is a viperous worm that gnaws the bowels of the commonwealth.
A noise within. Down with the tawny-coats!
What tumult's this?
An uproar, I dare warrant, begun through malice of the bishop's men.
A noise again. Stones! Stones! Enter Mayor.
O my good lords, and virtuous Henry, pity the city of London, pity us. The Bishop and the Duke of Gloucester's men, forbidden late to carry any weapon, have filled their pockets full of pebble-stones, and banding themselves in contrary parts, do pelt so fast at one another's pate, that many have their giddy brains knocked out. Our windows are broke down in every street, and we for fear compelled to shut our shops.
Enter serving men in skirmish with bloody pates.
We charge you, on allegiance to ourself, to hold your slaughtering hands and keep the peace. Pray, Uncle Gloucester, mitigate this strife.
Nay, if we be forbidden stones, we'll fall to it with our teeth.
Do what ye dare. We are as resolute.
Skirmish again.
You of my household leave this peevish broil, and set this unaccustomed fight aside.
My lord, we know your grace to be a man just and upright, and for your royal birth inferior to none but to his majesty. And ere that we will suffer such a prince, so kind a father of the commonweal, to be disgraced by an inkhorn mate, we and our wives and children all will fight, and have our bodies slaughtered by thy foes.
Ay, and the very parings of our nails shall pitch a field when we are dead.
Begin again.
Stay, stay, I say, and if you love me, as you say you do, let me persuade you to forbear a while.
Oh, how this discord doth afflict my soul! Can you, my lord of Winchester, behold my sighs and tears, and will not once relent? Who should be pitiful if you be not? Or who should study to prefer a peace if holy churchmen take delight in broils?
Yield, my lord protector, yield, Winchester, except you mean with obstinate repulse to slay your sovereign and destroy the realm. You see what mischief, and what murder too, hath been enacted through your enmity. Then be at peace, except ye thirst for blood.
He shall submit, or I will never yield.
Compassion on the king commands me stoop, or I would see his heart out ere the priest should ever get that privilege of me.
Behold, my lord of Winchester, The Duke hath banished moody discontented fury, as by his smooth brows it doth appear. Why look you still so stern and tragical?
Here, Winchester, I offer thee my hand.
Fie, Uncle Beaufort! I have heard you preach that malice was a great and grievous sin. And will you not maintain the thing you teach, but prove a chief offender in the same?
Sweet king, the bishop hath a kindly gird. For shame, my lord of Winchester, relent! What, shall a child instruct you what to do?
Well, Duke of Gloucester, I will yield to thee. Love for thy love, and hand for hand I give.
Aside.
Ay, but I fear me with a hollow heart. See here, my friends and loving countrymen, this token serveth for a flag of truce betwixt ourselves and all our followers. So help me God, as I dissemble not.
Aside.
So help me God, as I intend it not.
O loving uncle, kind Duke of Gloucester, how joyful am I made by this contract! Away, my masters, trouble us no more, but join in friendship as your lords have done.
Content. I'll to the surgeons.
And so will I.
And I will see what physic the tavern affords.
Exeunt, serving men, mayor, etc.
Accept this scroll, most gracious sovereign, which in the right of Richard Plantagenet we do exhibit to your majesty.
Well urged, my lord of Warwick, or sweet prince, and if your grace mark every circumstance, you have great reason to do Richard right, especially for those occasions at Eltham Place I told your majesty.
And those occasions, uncle, were of force. Therefore, my loving lords, our pleasure is that Richard be restored to his blood.
Let Richard be restored to his blood, so shall his father's wrongs be recompensed.
As will the rest, so willeth Winchester.
If Richard will be true, not that alone, but all the whole inheritance I give that doth belong unto the house of York, from whence you spring by lineal descent.
Thy humble servant vows obedience and humble service till the point of death.
Stoop then, and set your knee against my foot, and in reguerdon of that duty done, I gird thee with the valiant sword of York. Rise, Richard, like a true Plantagenet, and rise created princely Duke of York.
And so thrive, Richard, as thy foes may fall, and as my duty springs, so perish they that grudge one thought against your majesty.
Welcome, high prince, the mighty Duke of York.
Aside.
Perish, base prince, ignoble Duke of York.
Now will it best avail your majesty to cross the seas, and to be crowned in France. The presence of a king engenders love amongst his subjects and his loyal friends, as it disanimates his enemies.
When Gloucester says the word, King Henry goes, for friendly counsel cuts off many foes.
Your ships already are in readiness.
Senate, flourish, exeunt all but Exeter.
Aye, we may march in England or in France, not seeing what is likely to ensue. This late dissension, grown betwixt the peers, burns under faint ashes of forged love, and will at last break out into a flame. As festered members rot, but by degree, till bones and flesh and sinews fall away, so will this base and envious discord breed. And now I fear that fatal prophecy which in the time of Henry named the Fifth was in the mouth of every sucking babe, that Henry born at Monmouth should win all, and Henry born at Windsor lose all, which is so plain that Exeter doth wish his days may finish ere that hapless time.
Exit. Scene 2, France. Before Rouen. Enter Jean la Pucelle, disguised, with 4 soldiers with sacks upon their backs.
These are the city gates, the gates of Rouen, through which our policy must make a breach. Take heed, be wary how you place your words. Talk like the vulgar sort of market men that come to gather money for their corn. If we have entrance, as I hope we shall, and that we find the slothful watch but weak, I'll by a sign give notice to our friends, that Charles the Dauphin may encounter them.
Our sacks shall be a mean to sack the city, and we be lords and rulers over Rouen, therefore we'll knock.
Knocks. Within.
Qui est là?
Paysans, pauvres gens de France. Poor market folks that come to sell their corn.
Enter, go in. The market bell is rung.
Now, Rouen, I'll shake thy bulwarks to the ground.
Exeunt. Enter Charles, the bastard of Orleans, Alençon, Rainier, and forces.
Saint-Denis bless this happy stratagem, and once again we'll sleep secure in Rouen.
Here entered Pucelle under Practison. Now she is there. How will she specify where is the best and safest passage in?
By thrusting out a torch from yonder tower, which once discerned shows that her meaning is no way to that for weakness which she entered.
Enter Joan la Pucelle on the top, thrusting out a torch burning.
Behold, this is the happy wedding torch that joineth Rouen unto her countrymen, but burning fatal to the Talbotites.
Exit.
See, noble Charles, the beacon of our friend. The burning torch in yonder turret stands.
Now shine it like a comet of revenge, a prophet to the fall of all our foes.
Defer no time, delays have dangerous ends. Enter and cry, the Dauphin presently, and then do execution on the watch.
Alarum. Exeunt. An alarum. Enter Talbot in an excursion.
France, thou shalt rue this treason with thy tears, if Talbot but survive thy treachery. Pucelle, that witch, that damned sorceress, hath wrought this hellish mischief unawares, that hardly we escape the pride of France.
Exit. An alarum. Excursions. Bedford brought in sick in a chair. Enter Talbot and Burgundy without. Within, Joan la Pucelle, Charles, bastard of Orleans, Alençon, and Rainier on the walls.
Good morrow, gallants. Want ye corn for bread? I think the Duke of Burgundy will fast before he'll buy again at such a rate. 'Twas full of darnel. Do you like the taste?
Scoff on, vile fiend, and shameless courtesan. I trust ere long to choke thee with thine own, and make thee curse the harvest of that corn.
Your grace may starve perhaps before that time.
Oh, let no words but deeds revenge this treason.
What will you do, good greybeard? Break a lance and run a tilt at death within a chair?
Thou fiend of France, and hag of all despite, encompassed with thy lustful paramours, becomes it thee to taunt his valiant age, and twit with cowardice a man half dead? Damsel, I'll have a bout with thee again, or else let Talbot perish with the shame.
Are you so hot, sir? Yet, Pucelle, hold thy peace. If Talbot do but thunder, rain will follow.
The English whisper together in council.
God speed the Parliament. Who shall be the speaker?
Dare he come forth and meet us in the field?
Belike your lordship takes us then for fools, to try if that our own be ours or no.
I speak not to that railing Hecate, but unto thee, Alençon, and the rest. Will ye, like soldiers, come and fight it out?
Signor, no.
Signor, hang base muleteers of France. Like peasant footboys do they keep the walls, and dare not take up arms like gentlemen.
Away, captains! Let's get us from the walls, for Talbot means no goodness by his looks. God be with you, my lord. We came but to tell you that we are here.
Exeunt from the walls.
And there will we be too, ere it be long, or else reproach be Talbot's greatest fame. Thou, Burgundy, by honour of thy house, pricked on by public wrongs sustained in France, either to get the town again, or die. And I, as sure as English Henry lives, and as his father here was conqueror, as sure as in this late betrayed town great Coeur de Lion's heart was buried, so sure I swear to get the town, or die.
My vows are equal partners with thy vows.
But ere we go, regard this dying prince, the valiant Duke of Bedford. Come, my lord, we will bestow in some better place, fit for sickness and for crazy age.
Lord Talbot, do not so dishonour me. Here will I sit before the walls of Rouen, and will be partner of your weal or woe.
Courageous Bedford, let us now persuade you.
Not to be gone from hence. For once I read that stout Pendragon and his litter sick came to the field and vanquished his foes. Methinks I should revive the soldiers' hearts, because I ever found them as myself.
Undaunted spirit in a dying breast, then be it so. Heavens keep old Bedford safe. And now, no more ado, brave Burgundy, but gather we our forces out of hand, and set upon our boasting enemy.
Exeunt all but Bedford and attendants, and alarum, excursions. Enter Fastolf and a captain.
Whither away, Sir John Fastolf, in such haste?
Whither away to save myself by flight? We are like to have the overthrow again.
What? Will you fly and leave Lord Talbot?
Ay, all the Talbots in the world, to save my life.
Exit.
Cowardly knight, ill fortune follow thee.
Exit. Retreat, excursions. Joan La Pucelle, Alençon, and Charles fly.
Now, quiet soul, depart when heaven please, for I have seen our enemies' overthrow. What is the trust or strength of foolish man? They that of late were daring with their scoffs are glad and fain by flight to save themselves.
Bedford dies and is carried in by two in his chair. An alarum. Re-enter Talbot, Burgundy, and the rest.
Lost and recovered in a day again. This is a double honour, Burgundy, yet heavens have glory for this victory.
Warlike and martial Talbot, Burgundy enshrines thee in his heart, and there erects thy noble deeds as valour's monuments.
Thanks, gentle Duke. But where is Pucelle now? I think her old familiar is asleep. Now, where's the bastard's braves, and Charles his gleeks? What, all amour? Rouen hangs her head for grief that such a valiant company are fled. Now will we take some order in the town, placing therein some expert officers, and then depart to Paris to the king, for there young Henry with his nobles lie.
What wills Lord Talbot pleaseth Burgundy.
But yet, before we go, let's not forget the noble Duke of Bedford late deceased, but see his exequies fulfilled in Rouen. A braver soldier never couched lance, a gentler heart did never sway in court, but kings and mightiest potentates must die, for that's the end of human misery.
Exeunt. Scene 3. The plains near Rouen. Enter Charles, the bastard of Orleans, Alençon, Joan La Pucelle, and forces.
Dismay not, princess, at this accident, nor grieve that Rouen is so recovered. Care is no cure, but rather corrosive, for things that are not to be remedied. Let frantic Talbot triumph for a while, and like a peacock sweep along his tail. We'll pull his plumes and take away his train, if Dauphin and the rest will be but ruled.
We have been guided by thee hitherto, and of thy cunning had no diffidence. One sudden foil shall never breed distrust.
Search out thy wit for secret policies, and we will make thee famous through the world.
We'll set thy statue in some holy place, and have thee reverenced like a blessed saint. Employ thee then, sweet virgin, for our good.
Then, thus it must be. This doth Joan devise. By fair persuasions mixed with sugared words, we will entice the Duke of Burgundy to leave the Talbot and to follow us.
Ay, marry, sweeting, if we could do that, France were no place for Henry's warriors. Nor should that nation boast it so with us, but be extirped from our provinces.
For ever should they be expulsed from France, and not have title of an earldom here.
Your honours shall perceive how I will work to bring this matter to the wished end.
Drum sounds afar off.
Hark! By the sound of drum you may perceive their powers are marching unto Paris ward.
Here sound an English march. Enter and pass over at a distance Talbot and his forces.
There goes the Talbot with his colours spread, and all the troops of English after him.
French march. Enter Burgundy and forces.
Now in the rearward comes the Duke and his. Fortune in favour makes him lag behind. Summon a parley, we will talk with him.
Trumpets sound a parley.
A parley with the Duke of Burgundy.
Who craves a parley with the Burgundy?
The princely Charles of France, thy countryman.
What sayest thou, Charles? For I am marching hence.
Speak, Pusella, and enchant him with thy words.
Brave Burgundy, undoubted hope of France. Stay, let thy humble handmaid speak to thee.
Speak on, but be not over tedious.
Look on thy country, look on fertile France, and see the cities and the towns defaced by wasting ruin of the cruel foe. As looks the mother on her lovely babe, when death doth close his tender dying eyes. See the pining malady of France. Behold the wounds, the most unnatural wounds, which thou thyself hast given her woeful breast. Oh, turn thy edged sword another way. Strike those that hurt, and hurt not those that help. One drop of blood, drawn from thy country's bosom, should grieve thee more than streams of foreign gore. Return thee, therefore, with a flood of tears, and wash away thy country's stained spots.
Either she hath bewitched me with her words, or nature makes me suddenly relent.
Besides, all French and France exclaims on thee, doubting thy birth and lawful progeny. Who jointest thou with but with a lordly nation, that will not trust thee but for profit's sake? When Talbot hath set footing once in France, and fashioned thee that instrument of ill, who then but English Henry will be lord, and thou be thrust out like a fugitive? Call we to mind, and mark but this for proof. Was not the Duke of Orleans thy foe? And was he not in England prisoner? But when they heard he was thine enemy, they set him free without his ransom paid, in spite of Burgundy and all his friends. See, then, thou fightest against thy countrymen, and joinst us with them will be thy slaughtermen. Come, come, return, return, thou wandering lord. Charles and the rest will take thee in their arms.
I am vanquished. These haughty words of hers have butted me like roaring cannon shot, and made me almost yield upon my knees. Forgive me, country, and sweet countrymen, and lords. Accept this hearty kind embrace. My forces and my power of men are yours. So farewell, Talbot. I'll no longer trust thee.
Aside.
Done like a Frenchman. Turn, and turn again.
Welcome, brave Duke. Thy friendship makes us fresh.
And doth beget new courage in our breasts.
Pucelle hath bravely played her part in this, and doth deserve a coronet of gold.
Now let us on, my lords, and join our powers, and seek how we may prejudice the foe.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Paris, the palace. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Gloucester, Bishop of Winchester, York, Suffolk, Somerset, Warwick, Exeter, Vernon, Basset, and others. To them, with his soldiers, Talbot.
My gracious prince and honourable peers, hearing of your arrival in this realm, I have a while given truce unto my wars, to do my duty to my sovereign, in sign whereof this arm that hath reclaimed your obedience 50 fortresses, 12 cities, and 7 walled towns of strength, beside 500 prisoners of esteem, lets fall his sword before your highness' feet, and with submissive loyalty of heart ascribes the glory of his conquest God, first to my God, and next unto your grace.
Kneels.
Is this the Lord Talbot, Uncle Gloucester, that hath so long been resident in France?
Yes, if it please your majesty, my liege.
Welcome, brave captain and victorious lord. When I was young, as yet I am not old, I do remember how my father said a stouter champion never handled sword. Long since we were resolved of your truth, your faithful service, and your toil in war. Yet never have you tasted our reward, or been reguerdoned with so much as thanks, because till now we never saw your face. Therefore stand up, and for these good deserts we here create you Earl of Shrewsbury, and in our coronation take your place.
Senate. Flourish. Exeunt all but Vernon and Basset.
Now, sir, to you, that were so hot at sea, disgracing of these colours that I wear in honour of my noble Lord of York. Darest thou maintain the former words thou spakest?
Yes, sir, as well as you dare patronage the envious barking of your saucy tongue against my lord the Duke of Somerset.
Sirrah, thy lord I honour as he is.
Why, what is he? As good a man as York.
Hark ye, not so. In witness, take ye that.
Strikes him.
Villain, thou knowest the law of arms is such that whoso draws a sword 'tis present death, or else this blow should broach thy dearest blood. But I'll under his majesty, and crave I may have liberty to venge this wrong. When thou shalt see, I'll meet thee to thy cost.
Well, miscreant, I'll be there as soon as you, and after meet you sooner than you would.
Exeunt. End of Act 3. Act 4 of Henry VI, Part 1, by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 1. Paris. A Hall of State. Enter King Henry VI, Gloucester, Bishop of Winchester, York, Suffolk, Somerset, Warwick, Talbot, Exeter, the Governor of Paris, and others.
Lord Bishop, set the crown upon his head.
God save King Henry, of that name the 6th.
Now, Governor of Paris, take your oath that you elect no other king but him, esteem none friends but such that are his friends, and none your foes but such as shall pretend malicious practices against his state. This shall ye do, so help you, righteous God.
Enter Falstaff.
My gracious sovereign, as I rode from Calais to haste unto your coronation, a letter was delivered to my hands, writ to your grace from the Duke of Burgundy.
Shame to the Duke of Burgundy and thee! I vowed, base knight, when I did meet thee next, to tear the garter from thy craven's leg.
Plucking it off.
Which I have done, because unworthily thou wast installed in that high degree. Pardon me, princely Henry, and the rest, this dastard at the battle of Patay, when but in all I was 6,000 strong, and that the French were almost 10 to 1, before we met, or that a stroke was given, like to a trusty squire, did run away, in which assault we lost 1,200 men. Myself and divers gentlemen beside were there surprised and taken prisoners. Then judge, great lords, if I have done amiss, or whether that such cowards ought to wear this ornament of knighthood. Ye, or no?
To say the truth, this fact was infamous, and ill-beseeming any common man, much more a knight, a captain, and a leader.
When first this order was ordained, my lords, Knights of the Garter were of noble birth, valiant and virtuous, full of haughty courage, such as were grown to credit by the wars, not fearing death, nor shrinking for distress, but always resolute in most extremes. He then that is not furnished in this sort doth but usurp the sacred name of knight, profaning this most honourable order, and should, if I were worthy to be judge, be quite degraded, like a hedge-born swain that doth presume to boast of gentle blood.
Stain to thy countrymen, thou hear'st thy doom. Be packing, therefore, thou that wast a knight. Henceforth we banish thee on pain of death.
Exit Falstaff.
And now, my Lord Protector, view the letter sent from our uncle Duke of Burgundy.
What means his grace that he hath changed his style? No more, but plain and bluntly, to the king. Hath he forgot he is his sovereign? Or doth this churlish superscription pretend some alteration in good will? What's here?
Reads.
I have upon a special cause, moved with compassion of my country's wreck, together with the pitiful complaints of such as your oppression feeds upon, forsaken your pernicious faction, and joined with Charles, rightful King of France? Oh, monstrous treachery! Can this be so, that in alliance, amities, and oath, there should be found such false dissembling guile?
What? Doth my uncle Burgundy revolt?
He doth, my lord, and has become your foe.
Is that the worst this letter doth contain?
It is the worst, and all, my lord, he writes.
Why then, Lord Talbot there shall talk with him, and give him chastisement for this abuse. How say you, my lord? Are you not content?
Content, my liege. Yes, but that I am prevented, I should have begged I might have been employed.
Then gather strength, and march unto him straight. Let him perceive how ill we brook his treason, and what offence it is to flout his friends.
I go, my lord, in heart desiring still you may behold confusion of your foes.
Exit. Enter Vernon and Basset.
Grant me the combat, gracious sovereign.
And me, my lord, grant me the combat too.
This is my servant. Hear him, noble prince.
And this is mine, sweet Henry. Favour him.
Be patient, lords, and give them leave to speak. Say, gentlemen, what makes you thus exclaim? And wherefore crave you combat, or with whom?
With him, my lord, for he hath done me wrong.
And I with him, for he hath done me wrong.
What is that wrong whereof you both complain? First let me know, and then I'll answer you.
Crossing the sea from England into France, this fellow here with envious carping tongue upbraided me about the rose I wear, saying the sanguine colour of the leaves did represent my master's blushing cheeks, when stubbornly he did repugn the truth about a certain question in the law argued betwixt the Duke of York and him, with other vile and ignominious terms, in confutation of which rude reproach, and in defence of my lord's worthiness, I crave the benefit of law of arms.
And that is my petition, noble lord. For though he seemed with forged quaint conceit to set a gloss upon his bold intent, yet know, my lord, I was provoked by him, and he first took exceptions at this badge, pronouncing that the paleness of this flower bewrayed the faintness of my master's heart.
Will not this malice, Somerset, be left?
Your private grudge, my lord of York, will out, though ne'er so cunningly you smother it.
Good lord, what madness rules in brain-sick men, when for so slight and frivolous a cause such factious emulations shall arise? Good cousins both, of York and Somerset, quiet yourselves, I pray, and be at peace.
Let this dissension first be tried by fight, and then your highness shall command a peace.
The quarrel toucheth none but us alone. Betwixt ourselves let us decide it then.
There is my pledge. Accept it, Somerset.
Nay, let it rest where it began at first.
Confirm it so, mine honourable lord.
Confirm it so? Confounded be your strife, and perish ye with your audacious trape. Presumptuous vassals, are you not ashamed, with this immodest clamorous outrage, to trouble and disturb the king and us? And you, my lords, methinks you do not well to bear with their perverse objections, much less to take occasion from their mouths to raise a mutiny betwixt yourselves. Let me persuade you, take a better course.
It grieves his highness. Good, my lords, be friends.
Come hither, you that would be combatants. Henceforth I charge you, as you love our favour, quite to forget this quarrel and the cause. And you, my lords, remember where we are, in France, amongst a fickle, wavering nation. If they perceive dissension in our looks, and that within ourselves we disagree, how will their grudging stomachs be provoked to wilful disobedience and rebel? Besides, what infamy will there arise when foreign princes shall be certified that for a toy, a thing of no regard, King Henry's peers and chief nobility destroyed themselves and lost the realm of France? O think upon the conquest of my father, my tender years, and let us not forgo that for a trifle that was bought with blood. Let me be umpire in this doubtful strife. I see no reason, if I wear this rose,
putting on a red rose,
that anyone should therefore be suspicious I more incline to Somerset than York. Both are my kinsmen, and I love them both. As well they may upbraid me with my crown, because forsooth the King of Scots is crowned. but your discretions better can persuade than I am able to instruct or teach. And therefore, as we hither came in peace, so let us still continue peace and love. Cousin of York, we institute your grace to be our regent in these parts of France, and, good my lord of Somerset, unite your troops of horsemen with his bands of foot, and like true subjects, sons of your progenitors, go cheerfully together and digest your angry choler on your enemies. Ourself, my lord protector and the rest, after some respite will return to Calais, from thence to England, where I hope ere long to be presented by your victories, with Charles, Alençon, and that traitorous rout.
Flourish. Exeunt all but York, Warwick, Exeter, and Vernon.
My lord of York, I promise you the king prettily, methought, did play the orator.
And so he did, but yet I like it not, in that he wears the badge of Somerset.
Tush, that was but his fancy. Blame him not. I dare presume, sweet prince, he thought no harm.
And if I wist he did, but let it rest. Other affairs must now be managed.
Exeunt all but Exeter.
Well didst thou, Richard, to suppress thy voice, for had the passions of thy heart burst out, I fear we should have seen deciphered there more rancorous spite, more furious raging broils than yet can be imagined or supposed. But howsoe'er, no simple man that sees this jarring discord of nobility, this shouldering of each other in the court, this factious bandying of their favourites, but that it doth presage some ill event. 'Tis much when sceptres are in children's hands, but more when envy breeds unkind division. There comes the rain, there begins confusion.
Exit. Scene 2. Before Bordeaux. Enter Talbot, with trump and drum.
Go to the house of Bordeaux, trumpeter. Summon their general unto the wall.
Trumpet sounds. Enter General and others, aloft.
English John Talbot, captains, calls you forth, servant in arms to Harry, King of England. And thus he would: open your city gates, be humble to us, call my sovereign yours, and do him homage as obedient subjects, and I'll withdraw me and my bloody power. But if you frown upon this proffered peace, you tempt the fury of my 3 attendants, lean famine, quartering steel, and climbing fire, who in a moment, even with the earth, shall lay your stately and air-braving toes, if you forsake the offer of their love.
Thou ominous and fearful owl of death, our nation's terror and their bloody scourge, the period of thy tyranny approacheth. On us thou canst not enter but by death. For, I protest, we are well fortified, and strong enough to issue out and fight. If thou retire, the Dauphin well appointed stands with the snares of war to tangle thee. On either hand thee there are squadrons pitched, to wall thee from the liberty of flight. And no way canst thou turn thee for redress, but death doth front thee with apparent spoil, and pale destruction meets thee in the face. 10,000 French have ta'en the sacrament to rive their dangerous artillery upon no Christian soul but English Talbot. Lo, there thou stand'st, a breathing valiant man, of an invincible unconquered spirit. This is the latest glory of thy praise, that I, thy enemy, due thee withal. For ere the glass, that now begins to run, finish the process of his sandy hour, these eyes that see thee now well coloured shall see thee withered, bloody, pale, and dead.
Drum afar off.
Hark, hark, the Dauphin's drum, a warning bell, sings heavy music to thy timorous soul, and mine shall ring thy dire departure out.
Exeunt General, etc.
He fables not. I hear the enemy. Out, some light horsemen, and peruse their wings. Oh, negligent and heedless discipline! How are we packed and bounded in a pale, a little herd of England's timorous deer, mazed with the yelping kill of French curs! If we be English deer, be then in blood, not rascal-like to fall down with a pinch, but rather moody mad and desperate stags, turn on the bloody hounds with heads of steel, and make the cowards stand aloof at bay. Sell every man his life as dear as mine, and they shall find dear of us, my friends. God and St. George, Talbot and England's right, prosper our colours in this dangerous fight.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Plains in Gascony. Enter a messenger that meets York. Enter York with trumpet and many soldiers.
Are not the speedy scouts returned again, that dogged the mighty army of the Dauphin?
They are returned, my lord, and give it out that he is marched to Bordeaux with his power, to fight with Talbot. As he marched along, by your espials were discovered 2 mightier troops than that the Dauphin led, which joined with him and made their march for Bordeaux.
Plague upon that villain Somerset, that thus delays my promised supply of horsemen that were levied for this siege. Renowned Talbot doth expect my aid, and I am louted by a traitor villain, and cannot help the noble chevalier. God comfort him in this necessity. If he miscarry, farewell wars in France.
Enter Sir William Lucy.
Thou princely leader of our English strength, never so needful on the earth of France, spur to the rescue of the noble Talbot, who now is girdled with a waist of iron, and hemmed about with grim destruction. To Bordeaux, warlike Duke, to Bordeaux, York, else farewell Talbot, France, and England's honour.
Oh God, that Somerset, who in proud heart doth stop my cornets, were in Talbot's place, so should we save a valiant gentleman by forfeiting a traitor and a coward. Mad ire and wrathful fury makes me weep, that thus we die while remiss traitors sleep.
Oh, send some succour to the distressed lord.
He dies, we lose. I break my warlike word. We mourn, France smiles. We lose, they daily get. All long of this vile traitor Somerset.
Then God take mercy on brave Talbot's soul, and on his son young John, who 2 hours since I met in travel toward his warlike father. This 7 years did not Talbot see his son, and now they meet where both their lives are done.
Alas, what joy shall noble Talbot have to bid his young son welcome to the grave! Away, vexation almost stops my breath, that sundered friends greet in the hour of death. Lucy, farewell, no more my fortune can, but curse the cause I cannot aid the man. Maine, Blois, Poictiers, and Tours are won away, long all of Somerset and his delay.
Exit, with his soldiers.
Thus, while the vulture of sedition feeds in the bosom of such great commanders, sleeping neglection doth betray to loss the conquest of our scarce cold conqueror, that ever-living man of memory, Henry the Fifth, whiles they each other cross, lives, honours, lands, and all hurry to loss.
Exit. Scene 4. Other plains in Gascony. Enter Somerset with his army, a captain of Talbot's with him.
It is too late. I cannot send them now. This expedition was by York and Talbot too rashly plotted. All our general force might with a sally of the very town be buckled with. The overdaring Talbot hath sullied all his gloss of former honour by this unheedful, desperate, wild adventure. York set him on to fight and die in shame. That Talbot dead, great York might bear the name.
Here is Sir William Lucy, who with me set from our o'ermatched forces forth for aid.
Enter Sir William Lucy.
How now, Sir William, whither were you sent?
Whither, my lord? From bought and sold Lord Talbot, who ringed about with bold adversity, cries out for noble York and Somerset to beat assailing death from his weak legions. And whiles the honourable captain there drops bloody sweat from his war-wearied limbs, and in advantage lingering looks for rescue, you, his false hopes, the trust of England's honour, keep off aloof with worthless emulation. Let not your private discord keep away the levied succours that should lend him aid, while he, renowned noble gentleman, yields up his life unto a world of odds. Orleans the bastard, Charles, Burgundy, Alençon, Rainier compass him about, and Talbot perisheth by your default.
York set him on, York should have sent him aid.
And York as fast upon your grace exclaims, swearing that you withhold his levied host, collected for this expedition.
York lies. He might have sent and had the horse. I owe him little duty and less love, and take foul scorn to fawn on him by sending.
The fraud of England, not the force of France, hath now entrapped the noble-minded Talbot. Never to England shall he bear his life, but dies betrayed to fortune by your strife.
Come, go. I will dispatch the horsemen straight. Within 6 hours they will be at his aid.
Too late comes rescue. He is ta'en or slain, for fly he could not, if he would have fled, and fly would Talbot never, though he might.
If he be dead, brave Talbot, then adieu.
His fame lives in the world, his shame in you.
Exeunt. Scene 5. The English camp near Bordeaux. Enter Talbot and John his son.
O young John Talbot, I did send for thee, to tutor thee in stratagems of war, that Talbot's name might be in thee revived, when sapless age and weak unstable limbs should bring thy father to his drooping chair. But, O malignant and ill-boding stars, now thou art come unto a feast of death, a terrible and unavoided danger. Therefore, dear boy, mount on my swiftest horse, and I'll direct thee how thou shalt escape by sudden flight. Come, dally not, be gone.
Is my name Talbot? And am I your son? And shall I fly? Oh, if you love my mother, dishonour not her honourable name, to make a bastard and a slave of me. The world will say, he is not Talbot's blood, that basely fled when noble Talbot stood.
Fly, to revenge my death, if I be slain.
He that flies so will ne'er return again.
If we both stay, we both are sure to die.
Then let me stay, and father, do you fly. Your loss is great, so your regard should be. My worth unknown, no loss is known in me. Upon my death the French can little boast, in yours they will, in you all hopes are lost. Flight cannot stain the honour you have won, but mine it will, that no exploit have done. You fled for vantage, every one will swear, but if I bow, they'll say it was for fear. There is no hope that ever I will stay. If the first hour I shrink and run away, here on my knee I beg mortality, rather than life preserved with infamy.
Shall all thy mother's hopes lie in one tomb?
Ay, rather than I'll shame my mother's womb.
Upon my blessing, I command thee, go.
To fight I will, but not to fly the foe.
Part of thy father may be saved in thee.
No part of him, but will be shame in me.
Thou never hadst renown, nor canst not lose it.
Yes, your renowned name. Shall flight abuse it?
Thy father's charge shall clear thee from that stain.
You cannot witness for me, being slain. If death be so apparent, then both fly.
And leave my followers here to fight and die? My age was never tainted with such shame.
And shall my youth be guilty of such blame? No more can I be severed from your side, than can yourself in twain divide. Stay, go, do what you will, the like do I. For live I will not, if my father die.
Then here I take my leave of thee, fair son, born to eclipse thy life this afternoon. Come, side by side together live and die, and soul with soul from France to heaven fly.
Exeunt. Scene 6. A field of battle. Alarum. Excursions, wherein John Talbot is hemmed about, and Talbot rescues him.
St. George and victory! Fight, soldiers, fight! The regent hath with Talbot broke his word, and left us to the rage of France his sword. Where is John Talbot? Pause, and take thy breath. I gave thee life, and rescued thee from death.
Oh, twice my father, twice am I thy son. The life thou gavest me first was lost undone, till with thy warlike sword, despite of late, to my determined time thou gavest new date.
When from the Dauphin's crest thy sword struck fire, it warmed thy father's heart with proud desire of bold-faced victory. Then leaden age, quickened with youthful spleen and warlike rage, beat down Alençon, Orleans, Burgundy, and from the pride of Gallia rescued thee. The ireful bastard Orleans, that drew blood from thee, my boy, and had the maidenhood of thy first fight, I soon encountered, and interchanging blows I quickly shed some of his bastard blood, and in disgrace bespoke him thus: Contaminated, base, and misbegotten blood I spill of thine, mean and right poor, for that pure blood of mine which thou didst force from Talbot, my brave boy. Here, purposing the bastard to destroy, came in strong rescue. Speak, thy father's care. Art thou not weary, John? How dost thou fare? Wilt thou yet leave the battle, boy, and fly, now thou art sealed the son of chivalry? Fly, to revenge my death when I am dead. The help of one stands me in little stead. Oh, too much folly is it, well I wot, to hazard all our lives in one small boat. If I today die not with Frenchmen's rage, tomorrow I shall die with mickle age. By me they nothing gain, and if I stay, 'tis but the shortening of my life one day. In thee thy mother dies, our household's name, my death revenge, thy youth, and England's fame. All these and more we hazard by thy stay, all these are saved if thou wilt fly away.
The sword of Orleans hath not made me smart. These words of yours draw life-blood from my heart. On that advantage, bought with such a shame, to save a paltry life and slay bright fame, before young Talbot from old Talbot fly, the coward horse that bears me, fail and die. And like me to the peasant boys of France, to be shame's scorn and subject of mischance. Surely, by all the glory you have won, and if I fly, I am not Talbot's son. Then talk no more of flight, it is no boot, if son to Talbot, die at Talbot's foot.
Then follow thou thy desperate sire of Crete, thou Icarus, thy life to me is sweet. If thou wilt fight, fight by thy father's side, and, commendable proved, let's die in pride.
Exeunt. Scene 7. Another part of the field. Alarum. Excursions. Enter Talbot, led by a servant.
Where is my other life? Mine own is gone. Oh, where's young Talbot? Where is valiant John? Triumphant death, smeared with captivity, young Talbot's valour makes me smile at thee. When he perceived me shrink and on my knee, his bloody sword he brandished over me, and like a hungry lion did commence rough deeds of rage and stern impatience. But when my hungry garden stood alone, tendering my ruin and assailed of none, dizzy-eyed fury and great rage of heart suddenly made him from my side to start into the clustering battle of the French. And in that sea of blood my boy did drench his overmounting spirit, and there died my Icarus, my blossom, in his pride.
Oh, my dear lord, lo, where your son is born.
Enter soldiers with the body of John Talbot.
Thou antic death, which laugh'st us here to scorn, anon, from thy insulting tyranny, coupled in bonds of perpetuity, two Talbots, winged through the lither sky, in thy despite shall scape mortality. O thou, whose wounds become hard-favoured death, speak, thy father, ere thou yield thy breath. Brave death by speaking, whether he will or no. Imagine him a Frenchman, and thy foe. Poor boy! He smiles, methinks, as who should say, had death been French, then death had died today. Come, come and lay him in his father's arms. My spirit can no longer bear these harms. Soldiers, adieu. I have what I would have. Now my old arms are young John Talbot's grave.
Dies. Enter Charles, Alençon, Burgundy, bastard of Orleans, Joan la Pucelle, and forces.
Had York and Somerset brought a rescue in, we should have found a bloody day of this.
How the young whelp of Talbot's raging wood did flesh his puny sword in Frenchman's blood.
Once I encountered him, and thus I said, "Thou maiden youth, be vanquished by a maid." But, with a proud majestical high scorn, he answered thus, "Young Talbot was not born to be the pillage of a giglot wench." So, rushing in the bowels of the French, he left me proudly, as unworthy fight.
Doubtless he would have made a noble knight. See where he lies, inert in the arms of the most bloody nurser of his harms.
Hew them to pieces, hack their bones asunder, whose life was England's glory, Gallia's wonder.
Oh, no, forbear! For that which we have fled during thy life, let us not wrong it dead.
Enter Sir William Lucy, attended, herald of the French preceding.
Herald, conduct me to the Dauphin's tent, to know who hath obtained the glory of the day.
On what submissive message art thou sent?
Submission, Dauphin, 'tis a mere French word. We English warriors wot not what it means. I come to know what prisoners thou hast ta'en, and to survey the bodies of the dead.
For prisoners, askest thou? Hell our prison is. But tell me whom thou seekest.
But where's the great Alcides of the field? Valiant Lord Talbot, Earl of Shrewsbury, created for his rare success in arms, great Earl of Washford, Waterford, and Valence, Lord Talbot of Goodrig and Urchinfield, Lord Strange of Blackmere, Lord Verdon of Alton, Lord Cromwell of Wingfield, Lord Furnivall of Sheffield, the thrice victorious Lord of Falconbridge, Knight of the Noble Order of St. George, worthy St. Michael and the Golden Fleece, Great Marshal to Henry VI, of all his wars within the realm of France.
Here is a silly stately style indeed. The Turk that 52 kingdoms hath, writes not so tedious a style as this. Him that thou magnifiest with all these titles, stinking and fly-blown, lies here at our feet.
Is Talbot slain, the Frenchman's only scourge, your kingdom's terror and black nemesis? Oh, were mine eyeballs into bullets turned, that I in rage might shoot them at your faces! Oh, that I could but call these dead to life! It were enough to fright the realm of France. Were but his picture left amongst you here, it would amaze the proudest of you all. Give me their bodies, that I may bear them hence, and give them burial as beseems their worth.
I think this upstart is old Talbot's ghost. He speaks with such a proud commanding spirit. For God's sake, let him have him. To keep them here, they would but stink, and putrefy the air.
Go, take their bodies hence.
I'll bear them hence, but from their ashes shall be reared a phoenix that shall make all France afeard.
So we be rid of them, do with them what thou wilt. And now to Paris, in this conquering vein all will be ours, now bloody Talbot slain.
Exeunt. End of Act 4. Act 5 of Henry VI Part 1 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 1. London. The Palace. Senate. Enter King Henry VI, Gloucester, and Exeter.
Have you perused the letters from the Pope, the Emperor, and the Earl of Armagnac?
I have, my lord, and their intent is this. They humbly sue unto your excellence to have a godly peace concluded of between the realms of England and of France.
How doth your grace effect their motion?
Well, my good lord, and as the only means to stop effusion of our Christian blood, and establish quietness on every side.
Ay, marry, uncle, For I always thought it was both impious and unnatural that such amenity and bloody strife should reign among professors of one faith.
Beside, my lord, the sooner to effect and surer bind this knot of amity. The Earl of Armagnac, near knit to Charles, a man of great authority in France, proffers his only daughter to your grace in marriage, with a large and sumptuous dowry.
Marriage, uncle! Alas, my years are young, and fitter is my study and my books than wanton dalliance with a paramour. Yet call the ambassador, and as you please, so let them have their answers every one. I shall be well content with any choice tends to God's glory and my country's weal.
Enter Cardinal of Winchester, in cardinal's habit, a legate and 2 ambassadors.
What? Is my Lord of Winchester installed, and called unto a cardinal's degree? Then I perceive that will be verified. Henry the Fifth did sometime prophesy, if once he come to be a cardinal, he'll make his cap co-equal with the crown.
My lords ambassadors, your several suits have been considered and debated on, and therefore are we certainly resolved to draw conditions of a friendly peace, which by my Lord of Winchester we mean shall be transported presently to France.
And for the proffer of my lord your master, I have informed his highness so at large, as liking of the lady's virtuous gifts, her beauty, and the value of her dower. He doth intend she shall be England's queen.
In argument and proof of which contract, bear her this jewel, pledge of my affection, and so, my Lord Protector, see them guarded and safely brought to Dover, where in shipped commit them to the fortune of the sea.
Exeunt all but Cardinal of Winchester and legate.
Stay, my lord legate. You shall first receive the sum of money which I promised should be delivered to his holiness, for clothing me in these grave ornaments.
I will attend upon your lordship's leisure.
Aside.
Now Winchester will not submit, I trow, or be inferior to the proudest peer. Humphrey of Gloucester, thou shalt well perceive that neither in birth or for authority the bishop will be overborne by thee. I'll either make thee stoop and bend thy knee, or sack this country with a mutiny.
Exeunt. Scene 2. France. Plains in Anjou. Enter Charles, Burgundy, Alençon, Bastard of Orleans, Rainier, Joan la Pucelle, and forces.
This news, my lord, may cheer our drooping spirits. 'Tis said the stout Parisians do revolt and turn again unto the warlike French.
Then march to Paris, royal Charles of France, and keep not back your powers and dalliance.
Peace be amongst them, if they turn to us. Else, ruin combat with their palaces.
Enter Scout.
Success unto our valiant general, and happiness to his accomplices.
What tidings send our scouts? I pray thee, speak.
The English army that divided was into 2 parties is now conjoined in one, and means to give you battle presently.
Somewhat too sudden, sirs, the warning is, but we will presently provide for them.
I trust the ghost of Talbot is not there. Now he is gone, my lord, you need not fear.
Of all base passions, fear is most accursed. Commend the conquest, Charles, it shall be thine. Let Henry fret, and all the world repine.
Then on, my lords, and France be fortunate.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Before Angers. Alarum. Excursions. Enter Joan la Pucelle.
The regent conquers, and the Frenchmen fly. Now help, ye charming spells and periapts, and ye choice spirits that admonish me, and give me signs of future accidents.
Thunder.
You speedy helpers, that are substitutes under the lordly monarch of the north, appear and aid me in this enterprise.
Enter Fiends.
This speedy and quick appearance argues proof of your accustomed diligence to me. Now, ye familiar spirits, that are curled out of the powerful regions under earth, help me this once, that France may get the field.
They walk and speak not.
Oh, hold me not with silence over long. Where I was wont to feed you with my blood, I lop a member of and give it you in earnest of further benefit, so you do condescend to help me now.
They hang their heads.
No hope to have redress? My body shall pay recompense, if you will grant my suit.
They shake their heads.
Cannot my body nor blood sacrifice entreat you to your wanted furtherance? Then take my soul, my body, soul and all, before that England give the French the foil.
They depart.
See, they forsake me. Now the time is come that France must veil her lofty plumed crest, and let her head fall into England's lap. My ancient incantations are too weak, and hell too strong for me to buckle with. Now, France, thy glory droopeth to the dust.
Exit. Excursions. Re-enter Joan la Pucelle, fighting hand to hand with York. Joan la Pucelle is taken. The French fly.
Damsel of France, I think I have you fast. Unchain your spirits now with spelling charms, and try if they can gain your liberty. A goodly prize, fit for the devil's grace. See how the ugly wench doth bend her brows, as if with Circe she would change my shape.
Changed to a worser shape thou canst not be.
Oh, Charles the Dauphin is a proper man. No shape but his can please your dainty eye.
A plaguing mischief light on Charles and thee, and may you both be suddenly surprised by bloody hands in sleeping on your beds.
Fell-banning hag, enchantress, hold thy tongue.
I pry thee, give me leave to curse awhile.
Curse, miscreant, when thou comest to the stake.
Exeunt. Alarum. Enter Suffolk, with Margaret in his hand.
Be what thou wilt, thou art my prisoner.
Gazes on her.
O fairest beauty, do not fear nor fly, for I will touch thee but with reverent hands. I kiss these fingers for eternal peace, and lay them gently on thy tender side. Who art thou? Say that I may honour thee.
Margaret my name, and daughter to a king, the King of Naples, whosoe'er thou art.
An earl I am, and Suffolk am I called. Be not offended, nature's miracle, thou art allotted to be ta'en by me. So doth the swan her downy cygnet save, keeping them prisoner underneath her wings. Yet if this servile usage once offend, go and be free again as Suffolk's friend.
She is going.
Oh, stay! I have no power to let her pass. My hand would free her, but my heart says no, as plays the sun upon the glassy streams twinkling another counterfeited beam, so seems this gorgeous beauty to mine eyes. Fain would I woo her, yet I dare not speak. I'll call for pen and ink, and write my mind. Fie, de la Pole, disable not thyself. Hath not a tongue? Is she not here? Wilt thou be daunted by a woman's sight? Ay, beauty's princely majesty is such, confounds the tongue, and makes the senses rough.
Say, Earl of Suffolk, if thy name be so, what ransom must I pay before I pass? For I perceive I am thy prisoner.
How canst thou tell she will deny thy suit, before thou make a trial of her love?
Why speak'st thou not? What ransom must I pay?
She's beautiful, and therefore to be wooed. She is a woman, therefore to be won.
Wilt thou accept of ransom, yea or no?
Fond man, remember that thou hast a wife. Then how can Margaret be thy paramour?
I were best to leave him, for he will not hear.
There all is marred, there lies a cooling card.
He talks at random, sure the man is mad.
And yet a dispensation may be had.
And yet I would that you would answer me.
I'll win this Lady Margaret. For whom? Why, for my king. Tush, that's a wooden thing.
He talks of wood. It is some carpenter.
Yet so my fancy may be satisfied, and peace established between these realms. But there remains a scruple in that too, for though her father be the King of Naples, Duke of Anjou and Maine, yet he is poor, and our nobility will scorn the match.
Hear ye, captain, are you not at leisure?
It shall be so, disdain they ne'er so much. Henry is youthful and will quickly yield. Madam, I have a secret to reveal.
What though I be enthralled? He seems a knight, and will not any way dishonour me.
Lady, vouchsafe to listen what I say.
Perhaps I shall be rescued by the French, and then I need not crave his courtesy.
Sweet madam, give me a hearing in a cause.
Tush, women have been captivate ere now.
Lady, wherefore talk you so?
I cry you mercy, 'tis but quid for quo.
Say, gentle princess, would you not suppose your bondage happy to be made a queen?
To be a queen in bondage is more vile than as a slave in base servility, for princes should be free.
And so shall you, if happy England's royal king be free.
Why, what concerns his freedom unto me?
I'll undertake to make thee Henry's queen, and put a golden sceptre in thy hand, and set a precious crown upon thy head, if thou wilt condescend to be my...
What?
His love.
I am unworthy to be Henry's wife.
No, gentle madam, I unworthy am to woo so fair a dame to be his wife, and have no portion in the choice myself. How say you, madam? Are ye so content?
And if my father please, I am content.
Then call our captains and our colours forth, and madam, at your father's castle walls we'll crave a parley to confer with him.
A parley sounded. Enter Rainier on the walls.
See, Rainier, see thy daughter prisoner.
To whom?
To me.
Suffolk, what remedy? I'm a soldier and unapt to weep, or to exclaim on fortune's fickleness.
Yes, there is remedy enough, my lord. Consent, and for thy honour give consent. Thy daughter shall be wedded to my king, whom I with pain have wooed and won thereto, and this her easy held imprisonment hath gained thy daughter princely liberty.
Speaks Suffolk as he thinks?
Fair Margaret knows that Suffolk doth not flatter, face, or feign.
Upon thy princely warrant I descend to give the answer of thy just demand.
Exit from the walls.
And here I will expect thy coming.
Trumpets sound. Enter Rainier below.
Welcome, brave earl, into our territories. Command in Anjou what your honour pleases.
Thanks, Rainier, happy for so sweet a child, fit to be made companion with a king. What answer makes your grace unto my suit?
Since thou dost deign to woo her little worth, to be the princely bride of such a lord, upon condition I may quietly enjoy mine own, the country Maine and Anjou, free from oppression or the stroke of war, my daughter shall be Henry's if he please.
That is her ransom. I deliver her, and those 2 counties I will undertake your grace shall well and quietly enjoy.
And I again, in Henry's royal name, as deputy unto that gracious king, give thee her hand for sign of plighted faith.
Rainier of France, I give thee kingly thanks, because this is in traffic of a king.
Aside.
And yet methinks I could be well content to be mine own attorney in this case. I'll over then to England with this news, and make this marriage to be solemnized. So farewell, Rainier. Set this diamond safe in golden palaces, as it becomes.
I do embrace thee, as I would embrace the Christian prince King Henry, were he here.
Farewell, my lord. Good wishes, praise, and prayers shall Suffolk ever have of Margaret.
Going.
Farewell, sweet madam. But hark you, Margaret, no princely commendations to my king.
Such commendations as becomes a maid, a virgin, and his servant. Say to him.
Words sweetly placed and modestly directed. But, madam, I must trouble you again. No loving token to his majesty?
Yes, my good lord, a pure unspotted heart, never yet taint with love, I send the king.
And this withal.
Kisses her.
That for thyself. I will not so presume to send such peevish tokens to a king.
Exeunt Rainier and Margaret.
Oh, wert thou for myself! But, Suffolk, stay, thou mayst not wander in that labyrinth. There minotaurs and ugly treasons lurk. Solicit Henry with her wondrous praise. Bethink thee on her virtues that surmount, and natural graces that extinguish art. Repeat their semblance often on the seas, that when thou comest to kneel at Henry's feet, thou mayst bereave him of his wits with wonder.
Exit. Scene 4. Camp of the York in Anjou. Enter York, Warwick, and others.
Bring forth that sorceress condemned to burn.
Enter Joan la Pucelle, guarded, and a shepherd.
O Joan, this killed thy father's heart outright. Have I sought every country far and near, and, now it is my chance to find thee out, must I behold thy timeless cruel death? Ah, Joan, sweet daughter Joan, I die with thee.
Decrepit miser, base ignoble wretch, I am descended of a gentler blood. Thou art no father nor no friend of mine.
Out, my lords, and please you, 'tis not so. I did beget her, all the parish knows. Her mother liveth yet, can testify she was the first fruit of my bachelorship.
Graceless, wilt thou deny thy parentage?
This argues what her kind of life hath been, wicked and vile, and so her death concludes.
Fie, John, that thou wilt be the obstacle. God knows thou art a clop of my flesh, and for thy sake I have shed many a tear. Deny me not, I pray thee, gentle Joanne.
Peasant, I won't. You have upon this man of purpose to obscure my noble birth.
'Tis true. I gave a noble to the priest the morn that I was wedded to her mother. Kneel down and take my blessing, good my girl. Will thou not stoop? Now cursed be the time of thy nativity. I will the milk thy mother gave thee, when thou suck'dst her breast, had been a little ratsbane for thy sake. Or else, when thou didst keep my lambs afield, I wish some ravenous wolf had eaten thee. Dost thou deny thy father, cursed drab? Oh, burn her, burn air, hanging is too good.
Exit.
Take her away, for she hath lived too long to fill the world with vicious qualities.
First, let me tell you whom you have condemned. Not me begotten of a shepherd swain, but issued from the progeny of kings, virtuous and holy, chosen from above, by inspiration of celestial grace, to work exceeding miracles on earth. I never had to do with wicked spirits, but you, that are polluted with your lusts, stained with the guiltless blood of innocence, corrupt and tainted with 1,000 vices, because you want the grace that others have, you judge it straight a thing impossible to compass wonders but by help of devils. No, misconceived. Joan of Arc hath been a virgin from her tender infancy, chaste and immaculate in very thought, whose maiden blood, thus rigorously effused, will cry for vengeance at the gates of heaven.
Ay, away with her to execution.
And hark ye, sirs, because she is a maid, spare for no faggots, let there be enow. Place barrels of pitch upon the fatal stake, that so her torture may be shortened.
Will nothing turn your unrelenting hearts? Then, Joan, discover thine infirmity, that warranteth by law to be thy privilege. I am with child, ye bloody homicides. Murder not then the fruit within my womb, although ye hale me to a violent death.
Now heaven forfend the holy maid with child.
The greatest miracle that e'er ye wrought, is all your strict preciseness come to this?
She and the Dauphin have been juggling. I did imagine what would be her refuge.
Well, go to. We'll have no bastards live, especially since Charles must father it.
You are deceived. My child is none of his. It was Alençon that enjoyed my love.
Alençon, that notorious Machiavel. It dies, and if it had 1,000 lives.
Oh, give me leave, I have deluded you. 'Twas neither Charles, nor yet the Duke I named, but Regnier, King of Naples, that prevailed.
A married man! That's most intolerable.
Why, here's a girl. I think she knows not well there were so many whom she may accuse.
It's sign she hath been liberal and free.
And yet, forsooth, she is a virgin pure. Strumpet, thy words condemn thy brat and thee. Use no entreaty, for it is in vain.
Then lead me hence, with whom I leave my curse. May never glorious sun reflect his beams upon the country where you make abode, but darkness and the gloomy shade of death environ you, till mischief and despair drive you to break your necks or hang yourselves.
Exit. Guarded.
Break thou in pieces and consume to ashes, thou foul accursed minister of hell.
Enter Cardinal of Winchester, attended.
Lord Regent, I do greet your excellence with letters of commission from the king. For know, my lords, the states of Christendom, moved with remorse of these outrageous broils, have earnestly implored a general peace betwixt our nation and the aspiring French. And here at hand the Dauphin and his train approacheth, to confer about some matter.
Is all our travail turned to this effect? After the slaughter of so many peers, so many captains, gentlemen, and soldiers that in this quarrel have been overthrown, and sold their bodies for their country's benefit, shall we at last conclude effeminate peace? Have we not lost most part of all the towns? By treason, falsehood, and by treachery, our great progenitors had conquered. O Warwick, Warwick, I foresee with grief the utter loss of all the realm of France.
Be patient, York. If we conclude a peace, it shall be with such strict and severe covenants as little shall the Frenchmen gain thereby.
Enter Charles, Alençon, bastard of Orleans, Rainier, and others.
Since, lords of England, it is thus agreed that peaceful truce shall be proclaimed in France, we come to be informed by yourselves what the conditions of that league must be.
Speak, Winchester, for boiling choler chokes the hollow passage of my poisoned voice by sight of these our baleful enemies.
Charles, and the rest, it is enacted thus: that in regard King Henry gives consent, of mere compassion and of lenity, to ease your country of distressful war, and suffer you to breathe in fruitful peace, you shall become true liegemen to his crown. And Charles, upon condition thou wilt swear to pay him tribute, submit thyself, thou shalt be placed as viceroy under him, and still enjoy thy regal dignity.
Must he be then as shadow of himself, adorn his temples with a coronet, and yet in substance and authority retain but privilege of a private man? This proffer is absurd and reasonless.
'Tis known already that I am possessed with more than half the Gallian territories, and therein reverenced for their lawful king. Shall I, for lucre of the rest unvanquished, detract so much from that prerogative as to be called but the viceroy of the whole? No, Lord Ambassador, I'd rather keep that which I have than, coveting for more, be cast from possibility of all.
Insulting Charles! Hast thou by secret means used intercession to obtain a league, and, now the matter grows to compromise, stand'st thou aloof upon comparison? Either accept the title thou usurp'st, of benefit proceeding from our king, and not of any challenge of desert, or we will plague thee with incessant wars.
My lord, you do not well in obstinacy to cavil in the course of this contract. If once it be neglected, 10 to 1 we shall not find like opportunity.
To say the truth, it is your policy, to save your subjects from such massacre and ruthless slaughters as are daily seen by our proceeding in hostility, and therefore take this compact of a truce, although you break it when your pleasure serves.
How sayest thou, Charles? Shall our conditions stand?
It shall. Only reserved you claim no interest in any of our towns of garrison.
Then swear allegiance to his majesty, as thou art knight, never to disobey, nor be rebellious to the crown of England, thou nor thy nobles to the crown of England. So, now dismiss your army when ye please, hang up your ensign, let your drums be still, for here we entertain a solemn peace.
Exeunt. Scene 5. London, the Palace. Enter Suffolk, in conference with King Henry the Sixth, Gloucester, and Exeter.
Your wondrous rare description, noble Earl, of beauteous Margaret hath astonished me. Her virtues graced with external gifts do breed love's settled passions in my heart, and like as rigour of tempestuous gusts provokes the mightiest hulk against the tide, so am I driven by breath of her renown, either to suffer shipwreck, or arrive where I may have fruition of her love.
Tush, my good lord, this superficial tale is but a preface of her worthy praise. The chief perfections of that lovely dame, had I sufficient skill to utter them, would make a volume of enticing lines, able to ravish any dull conceit. And which is more, she is not so divine, so full replete with choices of all delights, but with as humble lowliness of mind she is content to be at your command. Command, I mean, of virtuous, chaste intent, to love and honour Henry as her lord.
And otherwise will Henry ne'er presume. Therefore, my Lord Protector, give consent that Margaret may be England's royal queen.
So shall I give consent to flatter sin? You know, my lord, your highness is betrothed, and to another lady of esteem. How shall we then dispense with that contract, and not deface your honour with reproach?
As doth a ruler with unlawful oaths, one that at a triumph of having vowed to try his strength forsaketh yet the lists by reasons of his adversary's odds. A poor earl's daughter is on equal odds, and therefore may be broke without offence.
Why, what, I praise Margaret more than that? Her father is no better than an earl, although in glorious titles he excel.
Yes, lord, her father is a king, the King of Naples and Jerusalem, and of such great authority in France as his alliance will confirm our peace and keep the Frenchmen in allegiance.
And so the Earl of Armagnac may do, because he is near kinsman unto Charles.
Beside, his wealth doth warrant a liberal dower, where reigneers sooner will receive than give.
A dower, my lords? Disgrace not so your king, that he should be so abject, base, and poor, to choose for wealth and not for perfect love. Henry is able to enrich his queen, and not seek a queen to make him rich. So worthless peasants bargain for their wives, as market men for oxen, sheep, or horse. Marriage is a matter of more worth than to be dealt with by attorneyship. Not whom we will, but whom his grace affects, must be companion of his nuptial bed. Therefore, lord, since he affects her most, it most of all these reasons bindeth us. In our opinion she should be preferred. For what is wedlock forced but a hell, an age of discourse and continual strife, whereas the contrary brings bliss, and is a pattern of celestial peace? Whom should be matched with Henry, being a king, but Margaret that is daughter to a king? Her peerless feature, joined with her birth, approves her fit for none but for a king. Her valiant courage and undaunted spirit, more than in women commonly is seen, will answer our hope in issue of a king. For Henry, son unto a conqueror, is likely to beget more conquerors, if with a lady of so high resolve as his fair Margaret he be linked in love. Then yield, my lords, and here conclude with me, that Margaret shall be queen, and none but she.
Whether it be through force of your report, my noble Lord of Suffolk, or for that my tender youth was never yet attaint with any passion of inflaming love, I cannot tell. But this I am assured, I feel such sharp dissension in my breast, such fierce alarums both of hope and fear, as I am sick with working of my thoughts. Take therefore shipping, post, my lord, to France, agree to any covenants, and procure that Lady Margaret do vouchsafe to come, to cross the seas to England, and be crowned King Henry's faithful and anointed queen. For your expenses and sufficient charge, among the people gather up a 10th. Begone, I say, for till you do return, I rest perplexed with 1,000 cares. And you, good uncle, banish all offence. If you do censure me by what you were, not what you are, I know it will excuse this sudden execution of my will. And so, conduct me where, from company, I may revolve and ruminate my grief.
Exit.
Ay, grief, I fear me. Both, at first, and last.
Exeunt Gloucester and Exeter.
Thus Suffolk hath prevailed, and thus he goes, as did the youthful Paris once to Greece, with hope to find the like event in love, but prosper better than the Trojan did. Margaret shall now be queen, and rule the king, but I will rule both her, the king, and realm.
Exit. End of Act 5. End of Henry VI Part 1 by William Shakespeare. Henry VI Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Alexander Eden, a Kentish gentleman, read by Cindy Royce.
The Beadle, read by Algy Pug.
Bolingbroke, a conjurer, read by Martin Geeson.
The Captain, read by Sandra.
Clerk of Chatham, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Dick the Butcher, read by James O'Connor.
The Duke of Buckingham, read by Lars Rolander.
Duke of Gloucester, read by Sean Randall.
Duke Earl of Somerset, read by Larry Womack.
Earl of Salisbury, read by Michael Erskines.
The Earl of Suffolk, read by Frank Booker.
Earl of Warwick, read by Algy Pug.
Eleanor, Duchess of Gloucester, read by Musical Heart 1.
Father John Hume, read by Christine Blashford.
First Citizen, read by Elizabeth Klett.
First Gentleman, Second Murderer, Second Petitioner, and Townsman, read by David Lawrence.
First Murderer, read by Rigby J.M.
First Neighbour, read by Algy Pug.
First Petitioner, read by John Fricker.
George Bevis, read by Algy Pug.
Henry VI, read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Harold, read by Sandra.
Jack Cade, read by Martin Geeson.
John Holland, a follower of Cade, read by Denny Sayers.
King Edward IV, Plantagenet, read by Dale Burgess.
Lord Clifford, read by Aidan Brack.
Lord Say, by Cindy Rice.
Lord Scales, read by Algy Pug.
Margaret Jordan, a witch, read by Nadine Cadboulet.
Master, read by Ken Goldstein.
Mayor of St. Albans, read by James O'Connor.
Messenger, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Michael, a follower of Cade, read by Bruce Peary.
Peter, Thomas Horner's man, read by Denny Sayers.
Post, read by Algy Pug.
Queen Margaret, read by Elizabeth Klett.
Richard Plantagenet, read by David Goldfarb.
Richard Plantagenet the Younger, read by Lars Rolander.
Second Gentleman, read by Algy Pug.
Second Neighbour, read by Aidan Brack.
Servant, read by Karin Heidusich.
Sheriff, read by Ken Goldstein.
Simcox, read by Sandra.
Simcox's Wife, read by Lucy Perry.
Sir Humphrey Stafford, read by Rick F.
Sir John Stanley, read by Vedgegrower.
Smith the Weaver, read by David Goldfarb.
Soldier, Spirit, read by Algy Pug.
Third Neighbour, read by John Fricker.
Thomas Horner, read by Dale Burgess.
Wo, read by Karin Heidusich.
Walter Whitmore, read by Dale Burgess.
William Stafford, read by John Fricker.
Bishop of Winchester, read by Jason Mills.
Young Clifford, read by Amy Graymore.
Narrator by Roseanne Schmidt. End of Dramatis Personae. Act 1 of Henry VI Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 1. London, the Palace. Flourish of trumpets. Then hautboys. Enter King Henry VI, Gloucester, Salisbury, Warwick, and Cardinal on the one side, Queen Margaret, Suffolk, York, Somerset, and Buckingham on the other.
As by your high imperial majesty I had in charge at my depart for France, as procurator to your excellence, to marry Princess Margaret for your grace, so in the famous ancient city tours, in presence of the kings of France and Sicily, the Dukes of Orleans, Calabar, Bretagne, and Alenton, Sentinels, 12 barons, and 20 reverend bishops, I have performed my task and was espoused, and humbly now, upon my bended knee, in sight of England and her lordly peers, deliver up my title in the Queen to your most gracious hands, that are the substance of that great shadow I did represent, the happiest gift that ever Marquess gave, the fairest Queen that ever King received.
Suffolk, arise. Welcome, Queen Margaret. I can express no kinder sign of love than this kind kiss. O Lord, that lends me life, lend me a heart replete with thankfulness. For thou hast given me in this beauteous face a world of earthly blessings to my soul, if sympathy of love unite our thoughts.
Great King of England, and my gracious lord, the mutual conference that my mind hath had, by day, by night, waking and in my dreams, in courtly company or at my beads, with you, mine alder-leafest sovereign, makes me the bolder to salute my king with ruder terms, such as my wit affords, and overjoy of heart doth minister.
Her sight did ravish, but her grace in speech, her words yclad with wisdom's majesty, makes me from wondering fall to weeping joys. Such is the fullness of my heart's content. Lords, with one cheerful voice welcome my love.
Long live Queen Margaret, England's happiness.
We thank you all.
Flourish.
My Lord Protector, so it please your grace, here are the articles of contracted peace between our sovereign and the French King Charles for 18 months, concluded by consent.
Reads.
Imprimis, it is agreed between the French King Charles and William de la Pole, Marquess of Suffolk, ambassador for Henry, King of England, that the said Henry shall espouse the Lady Margaret, daughter unto Rainier, King of Naples, Sicilia, and Jerusalem, and crown her Queen of England ere the 30th of May next ensuing. Item, that the Duchy of Anjou and the County of Maine shall be released and delivered to the King, her father.
Lets the paper fall.
Uncle, how now?
Pardon me, gracious lord, some sudden qualm hath struck me at the heart, and dimmed mine eyes, that I can read no further.
Uncle of Winchester, I pray, read on.
Reads.
Item, it is further agreed between them that the Duchies of Anjou and Maine shall be released and delivered over to the King her father, and she sent over of the King of England's own proper cost and charges, without having any dowry.
They please us well. Lord Marquess, kneel down. We here create thee the first Duke of Suffolk, and gird thee with the sword. Cousin of York, we here discharge your grace from being regent to the parts of France till term of 18 months be full expired. Thanks, Uncle Winchester, Gloucester, York, Buckingham, Somerset, Salisbury, and Warwick. We thank you all for the great favour done in entertainment to my princely queen. Come, let us in, and with all speed provide to see her coronation be performed.
Exeunt King Henry VI, Queen Margaret, and Suffolk.
Brave peers of England, pillars of the state, to you Duke Humphrey must unload his grief, your grief, the common grief of all the land. What did my brother Henry spend his youth, his valour, coin, and people in the wars? Did he so often lodge in open field, in winter's cold and summer's parching heat, to conquer France, his true inheritance? And did my brother Bedford toil his wits to keep by policy what Henry got? Have you yourselves, Somerset, Buckingham, brave York, Salisbury, victorious Warwick, received deep scars in France and Normandy? Or hath mine uncle Beaufort and myself, with all the learned counsel of the realm, studied so long, sat in the council house early and late, debating to and fro how France and Frenchmen might be kept in awe? And had his highness in his infancy crowned in Paris in despite of foes? And shall these labours and these honours die? Shall Henry's conquest, Bedford's vigilance, your deeds of war, and all our counsel die? Oh, peers of England, shameful is this league, fatal this marriage, cancelling your fame, blotting your names from books of memory, raising the characters of your renown, defacing monuments of conquered France, and doing all as all had never been.
Nephew, what means this passionate discourse, this peroration with such circumstance? For France, 'tis ours, and we will keep it still.
Ay, uncle, we will keep it, if we can. But now it is impossible we should. Suffolk, the new-made duke that rules the roast, hath been given the duchy of Anjou and of Maine. And to the poor King Rainier, whose large style agrees not with the leanness of his purse.
Now, by the death of him that died for all these counties with the keys of Normandy. But wherefore weeps Warwick, my valiant son?
For grief they are past recovery. For, whether hope to conquer them again, my sword should shed hot blood, mine eyes no tears. Anjou and Maine, myself did win them both. Those provinces these arms of mine did conquer. And are the cities, that I got with wounds, delivered up again with peaceful words? Mort Dieu!
For Suffolk's duke, may he be suffocate that dims the honour of this warlike isle. France should have torn and rent my very heart before I would have yielded to this league. I never read but England's kings have had large sums of gold and dowries with their wives, and our King Henry gives away his own to match with her that brings no vantages.
A proper jest, and never heard before, that Suffolk should demand a whole 15th for costs and charges in transporting her. She should have stayed in France, and starved in France before.
My lord of Gloucester, now ye grow too hot. It was the pleasure of my lord the king.
My lord of Winchester, I know your mind. 'Tis not my speeches that you do mislike, but 'tis my presence that does trouble ye. Rancour will out, pride prelate in thy face, I see thy fury. If I longer stay, we shall begin our ancient bickerings. Lordings, farewell, and say when I am gone, I prophesied France will be lost ere long.
Exit.
So there goes our protector in a rage. 'Tis known to you he is mine enemy. Nay, more, an enemy unto you all, and no great friend, I fear me, to the king. Consider, lords, he is the next of blood, and heir apparent to the English crown. Had Henry got an empire by his marriage, and all the wealthy kingdoms of the west, there's reason he should be displeased at it. Look to it, lords, let not his smoothing words bewitch your hearts. Be wise and circumspect. What though the common people favour him, calling him Humphrey, the good Duke of Gloucester, clapping their hands and crying with loud voice, Jesu you maintain your royal excellence, with God preserve the good Duke Humphrey. I fear me, lords, for all this flattering gloss, he will be found a dangerous protector.
Why should he then protect our sovereign, he being of age to govern himself? Cousin of Somerset, join you with me, and all together with the Duke of Suffolk we'll quickly hoist Duke Humphrey from his seat.
This weighty business will not brook delay. I'll to the Duke of Suffolk presently.
Exit.
Cousin of Buckingham, though Humphrey's pride and greatness of his place be grief to us, yet let us watch the haughty cardinal. His insolence is more intolerable than all the princes in the land beside. If Gloucester be displaced, he'll be protector.
Or thou or I, Somerset, will be protector, despite Duke Humphrey or the cardinal.
Exeunt Buckingham and Somerset.
Pride went before, ambition follows him. While these do labour for their own preferment, behoves it us to labour for the realm. I never saw but Humphrey Duke of Gloucester did bear him like a noble gentleman. Oft have I seen the haughty cardinal, more like a soldier than a man of the church, as stout and proud as he were lord of all, swear like a ruffian, and demean himself, unlike the ruler of a commonweal. Warwick, my son, the comfort of my age, thy deeds, thy plainness, and thy housekeeping hath won the greatest favour of the commons, excepting none but good Duke Humphrey. And brother York, thy acts in Ireland, in bringing them to civil discipline, thy late exploits done in the heart of France when thou wert regent for our sovereign, have made thee feared and honoured of the people. Join we together for the public good in what we can to bridle and suppress the pride of Suffolk and the Cardinal, with Somerset's and Buckingham's ambition, and as we may cherish Duke Humphrey's deeds while they do tend the profit of the land.
So God help Warwick, as he loves the land, and common profit of his country.
Aside.
And so says York, for he hath greatest cause.
Then let's make haste away, and look unto the main.
Unto the main! O father, Maine is lost, that Maine which by main force Warwick did win, and would have kept so long as breath did last. Main chance, father, you meant, but I meant Maine, which I will win from France, or else be slain.
Exeunt Warwick and Salisbury.
Anjou and Maine are given to the French. Paris is lost. The state of Normandy stands on a tickle point now they are gone. Suffolk concluded on the articles, the peers agreed, and Henry was well pleased to change two dukedoms for a duke's fair daughter. I cannot blame them all. What is to them? 'Tis thine they give away, and not their own. Pirates may make cheap pennyworths of their pillage, and purchase friends, and give to courtesans, still revelling like lords till all be gone, while, as the silly owner of the goods, weeps over them, and wrings his hapless hands, and shakes his head, and trembling stands aloof, while all is shared and all is borne away, ready to starve, and dare not touch his own. So York must sit and fret and bite his tongue, while his own lands are bargained for and sold. Methinks the realms of England, France, and Ireland bear that proportion to my flesh and blood, as did the fatal brand Althea burned unto the prince's heart of Caledon. Anjou and Maine both given unto the French! Cold news for me, for I had hope of France, even as I have of fertile England's soil. A day will come when York shall claim his own, and therefore I will take the Neville's parts, and make a show of love to proud Duke Humphrey, and, when I spy advantage, claim the crown, for that's the golden mark I seek to hit. Nor shall proud Lancaster usurp my right, nor hold the sceptre in his childish fist, nor wear the diadem upon his head, whose church-like humours fits not for a crown. Then, York, be still a while till time do serve. Watch thou, and wake when others be asleep, to pry into the secrets of the state. Till Henry, surfeiting in joys of love, with his new bride and England's dear-bought queen, and Humphrey with the peers be fall'n at jars, then will I raise aloft the milk-white rose, with whose sweet smell the air shall be perfumed, and in my standard bear the arms of York to grapple with the house of Lancaster, and force perforce I'll make him yield the crown, whose bookish rule hath pulled fair England down.
Exit. Scene 2. Gloucester's house. Enter Gloucester and his Duchess.
Why droops my lord like over-ripened corn, hanging the head at Ceres' plenteous load? Why doth the great Duke Humphrey knit his brows, as frowning at the favours of the world? Why are thine eyes fixed to the sullen earth, gazing on that which seems to dim thy sight? What seest thou there? King Henry's diadem, enchased with all the honours of the world? If so, gaze on, and grovel on thy face until thy head be circled with the same. Put forth thy hand, reach at the glorious gold. What? Is't too short? I'll lengthen it with mine, and having both together heaved it up, will both together lift our heads to heaven, and never more abase our sight so low as to vouchsafe one glance unto the ground.
O Nell, sweet Nell, if thou dost love thy lord, banish the canker of ambitious thoughts, and may that thought, when I imagine ill against my king and nephew, virtuous Henry, be my last breathing in this mortal world. My troublous dream this night doth make me sad.
What dreamed, my lord? Tell me, and I'll requite it with sweet rehearsal of my morning's dream.
Methought this staff, mine office, badge in court, was broke in twain by whom I have forgot. But as I think, it was the cardinal, and on the pieces of the broken wand were placed the heads of Edmund, Duke of Somerset, and William de la Pole, first Duke of Suffolk. This was my dream. What it doth bode, God knows.
Tut, this was nothing but an argument, that he that breaks a stick of Gloucester's grove shall lose his head for his presumption. But list to me, my Humphrey, my sweet Duke. Methought I sat in seat of majesty in the cathedral church of Westminster, and in that chair where kings and queens are crowned, where Henry and Dame Margaret kneeled to me, and on my head did set the diadem.
Nay, Eleanor, then must I chide outright. Presumptuous dame, ill-nurtured Eleanor, art thou not second woman in the realm, and the Protector's wife, beloved of him? Hast thou not worldly pleasure at command, above the reach or compass of thy thought? And wilt thou still be hammering treachery to tumble down thy husband and myself from top of honour to disgrace his feet? Away from me, let me hear no more.
What, my lord, are you so choleric with Eleanor for telling but her dream? Next time I'll keep my dreams unto myself, and not be checked.
Nay, be not angry, I am pleased again.
Enter Messenger.
My Lord Protector, 'tis his Highness' pleasure you do prepare to ride unto St. Albans, whereas the King and Queen do mean to hawk.
I go. Come, Nell, thou wilt ride with us?
Yes, my good lord, I'll follow presently.
Exit Gloucester and Messenger.
Follow I must. I cannot go before, while Gloucester bears this base and humble mind. Were I a man, a duke, and next of blood, I would remove these tedious stumbling blocks, and smooth my way upon their headless necks. And, being a woman, I will not be slack to play my part in fortune's pageant. Where are you there? Sir John? Nay, fear not, man, we are alone. There's none but thee and I.
Enter Hume.
Jesus preserve your royal majesty.
What say'st thou? Majesty, I am but grace.
But by the grace of God and Hume's advice, your grace's title shall be multiplied.
What say'st thou, man? Hast thou as yet conferred with Marjorie Jourdain, the cunning witch, with Roger Bolingbroke, the conjurer? And will they undertake to do me good?
This they have promised to show your Highness a spirit raised from depth of underground, that shall make answer to such questions as by your grace shall be propounded him.
It is enough. I'll think upon the questions. When from St. Albans we do make return, we'll see these things effected to the full. Here, Hume, take this reward. Make a merry, man, with thy confederates in this weighty cause.
Exit.
Hume must make merry with the Duchess's gold, marry and shall. But how now, Sir John Hume? Seal up your lips and give no words but mum. The business asketh silent secrecy. Dame Eleanor gives gold to bring the witch. Gold cannot come amiss, were she a devil. Yet have I gold flies from another coast. I dare not say from the rich cardinal, and from the great and new-made Duke of Suffolk, yet I do find it so. For to be plain, they, knowing Dame Eleanor's aspiring humour, have hired me to undermine the Duchess, and buzz these conjurations in her brain. They say a crafty knave does need no broker, yet am I Suffolk and the Cardinal's broker? Hume, if you take not heed, you shall go near to call them both a pair of crafty knaves. Well, so it stands, and thus I fear at last Hume's knavery will be the Duchess's wreck,
And her attainture will be Humphrey's fall. Sort how it will, I shall have gold for all.
Exit. Scene 3. The Palace. Enter 3 or 4 petitioners. Peter, the armourer's man, being one.
My masters, let's stand close. My Lord Protector will come this way by and by, and then we may deliver our supplications in the quill.
Mary, the Lord protect him, for he's a good man. Jesu bless him.
Enter Suffolk and Queen Margaret.
Here comes, methinks, and the Queen with him. I'll be the first, sure.
Come back, fool. This is the Duke of Suffolk, and not my Lord Protector.
How now, fellow? Wouldst anything with me?
I pray my lord pardon me. I took you for my Lord Protector.
Reading.
To my Lord Protector? Are your supplications to his lordship? Let me see them. What is thine?
Mine isn't, please your grace, against John Goodman, my Lord Cardinal's man, for keeping my house and lands and wife and all from me.
Thy wife too? That's some wrong indeed. What's yours? What's here?
Reads.
Against the Duke of Suffolk, for enclosing the commons of Melford. How now, sir knave?
Alas, sir, I am but a poor petitioner of our whole township.
Giving his petition.
Against my master, Thomas Horner, for saying that the Duke of York was rightful heir to the crown.
What sayest thou? Did the Duke of York say he was rightful heir to the crown?
That my master was? No, forsooth. My master said that he was, and that the king was an usurper.
Who is there?
Enter servant.
Take this fellow in and send for his master with a pursuivant presently. We'll hear more of your matter before the king.
Exit servant with Peter.
And as for you, that love to be protected under the wings of our Protector's grace, begin your suits anew, and sue to him.
Tears the supplication.
Away, base cullions! Suffolk, let them go.
Come, let's be gone.
Exeunt.
My Lord of Suffolk, say, is it the guise, is this the fashion in the court of England? Is this the government of Britain's isle, and this the royalty of Albion's king? What, shall King Henry be a pupil still under the surly Gloucester's governance? Am I a queen in title and in style, and must be made a subject to a duke? I tell thee, Pole, when in the city Tour thou ranst a tilt in honour of my love, and stolest away the ladies' hearts of France, I thought King Henry had resembled thee in courage, courtship, and proportion. But all his mind is bent to holiness, to number Ave Maries on his beads. His champions are the prophets and apostles, his weapons holy saws of sacred writ. His study is his tilt-yard, and his loves are brazen images of canonized saints. I would the college of the cardinals would choose him pope, and carry him to Rome, and set the triple crown upon his head. That were a state fit for his holiness.
Madam, be patient. As I was cause your highness came to England, so will I in England work your grace's full content.
Beside the haughty Protector, have we Beaufort, the imperious churchman, Somerset, Buckingham, and grumbling York, and not the least of these but can do more in England than the king.
And he of these that can do most of all cannot do more in England than the Nevilles. Salisbury and Warwick are no simple peers.
Not all these lords do vex me half so much as that proud dame, the Lord Protector's wife. She sweeps it through the court with troops of ladies, more like an empress than Duke Humphrey's wife. Strangers in court do take her for the queen. She bears a duke's revenues on her back, and in her heart she scorns our poverty. Shall I not live to be avenged on her? Contemptuous, base-born callet as she is, she vaunted mongst her minions t'other day, the very train of her worst-wearing gown was better worth than all my father's lands, till Suffolk gave 2 dukedoms for his daughter.
Madam, myself have limed the brush for her, and placed a choir of such enticing birds that she will light to listen to the lays, and never mount to trouble you again. So let her rest. And, madam, list to me, for I am bold to counsel you in this. Although we fancy not the cardinal, yet must we join with him, and with the lords, till we have brought Duke Humphrey in disgrace. As for the Duke of York, this late complaint will make but little for his benefit. So one by one we'll weed them all at last, and you yourself shall steer the happy helm.
Sound a senate. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Gloucester, Cardinal, Buckingham, York, Somerset, Salisbury, Warwick, and the Duchess.
For my part, noble lords, I care not which, or Somerset or York, all's one to me.
If York have ill demeaned himself in France, then let him be denied the regentship.
If Somerset be unworthy of the place, let York be regent. I will yield to him.
Whether your grace be worthy, yea, or no, dispute not that. York is the worthier.
Ambitious Warwick, let thy betters speak.
The cardinal's not my better in the field.
All in this presence are thy betters, Warwick.
Warwick may live to be the best of all.
Peace, son, and show some reason, Buckingham, why Somerset should be preferred in this.
Because the king, forsooth, will have it so.
Madam, the king is old enough himself to give his censure. These are no women's matters.
If he be old enough, what needs your grace to be protector of his excellence?
Madam, I am protector of the realm, and at his pleasure will resign my place.
Resign it, then, and leave thine insolence. Since thou wert king, as who is king but thou, the commonwealth hath daily run to wreck. The Dauphin hath prevailed beyond the seas, and all the peers and nobles of the realm have been as bondmen to thy sovereignty.
The commons hast thou racked. The clergy's bags are lank and lean with thy extortions.
Thy sumptuous buildings and thy wife's attire have cost a mass of public treasury.
Thy cruelty in execution upon offenders hath exceeded law, and left thee to the mercy of the law.
The sale of offices and towns in France, if they were known, as the suspect is great, would make thee quickly hop without thy head.
Exit Gloucester. Queen Margaret drops her fan.
Give me my fan. What, minion? Can ye not?
She gives the Duchess a box on the ear.
Oh, I cry you mercy, madam. Was it you?
Wast I? Yea, I it was, proud Frenchwoman. Could I come near your beauty with my nails, I'd set my 10 commandments in your face.
Sweet aunt, be quiet. 'Twas against her will.
Against her will! Good king, look to it in time. She'll hamper thee, and dandle thee like a baby. Though in this place most master wear no breeches, she shall not strike Dame Eleanor unrevenged.
Exit.
Lord Cardinal, I will follow Eleanor, and listen after Humphrey how he proceeds. She is tickled now, her fume needs no spurs. She'll gallop far enough to her destruction.
Exit. Re-enter Gloucester.
Now, lords, my choler being overblown, with walking once about the quadrangle, I come to talk of commonwealth affairs. As for your spiteful false objections, prove them, and I lie open to the law. But God in mercy still deal with my soul, as I in duty love my king and country. But to the matter that we have in hand, I say, my sovereign, York is meetest man to be your regent in the realm of France.
Before we make election, give me leave to show some reason of no little force that York is most unmeet of any man.
I'll tell thee, Suffolk, why I am unmeet. First, for I cannot flatter thee in pride. Next, if I be appointed for the place, my lord of Somerset will keep me here without discharge, money, or furniture, till France be won into the Dauphin's hands. Last time I danced attendance on his will, till Paris was besieged, famished, and lost.
That can I witness, and a fouler fact did never traitor in the land commit.
Peace, headstrong Warwick.
Image of pride, why should I hold my peace?
Enter Horner, the armourer, and his man, Peter, guarded.
Because here is a man accused of treason. Pray God the Duke of York excuse himself.
Doth any one accuse York for a traitor?
What mean'st thou, Suffolk? Tell me, what are these?
Please it your majesty, this is the man that doth accuse his master of high treason. His words were these, that Richard, Duke of York, was rightful heir unto the English crown, and that your majesty was a usurper.
Say, man, were these thy words?
And shall please your majesty, I never said nor thought any such matter. God is my witness, I am falsely accused by the villain.
By these 10 bones, my lords, he did speak them to me in the garret one night, as we were scouring my Lord of York's armour.
Base dunghill villain and mechanical, I'll have thy head for this thy traitor's speech. I do beseech your royal majesty, let him have all the rigour of the law.
Alas, my lord, hang me if I ever spake the words. My accuser is my prentice, and when I did correct him for his fault the other day, he did vow upon his knees he would be even with me. I have good witness of this. Therefore I beseech your majesty, do not cast away an honest man for a villain's accusation.
Uncle, what shall we say to this in law?
This doom, my lord, if I may judge. Let Somerset be regent over the French, because in York this breeds suspicion, and let these have a day appointed them for single combat in convenient place. For he hath witness of his servant's malice. This is the law, and this Duke Humphrey's doom.
I humbly thank your royal majesty.
And I accept the combat willingly.
Alas, my lord, I cannot fight. For God's sake, pity my case. The spite of man prevaileth against me. O Lord, have mercy upon me. I shall never be able to fight a blow. O Lord, my heart!
Sirrah, or you must fight, or else be hanged.
Away with them to prison, and the day of combat shall be the last of the next month. Come, Somerset, we'll see thee sent away.
Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 4. Gloucester's garden. Enter Margaret, Jourdain, Hume, Southwell, and Bolingbroke.
Come, my masters, the Duchess, I tell you, expects performance of your promises.
Master Hume, we are therefore provided. Will her ladyship behold and hear our exorcisms?
Ay, what else? Fear you not her courage.
I have heard her reported to be a woman of an invincible spirit. But it shall be convenient, Master Hume, that you be by her aloft, while we be busy below, and so I pray you go in God's name, and leave us.
Exit Hume.
Mother Jourdain, be you prostrate and grovel on the earth. John Southwell, read you, and let us to our work.
Enter the Duchess aloft. Hume following.
Well said, my masters, and welcome all. To this gear, the sooner the better.
Patience, good lady. Wizards know their times. Deep night, dark night, the silent of the night. The time of night when Troy was set on fire, the time when screech owls cry, and bandogs howl, and spirits walk, and ghosts break up their graves. That time best fits the work we have in hand. Madam, sit you and fear not. Whom we raise, we will make fast within a hallowed verge.
Here they do the ceremonies belonging, and make the circle.
Coniuro te per ineffabile nomen, tetragrammaton, quod in carta hac in scriptum observas, quod sanctissimi huius nominus virtute, exactissimam in momente mihi prestes obedientiam, idque sine fraude fallacia de equivocatione, prestente hoc salvatore nostro omnipotentissimo, qui acerrimus in tremendo die ultimo, iudex et meus et tuus et viventium tunc erit ac mortuorum erit.
Then the spirit riseth.
Ozu.
less mirth, by the eternal God, whose name and power thou tremblest at, answer that I shall ask, for till thou speak, thou shalt not pass from hence.
Ask what thou wilt, that I had said and done.
Reading out of a paper.
First of the king, what shall of him become?
That you yet lives, that Henry shall depose, but him outlive and die violent death.
As the spirit speaks, Southwell writes the answer.
What fates await the Duke of Suffolk?
By water shall he die, and take his end.
What shall befall the Duke of Somerset?
Let him shun castles, safer shall he be upon the sandy plain, and where castles mounted stand, have done for more I hardly can endure.
Descend to darkness and the burning lake, false fiend, avoid.
Enter York and Buckingham with their guard and break in.
Lay hands upon these traitors and their trash. Beldam, I think we watched you at an inch. What, madam, are you there? The king and commonweal are deeply indebted for this piece of pains. My lord protector will, I doubt it not, see you well guerdoned for these good deserts.
Not half so bad as thine to England's king, injurious duke, that threatest where there's no cause.
True, madam, none at all. What call you this? Away with them, let them be clapped up close, and kept asunder. You, madam, shall with us. Stafford, take her to thee.
Exeunt above, Duchess and Hume guarded.
We'll see your trinkets here all forthcoming. All away.
Exeunt guard with Margaret Jourdain and Southwell, etc.
Lord Buckingham, methinks you watched her well. A pretty plot, well chosen to build upon. Now, pray, my lord, let's see the devil's writ. What have we here?
Reads.
The Duke yet lives that Henry shall depose, but him outlive and die a violent death. Why, this is just Io te iacida Romanos vincere posse. Well, to the rest. Tell me what fate awaits the Duke of Suffolk. By water shall he die and take his end. What shall betide the Duke of Somerset? Let him shun castles. Safer shall he be upon the sandy plains than where castles mounted stand. Come, come, my lords, these oracles are hardly attained and hardly understood. The king is now in progress towards St. Albans, with him the husband of this lovely lady. Thither go these news, as fast as horse can carry them. A sorry breakfast for my lord protector.
Your grace shall give me leave, my lord of York, to be the post in hope of his reward.
At your pleasure, my good lord. Who's within there, ho?
Enter a serving man.
Invite my lords of Salisbury and Warwick to sup with me tomorrow night. Away.
Exeunt. End of Act 1. Act 2 of Henry VI Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 1. St. Albans. Enter King Henry VI, Queen Margaret, Gloucester, Cardinal, and Suffolk, with falconers hollowing.
Believe me, lords, for flying at the brook I saw not better sport these 7 years' day. Yet, by your leave, the wind was very high, and 10 to 1 old Joan had not gone out.
But what a point, my lord, your falcon made, and what a pitch she flew above the rest, to see how God in all his creatures works. Yea, man and birds are fain of climbing high.
No marvel, and it like your majesty, my lord protector's hawks do tower so well. They know their master loves to be aloft, and bears his thoughts above his falcon's pitch.
My lord, 'tis but a base ignoble mind that mounts no higher than a bird can soar.
I thought as much. He would be above the clouds.
Ay, my lord cardinal, how think you by that? Were it not good your grace could fly to heaven?
The treasury of everlasting joy.
Thy heaven is on earth. Thine eyes and thoughts beat on a crown, the treasure of thy heart. Pernicious protector, dangerous peer, that smooth'st it so with king and commonweal.
What, cardinal, is your priesthood going peremptory? Tantene animis coestibus aere? Churchman so hot? Good uncle, hide such malice. With such holiness, can you do it?
No malice, sir, no more than well becomes so good a quarrel and so bad of peer.
As who, my lord?
Why, as you, my lord, and like your lordly lord protectorship.
Why, Suffolk, England knows thine insolence.
And thy ambition, Gloucester.
I prithee peace, good queen, and wet not on these furious peers, for blessed are the peacemakers on earth.
Let me be blessed for the peace I make against this proud protector with my sword.
Aside to Cardinal.
Faith, holy uncle, would 'twere come to that.
Aside to Gloucester.
Marry, when thou darest.
Aside to Cardinal.
Make up no factious numbers for the matter. In thine own person, answer thy abuse.
Aside to Gloucester.
Ay, where thou darest not peep. And if thou darest, this evening, on the east side of the grove.
How now, my lords?
Believe me, cousin Gloucester, had not your man put up the fowl so suddenly, we had had more sport.
Aside to Gloucester.
Come with thy two-hand sword.
True, uncle.
Aside to Gloucester.
Are ye advised? The east side of the grove.
Aside to Cardinal.
Cardinal, I am with you.
Why, how now, Uncle Gloucester?
Talking of hawking, nothing else, my lord.
Aside to Cardinal.
Now, by God's mother priest, I'll shave your crown for this, or all my fence shall fail.
Aside to Gloucester.
Medici te ipsum. Protector, see to it well. Protect yourself.
The winds grow high. So do your stomachs, lords. How irksome is this music to my heart. When such strings jar, what hope of harmony? I pray, my lords, let me compound this strife.
Enter a townsman of St. Albans, crying, "A miracle!"
What means this noise? Fellow, what miracle dost thou proclaim?
A miracle! A miracle!
Come to the king and tell him what miracle.
Forsooth, a blind man at St. Albans shrine, within this half hour, hath received his sight. A man that ne'er saw in his life before.
Now God be praised, that to believing souls gives light in darkness, comfort in despair.
Enter the mayor of St. Albans, and his brethren, bearing Simcox, between two, in a chair, Simcox's wife following.
Here comes the townsman on procession to present your highness with the man.
Great is his comfort in this earthly vale, although by sight his sin be multiplied.
Stand by, my masters. Bring him near the king. His highness's pleasure is to talk with him.
Good fellow, tell us here the circumstance, that we for thee may glorify the Lord. What, Hast thou been long blind, and now restored?
Born blind, and please your grace.
Ay, indeed was he.
What woman is this?
His wife, and like your worship.
Hadst thou been his mother, thou couldst have better told.
Where wert thou born?
At Berwick in the north, and like your grace.
Poor soul, God's goodness hath been great to thee. Let never day nor night unhallowed pass, but still remember what the Lord hath done.
Tell me, good fellow, camest thou here by chance, or of devotion to this holy shrine?
God knows, of pure devotion, of being called 100 times and oftener in my sleep. By good Saint Alban, who said, Simcox, come, offer at my shrine, and I will help thee.
Most true, forsooth, and many time and oft myself have heard a voice to call him so.
What, art thou lame?
Ay, God Almighty help me.
How camest thou so?
A fall off of a tree.
A plum tree, master.
How long hast thou been blind?
Born so, master.
What, and wouldst climb a tree?
But that in all my life, when I was a youth.
Too true, and bought his climbing very dear.
Mass, thou lov'st plums well, thou wouldst venture so.
Alas, good master, my wife desired some damsons, and made me climb with danger of my life.
A subtle knave, but yet it shall not serve. Let me see thine eyes. Wink now. Now open them. In my opinion, yet thou seest not well.
Yes, master, clear as day, I thank God and Saint Alban.
Sayest thou me so? What colour is this cloak of?
Red, master, red as blood.
Why, that's well said. What colour is this gown of?
Black, forsooth, coal black as jet.
Why then, thou know'st what colour jet is of?
And yet, I think, jet did he never see.
But cloaks and gowns before this day are many.
Never before this day in all his life.
Tell me, sirrah, what's my name?
Alas, master, I know not.
What's his name?
I know not.
Nor his?
No, indeed, master.
What's thine own name?
Saunter Simcox, and if it please you, master.
Then, Saunter, sit there, the lyingest knave in Christendom. If thou hadst been born blind, thou mightest as well have known all our names, as thus to name the several colours we do wear. Sight may distinguish of colours, but suddenly to nominate them all, it is impossible. My lords, Saint Alban here hath done a miracle. And would ye not think his cunning to be great, that could restore this cripple to his legs again?
Oh, master, that if you could.
My masters of St. Albans, have ye not beadles in your town, and things called whips?
Yes, my lord, if it please your grace.
Then send for one presently.
Sir, go fetch the beadle hither straight.
Exit an attendant.
Now, fetch me a stool hither by and by. Now, sirrah, if you mean to save yourself from whipping, leap me over this stool and run away.
Alas, master, I'm not able to stand alone. You go about to torture me in vain.
Enter a beadle with whips.
Well, sir, we must have you find your legs. Sirrah Beadle, whip him till he leap over that same stool.
I will, my lord. Come on, sirrah, off with your doublet, quickly.
Alas, master, what shall I do? I'm not able to stand.
After the beadle hath hit him once, he leaps over the stool and runs away, and they follow and cry, A miracle!
O God, seest thou this, and bearest so long?
It made me laugh to see the villain run.
Follow the knave, and take this drab away.
Alas, sir, we did it for pure need.
Let them be whipped through every market town till they come to Berwick, from whence they came.
Exeunt, wife, beadle, mayor, etc.
Duke Humphrey has done a miracle today.
True, made the lame to leap and fly away.
But you have done more miracles than I. You made in a day, my lord, whole towns to fly.
Enter Buckingham.
What tidings with our cousin Buckingham?
Such as my heart doth tremble tenfold. A sort of naughty persons, lewdly bent, under the countenance and confederacy of Lady Eleanor, the Protector's wife, the ringleader and head of all this rout, have practised dangerously against your state, dealing with witches and with conjurers, whom we have apprehended in the fact, raising up wicked spirits from underground, demanding of King Henry's life and death, and other of your Highness's privy council, as more at large your grace shall understand.
Aside to Gloucester.
And so, my Lord Protector, by this means your lady is forthcoming yet at London. This news, I think, hath turned your weapon's edge. 'Tis like, my lord, you will not keep your hour.
Ambitious churchman, leave to afflict my heart. Sorrow and grief have vanquished all my powers, and, vanquished as I am, I yield to thee, or to the meanest groom.
O God, what mischiefs work the wicked ones, heaping confusion on their own heads thereby!
Gloucester, see here the tainture of thy nest, and look thyself be faultless, thou wert best.
Madam, for myself, to heaven I do appeal, how I have loved my king and commonweal. And for my wife, I know not how it stands. Sorry I am to hear what I have heard. Noble she is, but if she have forgot honour and virtue, and conversed with such as, like to pitch, defile nobility, I banish her my bed and company, and give her as a prey to law and shame, that have dishonoured Gloucester's honest name.
Well, for this night we will repose us here, to-morrow toward London back again, to look into this business thoroughly, and call these foul offenders to their answers, and poise the cause in justice equal scales, whose beam stands sure, whose rightful cause prevails.
Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 2. London. York's garden. Enter York, Salisbury, and Warwick.
Now, my good lords of Salisbury and Warwick, our simple supper ended, give me leave in this close walk to satisfy myself in craving your opinion of my title, which is infallible, to England's crown.
My lord, I long to hear it at full.
Sweet York, begin, and if thy claim be good, the Nevilles are thy subjects to command.
Then thus: Edward the Third, my lords, had 7 sons. The first, Edward the Black Prince, Prince of Wales; the second, William of Hatfield; and the third, Lionel, Duke of Clarence, next to whom was John of Gaunt, the Duke of Lancaster; the fifth was Edmund Langley, Duke of York; the sixth was Thomas of Woodstock, Duke of Gloucester; William of Windsor was the seventh and last. Edward the Black Prince died before his father, and left behind him Richard, his only son, who, after Edward the Third's death, reigned as king, till Henry Bolingbroke, Duke of Lancaster, the eldest son and heir of John of Gaunt, crowned by the name of Henry the Fourth, seized on the realm, deposed the rightful king, sent his poor queen to France, from whence she came, and him to Pomfret, where, as you all know, harmless Richard was murdered traitorously.
Father, the Duke hath told the truth. Thus got the house of Lancaster the crown.
Which now they hold by force, and not by right. For Richard, the first son's heir, being dead, the issue of the next son should have reigned.
But William of Hatfield died without an heir.
The third son, Duke of Clarence, from whose line I claimed the crown, had issue, Philippe, a daughter, who married Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March. Edmund had issue, Roger, Earl of March. Roger had issue, Edmund, Anne, and Eleanor.
This Edmund, in the reign of Bolingbroke, as I have read, laid claim unto the crown, and but for Owen Glendower had been king, who kept him in captivity till he died. But to the rest.
His eldest sister, Anne, my mother, being heir unto the crown, married Richard, Earl of Cambridge, who was son to Edmund Langley, Edward the Third's fifth son. By her I claim the kingdom. She was heir to Roger, Earl of March, who was the son of Edmund Mortimer, who married Philippe, sole daughter unto Lionel, Duke of Clarence. So, if the issue of the elder son succeed before the younger, I am king.
What plain proceeding is more plain than this? Henry doth claim the crown from John of Gaunt, the fourth son. York claims it from the third. Till Lionel's issue fails, his should not reign. It fails not yet, but flourishes in thee and in thy sons, fair slips of such a stock. Then, Father Salisbury, kneel we together, and in this private plot be we the first that shall salute our rightful sovereign, with honour of his birthright to the crown.
Long live our sovereign
Richard, England's king.
We thank you, lords. But I am not your king till I be crowned, and that my sword be stained with heart blood of the house of Lancaster. And that's not suddenly to be performed, but with advice and silent secrecy. Do you as I do in these dangerous days. Wink at the Duke of Suffolk's insolence, at Beaufort's pride, at Somerset's ambition, at Buckingham and all the crew of them, till they have snared the shepherd of the flock, that virtuous prince, the good Duke Humphrey. 'Tis that they seek, and they, in seeking that, shall find their deaths, if York can prophesy.
My lord, break we off. We know your mind at full.
My heart assures me that the Earl of Warwick shall one day make the Duke of York a king.
And, Neville, this I do assure myself: Richard shall live to make the Earl of Warwick the greatest man in England but the king.
Exeunt. Scene 3. A hall of justice. Sound trumpets. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Queen Margaret, Gloucester, York, Suffolk, and Salisbury. The Duchess, Margaret Jourdain, Southwell, Hume, and Bolingbroke under guard.
Stand forth, Dame Eleanor Cobham, Gloucester's wife. In sight of God and us your guilt is great. Receive the sentence of the law for sins such as by God's book are adjudged to death. You four, from hence to prison back again, from thence unto the place of execution. The witch in Smithfield shall be burned to ashes, and you three shall be strangled on the gallows. You, madam, for you are more nobly born, despoiled of your honour in your life, shall, after 3 days' open penance done, live in your country here in banishment, with Sir John Stanley in the Isle of Man.
Welcome is banishment. Welcome were my death.
Eleanor, the law you seest hath judged thee. I cannot justify who the law condemns.
Exeunt Duchess and other prisoners guarded.
Mine eyes are full of tears, my heart of grief. Ah, Humphrey, this dishonour in thine age will bring my head with sorrow to the ground. I beseech thy majesty, give me leave to go. Sorrow would solace, and mine age would ease.
Stay, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Ere thou go, give up thy staff. Henry will to himself protector be, and God shall be my hope, my stay, my guide, and lantern to my feet. And go in peace, Humphrey, no less beloved than when thou wert protector to thy king.
I see no reason why a king of years should be to be protected like a child. God and King Henry govern England's realm. Give up your staff, sir, and the king his realm.
My staff. Here, noble Henry, is my staff. As willingly do I the same resign, as ere thy father Henry made it mine. And even as willingly at thy feet I leave it, as others would ambitiously receive it. Farewell, good king. When I am dead and gone, may honourable peace attend thy throne.
Exit.
Why, now is Henry king, and Margaret queen, and Humphrey Duke of Gloucester scarce himself, that bears so shrewd a maim. 2 pulls at once, his lady banished, and a limb lopped off. This staff of honour wrought, there let it stand where it best fits to be, in Henry's hand.
Thus droops this lofty pine and hangs his sprays. Thus Eleanor's pride dies in her youngest days.
Lords, let him go. Please it your majesty, this is the day appointed for the combat, and ready are the appellant and defendant, the armourer and his man, to enter the lists. So please your highness to behold the fight.
Ay, good my lord, for purposely therefore left I the court, to see this quarrel tried.
O God's name, see the lists and all things fit. Here let them end it, and God defend the right.
I never saw a fellow worse bested or more afraid to fight than is the appellant, the servant of this armourer, my lords.
Enter at one door Horner, the armourer, and his neighbours, drinking to him so much that he is drunk. And he enters with a drum before him, and his staff with a sandbag fastened to it. And at the other door Peter, his man, with a drum and sandbag, and prentices drinking to him.
Here, neighbour Horner, I drink to you in a cup of sack. And fear not, neighbour, you shall do well enough.
And here, neighbour, here's a cup of Jonico.
And here's a pot of good double beer, neighbour. Drink and fear not your man.
Let it come out, faith, and I pledge you all in a fig for Peter for credit of the prentices.
I thank you all. Drink, and pray for me, I pray you, for I think I have taken my last draught in this world. Here, Robin, and if I die, I give thee my apron, and Will, thou shalt have my hammer, and here, Tom, take all the money that I have. Oh, Lord, bless me, I pray God, for I am never able to deal with my master. He hath learnt me so much fence already.
Come, leave your drinking and fall to blows. Sirrah, what's thy name?
Peter, forsooth.
Peter, what more?
Thump?
Thump. Then see thou thump thy master well.
Masters, I have come hither as it were upon my man's instigation, to prove him a knave, and myself an honest man. And touching the Duke of York, I will take my death. I never meant him any ill, nor the king, nor the queen, and therefore, Peter, have at thee with a downright blow.
Dispatch, this knave's tongue begins to double. Sound trumpets, alarum to the combatants.
Alarum. They fight, and Peter strikes him down.
Hold, Peter, hold! I confess treason.
Dies.
Take away his weapon. Fellow, thank God, and the good wine in thy master's way.
Oh, God, have I overcome mine enemy in this presence? O Peter, thou hast prevailed in right.
Go, take hence that traitor from our sight. For his death we do perceive his guilt, and God in justice hath revealed to us the truth and innocence of this poor fellow, which he had thought to have murdered wrongfully. Come, fellow, follow us for thy reward.
Sound a flourish. Exeunt. Scene 4. A street. Enter Gloucester and his serving-men in mourning cloaks.
Thus sometimes hath the brightest day a cloud, and after summer evermore succeeds barren winter, with his wrathful nipping cold. So cares and joys abound, as seasons fleet. Sirs, what's o'clock?
10, my lord.
10 is the hour that was appointed me, to watch becoming of my punished duchess. Aneath may she endure the flinty streets, to tread them with her tender feeling feet. Sweet Nell, ill can thy noble mind abrook the abject people gazing on thy face with envious looks, laughing at thy shame, that erst did follow thy proud chariot wheels, when thou didst ride in triumph through the streets. But soft, I think she comes, and I will prepare my tear-stained eyes to see her miseries.
Enter the Duchess in a white sheet, and a taper burning in her hand, with Stanley, the sheriff, and officers.
So please, your grace, we'll take her from the sheriff.
No, stir not for your lives. Let her pass by.
Come you, my lord, to see my open shame. Now thou dost penance too. Look how they gaze. See how the giddy multitude do point and nod their heads and throw their eyes on thee. Ah, Gloucester, hide thee from their hateful looks, and in thy closet pent up rue my shame, and ban thine enemies, both mine and thine.
Be patient, gentle Nell. Forget this grief.
Ah, Gloucester, teach me to forget myself. For whilst I think I am thy married wife, and thou a prince, protector of this land, methinks I should not thus be led along, mailed up in shame, with papers at my back, and followed with a rabble that rejoice to see my tears and hear my deep fet groans. The ruthless flint doth cut my tender feet, and when I start the envious people laugh, and bid me be advised how I tread. Humphrey, can I bear this shameful yoke? Trust thou that ere I'll look upon the world, or count them happy that enjoy the sun, no, dark shall be my light, and night my day. To think upon my pomp shall be my hell. Sometime I'll say I am Duke Humphrey's wife, and he a prince and ruler of the land. Yet so he ruled, and such a prince he was, as he stood by, whilst I, his forlorn duchess, was made a wonder and a pointing stock to every idle rascal follower. But be thou mild, and blush not at my shame, nor stir at nothing, till the axe of death hang over thee, as, sure, it shortly will. For Suffolk, he that can do all in all with her that hateth thee, and hates us all, and York and impious Beaufort, that false priest, have all limed bushes to betray thy wings. And fly thou how thou canst, they'll tangle thee. But fear not thou until thy foot be snared, nor never seek prevention of thy foes.
Ah, Nell, forbear, thou aim'st all awry. I must offend before I be attainted. And had I 20 times so many foes, and each of them had 20 times their power, all these could not procure me any scathe, so long as I am loyal, true, and crimeless. Wouldst have me rescue thee from this reproach? Why, yet thy scandal were not wiped away, but I in danger for the breach of law. Thy greatest help is quiet, gentle Nell. I pray thee, sort thy heart to patience. These few days' wonder will be quickly worn.
Enter a herald.
I summon your grace to his majesty's parliament, holden at Bury, the 1st of this next month.
And my consent ne'er asked herein before? This is close dealing. Well, I will be there.
Exit herald.
My Nell, I take my leave. And Master Sheriff, let not her penance exceed the king's commission.
And please your grace, here my commission stays, and Sir John Stanley is appointed now to take her with him to the Isle of Man.
Must you, Sir John, protect my lady here?
So am I given in charge, may it please your grace.
Entreat her not the worse, in that I pray you use her well. The world may laugh again, and I may live to do you kindness if you do it her. And so, Sir John, farewell.
What? Gone, my lord, and bid me not farewell?
Witness my tears. I cannot stay to speak.
Exeunt Gloucester and servingmen.
Art thou gone too? All comfort go with thee, for none abides with me. My joy is death, death at whose name I oft have been afeard, because I wished this world's eternity. Stanley, I prithee go, and take me hence. I care not whither, for I beg no favour, only convey me where thou art commanded.
Why, madam, that is to the Isle of Man, there to be used according to your state.
That's bad enough, for I am but reproach. And shall I then be used reproachfully?
Like to a duchess and Duke Humphrey's lady. According to that state you shall be used.
Sheriff, farewell, and better than I fare, although thou hast been the conduct of my shame.
It is my office, and madam, pardon me.
Ay, farewell. Thy office is discharged. Come, Stanley, shall we go?
Madam, your penance done, throw off this sheet, and go we to attire you for our journey.
My shame will not be shifted with my sheet. No, it will hang upon my richest robes, and show itself, attire me how I can. Go, lead the way. I long to see my prison.
Exeunt. End of Act 2. Act 3 of Henry VI Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 3, Scene 1. The Abbey. At Bury St. Edmunds. Sound a senate. Enter King Henry the Sixth. Queen Margaret. Cardinal. Suffolk, York, Buckingham, Salisbury, and Warwick, to the Parliament.
I muse my Lord of Gloucester is not come. 'Tis not his wont to be the hindmost man, whate'er occasion keeps him from us now.
Can you not see? Or will ye not observe the strangeness of his altered countenance? With what a majesty he bears himself, how insolent of late he is become, how proud, how peremptory, and unlike himself. We know the time since he was mild and affable, and if we did but glance a far-off look, immediately he was upon his knee, that all the court admired him for submission. But meet him now, and be it in the morn, when every one will give the time of day, he knits his brow, and shows an angry eye, and passeth by with stiff unbowed knee, disdaining duty that to us belongs. Small curs are not regarded when they grin, but great men tremble when the lion roars, and Humphrey is no little man in England. First note that he is near you in descent, and should you fall, he as the next will mount. Meseemeth then it is no policy, respecting what a rancorous mind he bears, and his advantage following your decease, that he should come about your royal person, or be admitted to your highness' council. By flattery hath he won the commons' hearts, and when he please to make commotion, 'tis to be feared they all will follow him. Now 'tis the spring, and weeds are shallow-rooted. Suffer them now, and they'll o'ergrow the garden, and choke the herbs for want of husbandry. The reverent care I bear unto my lord made me collect these dangers in the Duke. If it be fond, call it a woman's fear, which fear, if better reasons can supplant, I will subscribe and say I wronged the Duke. My Lord of Suffolk, Buckingham, and York, reprove my allegation if you can, or else conclude my words effectual.
Well hath your highness seen into this duke, and had I first been put to speak my mind, I think I should have told your grace's tale. The Duchess, by his subordination upon my life, began her devilish practices. Or if he were not privy to those faults, yet by reputing of his high descent, as next the king he was successive heir, and such high vaunts of his nobility, did instigate the bedlam brain-sick Duchess by wicked means to frame our sovereign's fall. Smooth runs the water where the brook is deep, and in his simple show he harbours treason. The fox barks not when he would steal the lamb. No, no, my sovereign, Gloucester is a man unsounded yet, and full of deep deceit.
Did he not, contrary to form of law, devise strange deaths for small offences done?
And did he not, in his protectorship, levy great sums of money through the realm for soldiers' pay in France, and never sent it, by means whereof the towns each day revolted?
Tut, these are petty faults to faults unknown, which time will bring to light in smooth, Duke Humphrey.
My lords, at once. The care you have of us to mow down thorns that would annoy our foot is worthy praise. But shall I speak my conscience? Our kinsman Gloucester is as innocent from meaning treason to our royal person, as is the sucking lamb or harmless dove. The Duke is virtuous, mild, and too well given to dream on evil, or to work my downfall.
Oh, what's more dangerous than this fond affiance? Seems he a dove? His feathers are but borrowed, for he's disposed as the hateful raven. Is he a lamb? His skin is surely lent him, for he's inclined as is the ravenous wolf. Who cannot steal a shape that means deceit? Take heed, my lord, the welfare of us all hangs on the cutting short that fraudful man.
Enter Somerset.
All health unto my gracious sovereign.
Welcome, Lord Somerset. What news from France?
That all your interest in those territories is utterly bereft you. All is lost.
Cold news, Lord Somerset, but God's will be done.
Cold news for me, for I had hope of France, as firmly as I hope for fertile England. Thus are my blossoms blasted in the bud, and caterpillars eat my leaves away. But I will remedy this gear ere long, or sell my title for a glorious grave.
Enter Gloucester.
All happiness unto my lord the king. Pardon, my liege, that I have stayed so long.
Nay, Gloucester, know that thou art come too soon, unless thou wert more loyal than thou art. I do arrest thee of high treason here.
Well, Suffolk, thou shalt not see me blush, nor change my countenance for this arrest. A heart unspotted is not easily daunted. The purest spring is not so free from mud as I am clear from treason to my sovereign. Who can accuse me? Wherein am I guilty?
'Tis thought, my lord, that you took bribes of France, and, being protector, stayed the soldiers' pay, by means whereof his highness hath lost France.
Is it but thought so? What are they that think it? I never robbed the soldiers of their pay, nor ever had one penny bribe from France. So help me God, as I have watched the night, aye, night by night, in studying good for England, that do it I e'er wrested from the king, or any groat I hoarded to my use be brought against me at my trial day. No, many a pound of mine own private store, because I would not tax the needy commons, have I dispersed to the garrisons, but never asked for restitution.
It serves you well, my lord, to say so much.
I say no more than truth, so help me God.
In your protectorship you did devise strange tortures for offenders never heard of, that England was defamed by tyranny.
Why, 'tis well known that whilst I was protector, pity was all the fault that was in me. For I should melt at an offender's tears, and lowly words were ransom for their fault. Unless it were a bloody murderer, or foul felonious thief that fleeced poor passengers, I never gave them condign punishment. Murder indeed, that bloody sin, I tortured above the felloner. What trespass else?
My lord, these faults are easy, quickly answered, but mightier crimes are laid unto your charge, whereof you cannot easily purge yourself. I do arrest you in his highness' name, and here commit you to my lord cardinal, to keep until your further time of trial.
My lord of Gloucester, 'tis my special hope that you will clear yourself from all suspect. My conscience tells me you are innocent.
Ah, gracious lord, these days are dangerous. Virtue is choked with foul ambition, and charity chased hence by a rancor's hand. Foul subornation is predominant, and equity exiled your highness's land. I know their complot is to have my life, and if my death might make this island happy, and prove the period of their tyranny, I would spend it with all willingness. But mine is made the prologue to their play, for thousands more that yet suspect no peril will not conclude their plotted tragedy. Beaufort's red, sparkling eyes blab his heart's malice, and Suffolk's cloudy brow his stormy hate. Sharp Buckingham unburdened with his tongue the envious load that lies upon his heart, and dogged York that reaches at the moon, whose overweening arm I have plucked back by false accused, as level at my life. And you, my sovereign lady, with the rest, causeless, have laid disgraces on my head, and with your best endeavour have stirred up my leafest liege to be mine enemy. Aye, all you have laid your heads together. Myself had notice of your conventicles, and ought to make away my guiltless life. I shall not want false witness to condemn me, nor store of treasons to augment my guilt. The ancient proverb will be well affected. A staff is quickly found to beat a dog.
My liege, his railing is intolerable. If those that care to keep your royal person from treason's secret knife and traitor's rage be thus upbraided, chid, and rated at, and the offender granted scope of speech, 'twill make them cool in zeal unto your grace.
Hath he not twit our sovereign lady here with ignominious words, though clerkly couched, as if she had suborned some to swear false allegations to o'erthrow his state?
But I can give the loser leave to chide.
Far truer spoke than meant. I lose indeed. Beshrew the winners, for they played me false. And well such losers may have leave to speak.
He'll wrest the sense and hold us here all day. Lord Cardinal, he is your prisoner.
Sirs, take away the Duke and guard him sure.
Ah, thus King Henry throws away his crutch before his legs be firm to bear his body. Thus is the shepherd beaten from thy side, and wolves are gnarling who shall gnaw thee first. Ah, that my fear were false. Ah, that it were. For, good King Henry, thy decay I fear.
Exit guarded.
My lords, what to your wisdoms seemeth best, do or undo, as if ourself were here.
What? Will your highness leave the Parliament?
Ay, Margaret, my heart is drowned with grief, whose flood begins to flow within mine eyes, my body round and girt with misery, for what's more miserable than discontent? Ah, Uncle Humphrey, in thy face I see the map of honour, truth, and loyalty. And yet, good Humphrey, is the hour to come, that ere I proved thee false, or feared thy faith. What lowring star now envies thy estate, that these great lords, and Margaret our Queen, do seek subversion of thy harmless life? Thou never didst them wrong, nor no man wrong. And as the butcher takes away the calf, and binds the wretch, and beats it when it strays, bearing it to the bloody slaughter-house, even so remorseless have they borne him hence. And as the dam runs lowing up and down, looking the way her harmless young one went, and can do naught but wail her darling's loss, even so myself bewails good Gloucester's case, with sad unhelpful tears, and with dimmed eyes look after him, and cannot do him good. So mighty are his vowed enemies. His fortunes I will weep, and twixt each groan say, who's a traitor? Gloucester he is none.
Exeunt all but Queen Margaret, Cardinal, Suffolk, and York. Somerset remains apart.
Free lords, cold snow melts with the sun's hot beams. Henry, my lord, is cold in great affairs, too full of foolish pity, and Gloucester's show beguiles him as the mournful crocodile with sorrow snares relenting passengers, or as the snake rolled in a flowering bank with shining checkered slough doth sting a child that for the beauty thinks it excellent. Believe me, lords, were none more wise than I, and yet herein I judge mine own wit good, this Gloucester should be quickly rid the world, to rid us of the fear we have of him.
That he should die is worthy policy, but yet we want a colour for his death. 'Tis meet he be condemned by course of law.
But in my mind that were no policy. The king will labour still to save his life, the commons haply rise to save his life. Yet we have but trivial argument more than mistrust that shows him worthy death.
So that by this you would not have him die?
Ah, York, no man alive so fain as I.
'Tis York that hath more reason for his death. But my lord cardinal, and you, my lord of Suffolk, say as you think, and speak it from your souls. Were't not all one, an empty eagle were set to guard the chicken from a hungry kite, as placed Duke Humphrey for the king's protector?
So the poor chicken should be sure of death.
Madam, 'tis true. And were't not madness then to make the fox surveyor of the fold, who, being accused a crafty murderer, his guilt should be but idly posted over, because his purpose is not executed? No, let him die in that he is a fox, by nature proved an enemy to the flock, before his chaps be stained with crimson blood, as Humphrey proved by reasons to my liege. And do not stand on quillets how to slay him, bit by gins, by snares, by subtlety, sleeping or waking, 'tis no matter how, so he be dead. For that is good deceit, which mates him first, that first intends deceit.
Thrice noble Suffolk, 'tis resolutely spoke.
Not resolute, except so much were done. For things are often spoke and seldom meant. but that my heart accordeth with my tongue, seeing the deed is meritorious, and to preserve my sovereign from his foe. Say but the word, and I will be his priest.
But I would have him dead, my lord of Suffolk, ere you can take due orders for a priest. Say you consent, and censure well the deed, and I'll provide his executioner. I tender so the safety of my liege.
Here is my hand, the deed is worthy doing.
And so say I.
And I. And now we three have spoke it skills not greatly who impugns our doom.
Enter a post.
Great lords, from Ireland am I come amain, to signify that rebels there are up, and put the Englishmen unto the sword. Send succours, lords, and stop the rage betime, before the wound do grew uncurable, for, being green, there is great hope of help.
A breach that craves a quick expedient stop. What counsel give you in this weighty cause?
That Somerset be sent as regent thither. 'Tis meet that lucky ruler be employed. Witness the fortune he hath had in France.
If York, with all his far-fetched policy, had been the regent there instead of me, he never would have stayed in France so long.
No, not to lose it all, as thou hast done. I rather would have lost my life betimes than bring a burthen of dishonour home by staying there so long till all were lost. Show me one scar charactered on thy skin. Men's flesh preserved so whole do seldom win.
Nay, then, this spark will prove a raging fire, if wind and fuel be brought to feed it with. No more, good York. Sweet Somerset, be still. Thy fortune, York, hadst thou been regent here, might happily have proved far worse than his.
What, worse than naught? Nay, then, a shame take all.
And in the number, thee that wishest shame.
My lord of York, try what your fortune is. The uncivil kerns of Ireland are in arms, and temper clay with blood of Englishmen. To Ireland will you lead a band of men, collected choicely, from each county some, and try your hap against the Irishmen?
I will, my lord, so please his majesty.
Why, our authority is his consent, and what we do establish he confirms. Then, noble York, take thou this task in hand.
I am content. Provide me soldiers, lords, whiles I take order for mine own affairs.
A charge, Lord York, that I will see performed. But now return we to the false Duke Humphrey.
No more of him, for I will deal with him that henceforth he shall trouble us no more. And so break off. The day is almost spent. Lord Suffolk, you and I must talk of that event.
My lord of Suffolk, within 14 days at Bristol I expect my soldiers, for there I'll ship them all for Ireland.
I'll see it truly done, my lord of York.
Exalt all but York.
Now, York, or never. Steel thy fearful thoughts, and change misdoubt to resolution. Be that thou hopest to be, or what thou art, resign to death. It is not worth the enjoying. Let pale-faced fear keep with the mean-born man, and find no harbour in a royal heart. Faster than springtime showers comes thought on thought, and not a thought but thinks on dignity. My brain, more busy than the labouring spider, weaves tedious snares to trap mine enemies. Well, nobles, well, 'tis politically done to send me packing with a host of men. I fear me you but warm the starved snake, who, cherished in your breasts, will sting your hearts. 'Twas men I lacked, and you will give them me. I take it kindly. And yet be well assured you put sharp weapons in a madman's hands. Whiles I in Ireland nourish a mighty band, I will stir up in England some black storm, shall blow 10,000 souls to heaven or hell. And this fell tempest shall not cease to rage until the golden circuit on my head, like to the glorious sun's transparent beams, do calm the fury of this mad-bred flaw. And for a minister of my intent, I have seduced a headstrong Kentishman, John Cade of Ashford, to make commotion, as full well he can, under the title of John Mortimer, In Ireland have I seen this stubborn cade oppose himself against a troop of kerns, and fought so long till that his thighs with darts were almost like a sharp-quilled porpentine. And, in the end being rescued, I have seen him caper upright like a wild Morisco, shaking the bloody darts, as he his bells. Full often, like a shag-haired crafty kern, hath he conversed with the enemy, and undiscovered come to me again, and given me notice of their villainies. Devil here shall be my substitute. For that John Mortimer, which now is dead, in face, in gait, in speech he doth resemble. By this I shall perceive the Commons' mind, how they affect the house and claim of York. Say he be taken, racked and tortured, I know no pain they can inflict upon him will make him say I moved him to those arms. Say that he thrive, as 'tis great like he will. Why then, from Ireland come I with my strength, and reap the harvest which that rascal sowed. For Humphrey being dead, as he shall be, and Henry put apart, the next for me.
Exit. Scene 2. Bury St. Edmunds, a room of state. Enter certain murderers hastily.
Run to my lord of Suffolk, let him know we have dispatched the Duke as he commanded.
Oh, that it were to do! What have we done? Didst ever hear a man so penitent?
Enter Suffolk.
Here comes my lord.
Now, sirs, have you dispatched this thing?
Aye, my good lord, he's dead.
Well, that's well said. Go get you to my house. I will reward you for this venturous deed. The king and all the peers are here at hand. Have you laid fair the bed? Is all things well according as I gave directions?
'Tis my good lord.
Away, begone!
Exeunt murderers. Sound trumpets. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Queen Margaret, Cardinal Somerset, with attendants.
Go, call our uncle to our presence straight. Say we intend to try his grace to-day, if he be guilty, as 'tis published.
I'll call him presently, my noble lord.
Exit.
Lords, take your places, and I pray you all proceed no straighter against our uncle Gloucester, than from true evidence of good esteem he be approved in practice culpable.
God forbid any malice should prevail that faultless may condemn a nobleman. Pray God he may acquit him of suspicion.
I thank thee, Meg. These words content me much.
Re-enter Suffolk.
How now? Why look'st thou pale? Why tremblest thou? Where is our uncle? What's the matter, Suffolk?
Dead in his bed, my lord. Gloucester is dead.
Marry, God forfend!
God's secret judgment. I did dream to-night the Duke was dumb and could not speak a word.
King Henry the Sixth swoons.
How fares my lord? Help, lords, the king is dead.
Rear up his body, wring him by the nose.
Run, go, help, help! O Henry, ope thine eyes.
He doth revive again, madam, be patient.
O heavenly God!
How fares my gracious lord?
Comfort, my sovereign, gracious Henry, comfort.
What, doth my lord of Suffolk comfort me? Came he right now to sing a raven's note, whose dismal tune bereft my vital powers? And thinks he that the chirping of a wren, by crying comfort from a hollow breast, can chase away the first conceived sound? Hide not thy poison with such sugared words. Lay not thy hands on me. Forbear, I say. Their touch affrights me as a serpent's sting. Thou baleful messenger, out of my sight! Upon thy eyeballs murderous tyranny sits in grim majesty to fright the world. Look not upon me, for thine eyes are wounding. Yet do not go away. Come, basilisk, and kill the innocent gazer with thy sight. For in the shade of death I shall find joy, in life but double death now Gloucester's dead.
Why do you rate my lord of Suffolk thus? Although the Duke was enemy to him, yet he most Christian-like laments his death. And for myself, foe as he was to me, might liquid tears, or heart-offending groans, or blood-consuming sighs recall his life, I would be blind with weeping, sick with groans, look pale as primrose with blood-drinking sighs, and all to have the noble Duke alive. What know I how the world may deem of me? For it is known we were but hollow friends. It may be judged I made the Duke away, so shall my name with slander's tongue be wounded, and princes' courts be filled with my reproach. This get I by his death, I me unhappy, to be a queen and crowned with infamy.
Ah, woe is me for Gloucester, wretched man!
Be woe for me more wretched than he is. What, dost thou turn away and hide thy face? I am no loathsome leper. Look on me. What, art thou like the adder waxen deaf? Be poisonous too, and kill thy forlorn queen. Is all thy comfort shut in Gloucester's tomb? Why then, Dame Margaret was ne'er thy joy. Erect his statue and worship it, and make my image but an alehouse sign. Was I for this, nigh wrecked upon the sea, and twice by awkward wind from England's bank drove back again unto my native clime? What boded this, but well forewarning wind did seem to say, seek not a scorpion's nest, nor set no footing on this unkind shore? What did I then, but cursed the gentle gusts, and he that loosed them forth their brazen caves, and bid them blow towards England's blessed shore, or turn our stern upon a dreadful rock, that Aeolus would not be a murderer, but left that hateful office unto thee? The pretty vaulting sea refused to drown me, knowing that thou wouldst have me drowned on shore, with tears as salt as sea, through thy unkindness. The splitting rocks cowered in the sinking sands, and would not dash me with their ragged sides, because thy flinty heart, more hard than they, might in thy palace perish Margaret. As far as I could ken thy chalky cliffs, when from thy shore the tempest beat us back, I stood upon the hatches in the storm, and when the dusky sky began to rob my earnest gaping sight of thy land's view, I took a costly jewel from my neck, a heart it was, bound in with diamonds, and threw it towards thy land. The sea received it, and so I wish thy body might my heart. And even with this I lost fair England's view, and bid mine eyes be packing with my heart, and called them blind and dusky spectacles, for losing ken of Albion's wished coast. How often have I tempted Suffolk's tongue, the agent of thy foul inconstancy, to sit and witch me, as Ascanius did, when he to madding Dido would unfold his father's acts commenced in burning Troy. Am I not witched like her, or thou not false like him? Ay me, I can no more. Die, Margaret, for Henry weeps that thou dost live so long.
Noise within. Enter Warwick, Salisbury, and many commons.
It is reported, mighty sovereign, that good Duke Humphrey traitorously is murdered by Suffolk and the Cardinal Beaufort's means. The commons, like an angry hive of bees that want their leader, scatter up and down, and care not who they sting in his revenge. Myself have calmed their spleenful mutiny, until they hear the order of his death.
That he is dead, good Warwick, 'tis too true, but how he died, God knows, not Henry. Enter his chamber, view his breathless corpse, and comment then upon his sudden death.
That shall I do, my liege. Stay, Salisbury, with the rude multitude till I return.
Exit.
O thou that judgest all things, stay my thoughts that labour to persuade my soul some violent hands were laid on Humphrey's life. If my suspect be false, forgive me, God, for judgment only doth belong to thee. Fain would I go to chafe his paly lips with 20,000 kisses, and to drain upon his face an ocean of salt tears, to tell my love unto his dumb deaf trunk, and with my fingers feel his hand unfeeling. But all in vain are these mean obsequies, and to survey his dead and earthly image, what were it but to make my sorrow greater?
Re-enter Warwick and others, bearing Gloucester's body on a bed.
Come hither, gracious sovereign, view this body.
That is to see how deep my grave is made. For with his soul fled all my worldly solace, for seeing him I see my life in death.
As surely as my soul intends to live with that dread king that took our state upon him, to free us from his father's wrathful curse, I do believe that violent hands were laid upon the life of this thrice famed duke.
A dreadful oath sworn with a solemn tongue. What instance gives Lord Warwick for his vow?
See how the blood is settled in his face. Oft have I seen a timely parted ghost, of ashy semblance, meagre, pale and bloodless, being old descended to the labouring heart, who, in the conflict that it holds with death, attracts the same for aidance 'gainst the enemy, which with the heart there cools, and ne'er returneth to blush and beautify the cheek again. But see, his face is black and full of blood, his eyeballs further out than when he lived, staring full ghastly like a strangled man, his hair upreared, his nostrils stretched with struggling, his hands abroad displayed, as one that grasped and tugged for life, and was by strength subdued. Look, on the sheets his hair, you see, is sticking, his well-proportioned beard made rough and rugged, like to the summer's corn by tempest lodged. It cannot be but he was murdered here. The least of all these signs were probable.
Why, Warwick, who should do the Duke to death? Myself and Beaufort had him in protection, and we, I hope, sir, are no murderers.
But both of you were vowed Duke Humphrey's foes, and you, forsooth, had the good Duke to keep. 'Tis like you would not feast him like a friend, and 'tis well seen he found an enemy.
Then you belike suspect these noblemen as guilty of Duke Humphrey's timeless death.
Who finds the heifer dead and bleeding fresh, and sees fast by a butcher with an axe, but will suspect 'twas he that made the slaughter? Who finds the partridge in the puttock's nest, but may imagine how the bird was dead, although the kite soar with unbloodied beak? Even so suspicious is this tragedy.
Are you the butcher, Suffolk? Where's your knife? Is Beaufort termed a kite? Where are his talons?
I wear no knife to slaughter sleeping men, but here's a vengeful sword, rusted with ease, that shall be scoured in his rancorous heart that slanders me with murder's crimson badge. Say, if thou darest, proud lord of Warwickshire, that I am faulty in Duke Humphrey's death.
Exeunt Cardinal, Somerset, and others.
What dares not Warwick, if false Suffolk dare him?
He dares not calm his contumelious spirit, nor cease to be an arrogant controller, though Suffolk dare him 20,000 times.
Madam, be still. With reverence may I say, for every word you speak in his behalf is slander to your royal dignity.
Blunt-witted lord, ignoble in demeanour, if ever lady wronged her lord so much, thy mother took unto her blameful bed some stern untutored churl, and noble stock was graft with crab-tree slip, whose fruit thou art, and never of the Nevilles' noble race.
But that the guilt of murder bucklers thee, and I should rob the deathsman of his fee, quitting thee thereby of 10,000 shames, and that my sovereign's presence makes me mild, I would, false murderous coward, on thy knee make thee beg pardon for thy passed speech, and say it was thy mother that thou meanest, that thou thyself was born in bastardy, and after all this fearful homage done, give thee thy hire, and send thy soul to hell, pernicious blood-sucker of sleeping men.
Thou shalt be waking while I shed thy blood, if from this presence thou darest go with me.
Away even now, or I will drag thee hence. Unworthy though thou art, I'll cope with thee, and do some service to Duke Humphrey's ghost.
Exeunt Suffolk and Warwick.
What stronger breastplate than a heart untainted? Thrice is he armed that hath his quarrel just, and he but naked, though locked up in steel, whose conscience with injustice is corrupted.
A noise within.
What noise is this?
Re-enter Suffolk and Warwick with their weapons drawn.
Why, how now, lords? Your wrathful weapons drawn here in our presence? Dare you be so bold? Why, what tumultuous clamour have we here?
The traitorous Warwick, with the men of Bury, set all upon me, mighty sovereign.
Earl of Salisbury to the Commons entering.
Sirs, stand apart. The king shall know your mind. Dread lord, the Commons send you word by me, unless Lord Suffolk straight be done to death, or banished fair England's territories, they will by violence tear him from your palace, and torture him with grievous lingering death. They say by him the good Duke Humphrey died. They say in him they fear your highness' death, and mere instinct of love and loyalty, free from a stubborn opposite intent as being thought to contradict your liking, makes them thus forward in his banishment. They say, in care of your most royal person, that if your highness should intend to sleep, and charge that no man should disturb your rest in pain of your dislike or pain of death, yet notwithstanding such a strait edict, were there a serpent seen, with forked tongue that slyly glided towards your majesty, it were but necessary you awaked, lest being suffered in that harmful slumber, the mortal worm might make the sleep eternal. And therefore do they cry, though you forbid, that they will guard you, whether you will or no, from such fell serpents as false Suffolk is, with whose envenomed and fatal sting your loving uncle, 20 times his worth, they say, is shamefully bereft of life.
Within.
An answer from the king, my lord Salisbury. 'Tis like the Commons, rude, unpolished hinds, could send such message to their sovereign. But you, my lord, were glad to be employed to show how quaint an orator you are. But all the honour Salisbury hath won is that he was the Lord Ambassador sent from a sort of tinkers to the king.
Within. An answer from the king, or we will all break in.
Go, Salisbury, and tell them all from me, I thank them for their tender loving care. And had I not been cited so by them, yet did I purpose as they do entreat. For sure my thoughts do hourly prophesy mischance unto my state by Suffolk's means. And therefore, by his majesty I swear, whose far unworthy deputy I am, he shall not breathe infection in this air but 3 days longer, on the pain of death.
Exit Salisbury.
O Henry, let me plead for gentle Suffolk.
Ungentle queen, to call him gentle Suffolk. No more I say. If thou dost plead for him, thou wilt but add increase unto my wrath. Had I but said, I would have kept my word, but when I swear, it is irrevocable. If after 3 days' space thou here beest found on any ground that I am ruler of, the world shall not be ransom for thy life. Come, Warwick, come, good Warwick, go with me. I have great matters to impart to thee.
Exeunt all but Queen Margaret and Suffolk.
Mischance and sorrow go along with you. Heart's discontent and sour affliction be playfellows to keep you company. There's 2 of you, the devil make a 3rd, and 3-fold vengeance tend upon your steps.
Cease, gentle queen, these execrations, and let thy Suffolk take his heavy leave.
Fie, coward woman and soft-hearted wretch, hast thou not spirit to curse thine enemy?
A plague upon them! Wherefore should I curse them? Would curses kill, that doth the mandrake groan, I would invent as bitter searching terms, as cursed, as harsh and horrible to hear, delivered strongly through my fixed teeth, with full as many signs of deadly hate, as lean-faced envy in her loathsome cave. My tongue should stumble in mine earnest words, mine eyes should sparkle like the beaten flint, mine hair be fixed on end as one distract. Aye, every joint should seem to curse and ban, and even now my burthened heart would break should I not curse them. poison be their drink. Gall, worse than gall, the daintiest that they taste, their sweetest shade a grove of cypress trees, their chiefest prospect murdering basilisks, their softest touch as smart as lizard's sting, their music frightful as the serpent's hiss, and boding screech owls make the concert full, all the foul terrors in dark-seated hell.
Enough, sweet Suffolk, thou torment'st thyself. And these dread curses, like the sun 'gainst glass, or like an overcharged gun, recoil and turn the force of them upon thyself.
You bade me ban, and will you bid me leave? Now, by the ground that I am banished from, well could I curse away a winter's night, though standing naked on a mountain top where biting cold would never let grass grow, and think it but a minute spent in sport.
Oh, let me entreat thee cease. Give me thy hand, that I may dew it with my mournful tears, nor let the rain of heaven wet this place to wash away my woeful monuments. Oh, could this kiss be printed in thy hand, that thou mightst think upon these by the seal, through whom 1,000 sighs are breathed for thee. So get thee gone, that I may know my grief. 'Tis but surmised whilst thou art standing by, as one that surfeits thinking on a want. I will repeal thee, or be well assured adventure to be banished myself, and banished I am, if but from thee. Go, speak not to me, even now be gone. No, go not yet. Even thus two friends condemned embrace, and kiss, and take 10,000 leaves, loather 100 times to part than die. Yet now farewell, and farewell life with thee.
Thus is poor Suffolk 10 times banished, once by the king, and 3 times thrice by thee. 'Tis not the land I care for, wert thou hence. A wilderness is populous enough, so Suffolk had thy heavenly company. For where thou art, there is the world itself, with every several pleasure in the world. And where thou art not, desolation. I can no more. Live thou to joy thy life, myself no joy in naught but that thou livest.
Enter Vaux.
Whither goes Vaux so fast? What news, I prithee?
To signify unto his Majesty that Cardinal Beaufort is at point of death. For suddenly a grievous sickness took him, that makes him gasp and stare and catch the air, blaspheming God and cursing men on earth. Sometimes he talks as if Duke Humphrey's ghost were by his side. Sometime he calls the king, and whispers to his pillow, as to him, the secrets of his overcharged soul. And I'm sent to tell his Majesty that even now he cries aloud for him.
Go, tell this heavy message to the king.
Exit Vaux.
Ay me, what is this world? What news are these? But wherefore grieve I at an hour's poor loss, omitting Suffolk's exile, my soul's treasure? Why only, Suffolk, mourn I not for thee, and with the southern clouds content in tears, theirs for the earth's increase, mine for my sorrows? Now get thee hence, the king thou know'st is coming. If thou be found by me, thou art but dead.
If I depart from thee, I cannot live, and in thy sight to die, what were it else but like a pleasant slumber in thy lap? Here could I breathe my soul into the air, as mild and gentle as the cradle babe, dying with mother's dug between its lips. Where from thy sight I should be raging mad, and cry out for thee to close up mine eyes, to have thee with thy lips to stop my mouth. So shouldst thou either turn my flying soul, or I should breathe it so into thy body, and then it lived in sweet Elysium. To die by thee were but to die in jest. From thee to die were torture more than death. Ah, let me stay, befall what may befall.
Away! Though parting be a fretful corrosive, it is applied to a deathful wound. To France, sweet Suffolk, let me hear from thee. For wheresoe'er thou art in this world's globe, I'll have an iris that shall find thee out.
I go.
And take my heart with thee.
A jewel locked into the woefulest cask that ever did contain a thing of worth. Even as a splitted bark, so sunder we. This way fall I to death.
This way for me.
Exeunt severally. Scene 3. A bedchamber. Enter the King, Salisbury, Warwick, to the Cardinal in bed.
How fares my lord? Speak, Beaufort, to thy sovereign.
If thou beest death, I'll give thee England's treasure, enough to purchase such another island, so thou wilt let me live, and feel no pain.
Ah, what a sign it is of evil life, where death's approach is seen so terrible.
Beaufort, it is thy sovereign speaks to thee.
Bring me unto my trial when you will. Died he not in his bed? Where should he die? Can I make men live, whether they will or no? Oh, torture me no more. I will confess. Alive again? Then show me where he is. I'll give £1,000 to look upon him. He hath no eyes. The dust hath blinded them. Comb down his hair. Look, look, it stands upright, like lime twigs set to catch my winged soul. Give me some drink, and bid the apothecary bring the strong poison that I bought of him.
O thou eternal mover of the heavens, look with a gentle eye upon this wretch. O beat away the busy meddling fiend that lays strong siege unto this wretch's soul, and from his bosom purge this black despair.
See how the pangs of death do make him grin.
Disturb him not, let him pass peaceably.
Peace to his soul, if God's good pleasure be. Lord Cardinal, if thou think'st on heaven's bliss, hold up thy hand, make signal of thy hope. He dies, and makes no sign. O God, forgive him.
So bad a death argues a monstrous life.
Forbear to judge, for we are sinners all. Close up his eyes and draw the curtain close, and let us all to meditation.
Exeunt. End of Act 3. Act 4 of Henry VI Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 1. The coast of Kent. Alarum. Fight at sea. Ordnance goes off. Enter Captain, a master, a master's mate, Walter Whitmore, and others. With them, Suffolk and others, prisoners.
The gaudy blabbing and remorseful days crept into the bosom of the sea. And now loud howling wolves arouse the jades that drag the tragic melancholy night, who with their drowsy, slow, and flagging wings clip dead men's graves, and from their misty jaws breathe foul contagious darkness in the air. Therefore bring forth the soldiers of our prize, whilst our pinnace anchors in the Downs. Here shall they make their ransom on the sand, or with their blood stain this discoloured shore. Master, this prisoner freely give I thee, and thou that art his mate, make boot of this. The other, Walter Whitmore, is thy share.
What is my ransom, master? Let me know.
1,000 crowns, or else lay down your head.
What, think you much to pay 2,000 crowns, and bear the name and port of gentlemen? Cut both their villainous throats, for die you shall. The lives of those which we have lost in fight be counterpoised with such a petty sum.
I'll give it, sir, and therefore spare my life.
And so will I, and ride home for it straight.
I lost my eye in laying the prize abroad, and therefore to revenge it shalt thou die.
To Suffolk.
And so should these, if I might have my will.
Be not so rash. Take ransom, let him live.
Look on my gorge, I am a gentleman. Rate me at what thou wilt, thou shalt be paid.
And so am I. My name is Walter Whitmore. How now? Why start'st thou? What? Doth death affright?
Thy name affrights me, in whose sound is death. A cunning man did calculate my birth, and told me that by water I should die. Yet let not this make thee be bloody-minded. Thy name is Gaultier, being rightly sounded.
Gaultier or Walter, which it is I care not. Never yet did base dishonour blur our name, but with our sword we wiped away the blot. Therefore, when merchant-like I sell revenge, broke be my sword, my arm torn and defaced, and I proclaimed a coward to the world.
Stay, Whitmore, for thy prisoner is a prince, the Duke of Suffolk, William de la Pole.
The Duke of Suffolk, muffled up in rags.
Ay, but these rags are no part of the Duke. Jove sometimes went disguised, and why not I?
But Jove was never slain as thou shalt be.
Obscure and lowly swain, King Henry's blood, the honourable blood of Lancaster, must not be shed by such a jaded groom. Hast thou not kissed thy hand and held my stirrup? Bareheaded plodded by my footcloth mule, and thought thee happy when I shook my head? How often hast thou waited at my cup, fed from my trencher, kneeled down at the board when I have feasted with Queen Margaret? Remember it, and let it make thee crestfallen. Ay, and allay this thy abortive pride, how in our voiding lobby hast thou stood and duly waited for my coming forth. This hand of mine hath writ in thy behalf, and therefore shall it charm thy riotous tongue.
Speak, Captain. Shall I stab the forlorn swain?
First, let my words stab him as he hath me.
Base slave, thy words are blunt, and so art thou.
Convey him hence, and on our longboat side strike off his head.
Thou darest not, for thy own.
Yes, Poole.
Poole!
Poole. Sir Poole, lord. Ay, kennel, puddle, sink, whose filth and dirt troubles the silver spring where England drinks. Now will I dam up this thy yawning mouth, for swallowing the treasures of the realm. Thy lips that kissed the Queen shall sweep the ground, and thou that smil'st at good Duke Humphrey's death, against the senseless winds shall grin in vain, who in contempt shall hiss thee again. And wedded be thou to the hags of hell for daring to affy a mighty lord unto the daughter of a worthless king, having neither subject, wealth, nor diadem. By devilish policy art thou grown great, and like ambitious Sylla, overgorged with gobbets of thy mother's bleeding heart. By thee Anjou and Maine were sold to France. The false revolting Normans thoroughly disdain to call us lord, and Picardy hath slain their governors, surprised our forts, and sent the ragged soldiers wounded home. The princely Warwick and the Nevilles all, whose dreadful swords were never drawn in vain, as hating thee, are rising up in arms. And now the house of York, thrust from the crown by shameful murder of a guiltless king, and lofty proud encroaching tyranny, burns with revenging fire, whose hopeful colours advance our half-faced sun, striving to shine under the which is writ Invitus Nubibus. The commons here in Kent are up in arms, and, to conclude, reproach and beggary is crept into the palace of our king. And all by thee, away, convey him hence.
Oh, that I were a god to shoot forth thunder upon these paltry, servile, abject drudges! Small things make base men proud. This villain here, being captain of a pinnace, threatens more than Bargalus, the strong Illyrian pirate. Drones suck not eagle's blood, but rob beehives. It is impossible that I should die by such a lowly vassal as thyself. Thy words move rage and not remorse in me. I go of message from the Queen to France. I charge thee waft me safely across the Channel.
Walter,
Come, Suffolk, I must waft thee to thy death.
Gelidus timor occupat artus. It is thee I fear.
Thou shalt have cause to fear before I leave thee. What? Are ye daunted now? Now will ye stoop?
My gracious lord, entreat him, speak him fair.
Suffolk's imperial tongue is stern and rough, used to command, untaught to plead for favour. Far be it we should honour such as these with humble suit, nor rather let my head stoop to the block, than these knees bow to any save to the God of heaven and to my king, and sooner dance upon a bloody pole than stand uncovered to the vulgar groom. True nobility is exempt from fear. More can I bear than you dare execute.
Hale him away, and let him talk no more.
Come, soldiers, show what cruelty ye can, that this my death may never be forgot. Great men oft die by vile Bezonians. A Roman sorter and Bandito slave murdered sweet Tully. Brutus' bastard hand stabbed Julius Caesar. Savage islanders Pompey the Great. And Suffolk dies by pirates.
Exeunt Whitmore and others with Suffolk.
And as for these, whose ransom we have set, it is our pleasure one of them to depart. Therefore come you with us, and let him go.
Exeunt all but the first gentleman. Re-enter Whitmore with Suffolk's body.
There let his head and lifeless body lie, until the queen his mistress bury it.
Exit.
O barbarous and bloody spectacle! His body will I bear unto the king. If he revenge it not, yet will his friends. So will the queen, that living held him dear.
Exit with the body. Scene 2. Blackheath. Enter George Bevis and John Holland.
Come and get thee a sword, though made of a lath. They have been up these 2 days.
They have the more need to sleep now, then.
I tell thee, Jack Cade the clothier means to dress the Commonwealth, and turn it, and set a new nap upon it.
So he had need, for 'tis threadbare. Well, I say, it was never merry world in England since gentlemen came up.
O miserable age! Virtue is not regarded in handicraftsmen.
The nobility think scorn to go in leather aprons.
Nay more, the king's council are no good workmen.
True, and yet it is said, labour in thy vocation, which is as much to say as, let the magistrates be labouring men, and therefore should we be magistrates.
Thou hast hit it, for there's no better sign of a brave mind than a hard hand.
I see them, there's Best's son, the tanner of Wigham.
He shall have the skin of our enemies to make dog's leather of.
And Dick the butcher.
Then is sin struck down like an ox, and iniquity's throat cut like a calf.
And Smith the weaver.
Argo, their thread of life is spun.
Come, let's fall in with them.
Drum. Enter Cade, Dick, Smith the weaver, and a Sawyer, with infinite numbers.
We, John Cade, so termed of our supposed father.
Aside.
Rather of stealing a cade of herrings.
For our enemies shall fall before us, inspired with the spirit of putting down kings and princes. Command silence.
Silence!
Me father was a Mortimer.
Aside.
He was an honest man and a good bricklayer.
Me mother a Plantagenet.
Aside.
I knew her well. She was a midwife.
Me wife descended of the Lacys.
Aside.
She was indeed a peddler's daughter, and sold many laces.
Aside.
But now of late, notable to travel with her furred pack, she washes bucks here at home.
Therefore am I of an honourable house.
Aside.
Ay, by my faith the field is honourable, and there was he born under a hedge, for his father had never a house but the cage.
Valiant I am.
Aside.
Must needs, for beggary is valiant.
I am able to endure much.
Aside.
No question of that. for I've seen him whip 3 market days together.
I fear neither sword nor fire.
Aside.
He need not fear the sword, for his coat is of proof.
Aside.
But methinks he should stand in fear of fire, being bird i' the hand for stealing of sheep.
Be brave, then, for your captain is brave, and vows reformation. There shall be in England 7 halfpenny loaves sold for a penny. The 3-hooped pot shall have 10 hoops, and I will make it felony to drink small beer. All the realm shall be in common, and in Cheapside shall my palfrey go to grass, and when I am king, as king I will be.
God save your Majesty.
I thank you, good people. There shall be no money. All shall eat and drink on my score, and I will apparel them all in one livery, that they may agree like brothers, and worship me their lord.
The first thing we do, let's kill all the lawyers.
Nay, that I mean to do. Is not this a lamentable thing, that of the skin of an innocent lamb should be made parchment? That parchment, being scribbled o'er, should undo a man? Some say the bee stings, but I say 'tis the bee's wax. For I did but sail once to a thing, and I was never mine own man since. How now, who's there?
Enter some, bringing forward the Clerk of Chatham.
The Clerk of Chatham. He can write and read and cast account.
Oh, monstrous!
We took him setting of boys' copies.
Here's a villain.
Has a book in his pocket with red letters in't.
Nay, then he is a conjurer.
Nay, he can make obligations, and write court-hand.
I am sorry for it. The man is a proper man of mine honour. Unless I find him guilty, he shall not die. Come hither, sirrah. I must examine thee. What is the name?
Emmanuel.
They used to write it on the top of letters. 'Twill go hard with you.
Let me alone. Dost thou use to write the name, or hast thou marked thyself, like an honest plain-dealing man?
Sir, I thank God, I have been so well brought up that I can write my name.
He hath confessed. Away with him. He is a villain and a traitor.
Away with him, I say. Hang him with his pen and inkhorn about his neck.
Exit one with the clerk. Enter Michael.
Where's our general?
Here I am, thou particular fellow.
Fly, fly, fly! Sir Humphrey Stafford and his brother are hard by, with the king's forces.
Stand, villain, stand, or I'll fell thee down. I shall be encountered with a man as good as himself. He's but a knight, is a?
No.
To equal him, I will make myself a knight presently.
Kneels.
Rise up, Sir John Mortimer.
Rises.
Now have at him.
Enter Sir Humphrey and William Stafford, with drum and soldiers.
Rebellious hinds, the filth and scum of Kent, marked for the gallows, lay your weapons down. Home to your cottages, forsake this groom. The king is merciful. If you revolt...
But angry wrath will incline to blood if you go forward. Therefore yield or die.
As for these silken-coated slaves, I pass not. It is to you, good people, that I speak, over whom in time to come I hope to reign, for I am rightful heir unto the crown.
Villain, thy father was a plasterer, and thou thyself a shearman, art thou not?
And Adam was a gardener.
And what of that?
Marry this, Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, married the Duke of Clarence's daughter, did I not?
Aye, sir.
Be her he had 2 children at one birth.
That's false.
Aye, there's the question, but I say 'tis true. The elder of them, being put to nurse, was by a beggar woman stolen away, and ignorant of his birth and parentage, became a bricklayer when he came to age. His son am I. Deny it if you can.
Nay, 'tis too true, therefore he shall be king.
Sir, he made a chimney in my father's house, and the bricks are alive at this day to testify it. Therefore deny it not.
And will you credit this base drudge's words? That speaks he knows not what?
Aye, marry will we. Therefore get ye gone.
Jack Cade, the Duke of York, hath taught you this.
Aside.
It lies, for I invented it myself. Go to, sirrah. Tell the king from me that for his father's sake, Henry the Fifth, in whose time boys went to span counter for French crowns, I am content he shall reign, but I'll be protector over him.
And furthermore we'll have the Lord Say's head for selling the dukedom of Maine.
And good reason, for thereby is England mained, and fain to go with a staff, but that my puissance holds it up. Fellow kings, I tell you that that Lord Say hath gelded the Commonwealth, and made it an eunuch, and more than that, he can speak French, and therefore he is a traitor.
O gross and miserable ignorance!
Nay, answer if you can. The Frenchmen are our enemies. Go to, then, I ask but this. Can he that speaks with the tongue of an enemy be a good counsellor, or no?
No, and therefore we'll have his head.
Well, seeing gentle words will not prevail, assail them with the army of the king.
Herald, away, and throughout every town proclaim them traitors that are up with Cade, that those which fly before the battle ends may, even in their wives' and children's sight, be hanged up for example at their doors. And you that be the king's friends, follow me.
Exeunt William Stafford and Sir Humphrey, and soldiers.
And you that loathe the commons, follow me. Now show yourselves men, 'tis for liberty. We will not leave own lord, own gentlemen, spare none but such as go in clouted shoon, for they are thrifty honest men, and such as would, but that they dare not, take our parts.
They are all in order, and march toward us.
But then are we in order, when we are most out of order. Come, march forward.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Another part of Blackheath. Alarums to the fight, wherein Sir Humphrey and William Stafford are slain. Enter Cade and the rest.
Where's Dick, the butcher of Ashford?
Here, sir.
They fell before thee like sheep and oxen, and thou behavedst thyself as if thou'dst been in thine own slaughter-house. Therefore thus will I reward thee. The Lent shall be as long again as it is, and thou shalt have a license to kill for 100 lacking one.
I desire no more.
And to speak truth, thou deservest no less. This monument of the victory will I bear.
Putting on Sir Humphrey's brigadine.
And the body shall be dragged at my horse heels till I do come to London, where we will have the mayor's sword borne before us.
If we mean to thrive and do good, break open the jails and let out the prisoners.
Fear not that, I warrant thee. Come, let's march towards London.
Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the Palace. Enter King Henry the Sixth, with a supplication, and the Queen with Suffolk's head, Buckingham, and Lord Say.
Oft have I heard that grief softens the mind, and makes it fearful and degenerate. Think therefore on revenge, and cease to weep. But who can cease to weep and look on this? Here may his head lie on my throbbing breast, but where's the body that I should embrace?
What answer makes your grace to the rebel supplication?
I'll send some holy bishop to entreat, for God forbid so many simple souls should perish by the sword. And I myself, rather than bloody war shall cut them short, will parley with Jack Cade their general. But stay, I'll read it over once again.
Ah, barbarous villains! Hath this lovely face ruled like a wandering planet over me, and could it not enforce them to relent, that were unworthy to behold the same?
Lord say, Jack Cade hath sworn to have thy head.
Ay, but I hope your highness shall have his.
How now, madam? Still lamenting and mourning for Suffolk's death? I fear me, love, if that I had been dead, thou wouldst not have mourned so much for me.
No, my love, I should not mourn, but die for thee.
Enter a messenger.
How now? What news? Why comest thou in such haste?
The rebels are in Southwark. Fly, my lord. Jack Cade proclaims himself Lord Mortimer, descended from the Duke of Clarence house, and calls your grace usurper openly, and vows to crown himself in Westminster. His army is a ragged multitude of hinds and peasants, rude and merciless. Sir Humphrey Stafford and his brother's death hath given them heart and courage to proceed. All scholars, lawyers, courtiers, gentlemen, they call false caterpillars, and intend their death.
O graceless men, they know not what they do.
My gracious lord, return to Killingworth, until a power be raised to put them down.
Ah, were the Duke of Suffolk now alive, these Kentish rebels would be soon appeased.
Lord say, the traitors hate thee, therefore away with us to Killingworth.
So might your grace's person be in danger. The sight of me is odious in their eyes, and therefore in this city will I stay, and live alone, as secret as I may.
Enter another messenger.
Jack Cade hath got in London Bridge. The citizens fly and forsake their houses. The rascal people, thirsting after prey, join with the traitor, and they jointly swear to spoil the city and your royal court.
Then linger not, my lord. Away, take horse.
Come, Margaret. God, our hope, will succour us.
My hope is gone. Now Suffolk is deceased.
Farewell, my lord. Trust not the Kentish rebels.
Trust nobody, for fear you be betrayed.
The trust I have is in mine innocence, and therefore am I bold and resolute.
Exeunt. Scene 5. London. The Tower. Enter Scales upon the tower, walking. Then enter 2 or 3 citizens below.
How now? Is Jack Cade slain?
No, my lord, nor likely to be slain, for they have won the bridge, killing all those that withstand them. The Lord Mayor craves aid of your honour from the Tower, to defend the city from the rebels.
Such aid as I can spare you shall command. But I am troubled here with them myself. The rebels have essayed to win the Tower. But get you to Smithfield and gather head, and thither I will send you Matthew Goff. Fight for your king, your country, and your lives. And so, farewell, for I must hence again.
Exeunt. Scene 6. London. Cannon Street. Enter Cade and the rest, and strikes his staff on London stone.
Now is Mortimer lord of this city, and here, sitting upon London stone, I charge and command that of the city's cost the pissin conduit run nothing but claret wine this first year of our reign. And now henceforward it shall be treason for any that calls me other than Lord Mortimer.
Enter a soldier running.
Jack Cade! Jack Cade!
Knock him down there.
If this fellow be wise, he'll never call you Jack Cade more. I think he hath a very fair warning.
My lord, there's an army gathered together in Smithfield.
Come then, let's go fight with them. But first, go and set London Bridge on fire, and if you can, burn down the Tower too. Come, let's away.
Exeunt. Scene 7. London. Smithfield. Alarums. Matthew Goffe is slain, and all the rest. Then enter Cade with his company.
So, sirs, now go some and pull down the Savoy. Others to the Inns of Court. Down with them all.
I have a suit under your lordship.
Be it a lordship, thou shalt have it for that word.
Only that the laws of England may come out of your mouth.
Aside.
Mass, 'twill be sore law then, for he was thrust in the mouth with this spear, and 'tis not whole yet.
Aside.
Nay, John, it will be stinking law, for his breath stinks with eating toasted cheese.
I have thought upon it. It shall be so. Away, burn all the records of the realm. My mouth shall be the Parliament of England.
Aside.
Then we are like to have biting statutes, unless his teeth be pulled out.
And henceforward all things shall be in common.
Enter a messenger.
My lord, a prize, a prize. Here's the Lord Say, which sold the towns in France, he that made us pay 21 15s and 1 shilling to the pound the last subsidy.
Enter Bevis and Lord Say.
Well, he shall be beheaded for it 10 times. Ah, thou Say, thou Sarge, nay, thou buckram lord, now art thou within point blank of our jurisdiction regal. What canst thou answer to my majesty for giving up of Normandy unto Monsieur Bazy Micule, the Dauphin of France? Be it known unto thee by these presents, even the presence of Lord Mortimer, that I am the besom that must sweep the court clean of such filth as thou art. Thou hast most traitorously corrupted the youth of the realm in erecting a grammar school, and whereas before our forefathers had no other books but the score and the tally, thou hast caused printing to be used, and contrary to the king, his crown and dignity, thou hast built a paper mill. It will be proved to thy face that thou hast men about thee that usually talk of a noun and a verb, and such abominable words as no Christian ear can endure to hear. Thou hast appointed justices of peace to call poor men before them about matters they were not able to answer. Moreover, thou hast put them in prison, and because they could not read, thou hast hanged them, when indeed only for that cause they have been most worthy to live. Thou dost ride in a footcloth, dost thou not?
What of that?
Marry, thou oughtest not to let the horse wear a cloak, when honester men than thou go in their hose and doublets.
And work in their shirt too, as myself, for example, that am a butcher.
You men of Kent!
What say you of Kent?
Nothing but this. 'Tis bona terra, mala gens.
Away with him, away with him! He speaks Latin.
Hear me but speak, and bear me where you will. Kent, in the commentaries Caesar writ, is termed the civilest place of this isle. Sweet is the country because full of riches, the people liberal, valiant, active, and wealthy, which makes me hope you are not void of pity. I sold not Maine, I lost not Normandy, yet to recover them would lose my life. Justice with favour have I always done. Prayers and tears have moved me, gifts could never. When have I aught exacted at your hands, but to maintain the king, the realm, and you? Large gifts have I bestowed on learned clerks, because my book preferred me to the king. And seeing ignorance is the curse of God, knowledge the wing wherewith we fly to heaven, unless you be possessed with devilish spirits, you cannot but forbear to murder me. This tongue hath parleyed unto foreign kings, for you behoof.
When struckest thou one blow in the field?
Great men have reaching hands. Oft have I struck those I never saw, and struck them dead.
O monstrous coward! What, to come behind folks?
These cheeks are pale for watching for your good.
Give him a box o' the ear, and that will make him red again.
Long sitting to determine poor men's causes hath made me full of sickness and diseases.
Ye shall have a hempen cardle then, and the help of hatchet.
Why dost thou quiver, man?
The palsy, and not fear, provokes me.
Nay, and nods at us, as how should say, I'll be even with you. I'll say if his head will stand steadier on a pole, or no. Take him away and behead him.
Tell me wherein have I offended most? Have I affected wealth or honour? Speak! Are my chests filled up with extorted gold? Is my apparel sumptuous to behold? Whom have I injured, that ye seek my death? These hands are free from guiltless bloodshedding, this breast from harbouring foul deceitful thoughts. Oh, let me live!
Aside.
I fail remorse in myself with his words, but I'll bridle it. He shall die an it be for pleading so well for his life. Away with him! He has a familiar under his tongue. He speaks not a God's name. Go, take him away, I say, and strike off his head presently, and then break into his son-in-law's house, Sir James Cromer, and strike off his head, and bring them both upon 2 poles hither.
It shall be done.
Ah, countrymen, if when you make your prayers God should be so obdurate as yourselves, how would it fare with your departed souls, and therefore yet relent and save my life?
Away with him, and do as I command ye.
Exalt some, with lords say.
The proudest peer in the realm shall not wear a head on his shoulders, unless a pay me tribute. There shall not a maid be married, but she shall pay to me her maidenhead ere they have it. Men shall hold of me in capite. And we charge and command that their wives be as free as heart can wish or tongue can tell.
My lord, when shall we go to Cheapside, and take up commodities upon our bills?
Marry, presently.
Oh, brave!
Re-enter one with the heads.
But is not this braver? Let them kiss one another, for they loved well when they were alive. Now part 'em again, lest they consult about the giving up of some more towns in France. Soldiers, defer the spoil of the city until night, for with these borne before us, instead of maces, will we ride through the streets, and at every corner have them kiss. Away!
Exeunt. Scene 8. Southwark. Alarum and retreat. Enter Cade and all his ramblement.
Up Fish Street, down St. Magnus Corner, kill and knock down, throw them into Thames.
Sound a parley.
What noise is this I hear? Dare any be so bold to sound retreat or parley, when I command them kill?
Enter Buckingham and Clifford attended.
Ay, here they be that dare and will disturb thee. No, Cade, we come ambassadors from the king unto the commons whom thou hast misled, and here pronounce free pardon to them all that will forsake thee and go home in peace.
What say ye, countrymen? Will ye relent and yield to mercy whilst 'tis offered you, or let a rebel lead you to your deaths? Who loves the king and will embrace his pardon, fling up his cap and say, God save his majesty? Who hateth him and honours not his father, Henry the Fifth, that made all France to quake? Shake ye his weapon at us and pass by.
God save the king! God save the king!
What, Buckingham and Clifford, are ye so brave? And you base peasants, do ye believe him? will you needs be hanged with your pardons about your necks? Hath my sword therefore broke through London gates, that you should leave me at the White Hart in Southwark? I thought ye would never have given out these arms till you had recovered your ancient freedom, but you are all recreants and dastards, and delight to live in slavery to the nobility. Let them break your backs with burthens, take your houses over your heads, ravish your wives and daughters before your faces, for me I will make shift for one. And so God's curse light upon you all.
We'll follow Cade! We'll follow Cade! Is Cade the son of Henry the Fifth, that thus ye do exclaim you'll go with him? Will he conduct you through the heart of France, and make the meanest of you earls and dukes? Alas, he hath no home, no place to fly to, nor knows he how to live but by the spoil, unless by robbing of your friends and us. Were it not a shame that whilst you live at Jar, the fearful French, whom you late vanquished, should make a start o'erseas and vanquish you? Methinks already in this civil broil I see them lording it in London streets, crying Villiago unto all they meet. Better 10,000 base-born Cades miscarry, than you should stoop unto a Frenchman's mercy. To France, and get what you have lost. Spare England, for it is your native coast. Henry hath money, you are strong and manly. God on our side, doubt not of victory.
At Clifford, we'll follow the king at Clifford.
Ah, was ever feather so lightly blown to and fro as this multitude? The name of Henry the Fifth hales them to 100 mischiefs, and makes them leave me desolate. I say them lay their heads together to surprise me. My sword make way for me, for here is no staying. In despite of the devils and hell, half through the very midst of you. And heavens and honour be witness, that no want of resolution in me, but only me followers' base and ignominious treasons, makes me betake me to my hales.
Exit.
What, is he fled? Go some and follow him, and he that brings his head unto the king shall have 1,000 crowns for his reward.
Exeunt some of them.
Follow me, soldiers. We'll devise a mean to reconcile you all unto the king.
Exeunt. Scene 9. Kenilworth Castle. Sound trumpets. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Queen Margaret, and Somerset on the terrace.
Was ever king that joyed an earthly throne, and could command no more content than I. No sooner was I crept out of my cradle, but I was made a king at 9 months old. Was never subject long to be a king, as I do long and wish to be a subject.
Enter Buckingham and Clifford.
Health and glad tidings to your majesty.
Why, Buckingham, is the traitor Cade surprised, or is he but retired to make him strong?
Enter below multitudes, with halters about their necks.
He is fled, my lord, and all his powers do yield. And humbly thus, with halters on their necks, expect your highness's doom of life or death.
Then, heaven, set ope thy everlasting gates to entertain my vows of thanks and praise. Soldiers, this day have you redeemed your lives, and showed how well you love your prince and country. Continue still in this so good a mind, and Henry, though he be unfortunate, assure yourselves, will never be unkind. And so, with thanks and pardon to you all, I do dismiss you to your several countries.
God save the king! God save the king!
Enter a messenger.
Please it your grace to be advertised, the Duke of York is newly come from Ireland, and with a puissant and a mighty power of gallow-glasses and stout kerns is marching hitherward in proud array, and still proclaimeth as he comes along his arms are only to remove from thee the Duke of Somerset, whom he terms traitor.
Thus stands my state, twixt Cade and York distressed, like to a ship that, having scaped a tempest, is straightway calmed and boarded with a pirate. But now is Cade driven back, his men dispersed, and now is York in arms to second him. I pray thee, Buckingham, go and meet him, and ask him what's the reason of these arms. Tell him I'll send Duke Edmund to the Tower, and Somerset, we'll commit thee thither until his army be dismissed from him.
My lord, I'll yield myself to prison willingly, or unto death, to do my country good.
In any case, be not too rough in terms, for he is fierce, and cannot brook hard language.
I will, my lord, and doubt not so to deal, as all things shall redound unto your good.
Come, wife, let's in, and learn to govern better. For yet may England curse my wretched reign.
Flourish. Exeunt. Scene 10. Kent. Iden's garden. Enter Cade.
Fie on ambition! Fie on myself, that have a sword, and yet am ready to famish. These 5 days have I hid me in these woods, and darst not peep out, for all the country is laid for me. But now am I so hungry, that if I might have a lace of me life for 1,000 years, I could stay no longer. Wherefore on a brick wall have I climbed into this garden, to see if I can eat grass, or pick a salad another while, which is not amiss to cool a man's stomach this hot weather. And I think this word salad was born to do me good, for many a time, but for a salad, my brain pan had been cleft with a brown bell. And many a time, when I have been dry and bravely marching, it hath served me instead for a quart pot to drink in. And now the word salad must serve me to feed on.
Enter Iden.
Lord, who would live turmoiled in the court, and may enjoy such quiet walks as these? This small inheritance my father left me contenteth me, and worth a monarchy. I seek not to wax great by others' waning, or gather wealth, I care not with what envy. Sufficeth that I have maintains my state, and sends the poor well pleased from my gate.
Here's the lord of the soil come to seize me for a stray, for entering his fee simple without leave. Ah, villain, thou wilt betray me, and get 1,000 crowns of the king, carrying my head to him. But I'll make thee eat iron like an ostrich, and swallow me sword like a great pin, ere thou and I part.
Why, rude companion, whatsoever thou be, I know thee not. Why then should I betray thee? Is it not enough to break into my garden, and like a thief to come rob my grounds, climbing my walls in spite of me the owner, but thou wilt brave me with these saucy terms?
Brave thee? I be the best blood that ever was broached, and bared thee too. Look on me well, I have ate no meat these 5 days. Yet come thou and the 5 men, and if I do not leave you all as dead as a door-nail, I pray God I may never eat grass more.
Nay, it shall never be said, while England stands, that Alexander Iden, an esquire of Kent, took odds to combat a poor famished man. Oppose thy steadfast gazing eyes to mine. See if thou canst outface me with thy looks. Set limb to limb, and thou art far the lesser. Thy hand is but a finger to my fist, thy leg a stick compared with this truncheon. My foot shall fight with all the strength thou hast, and if my arm be heaved in the air, thy grave is digged already in the earth. As for words, whose greatness answers words, let this my sword report what speech forbears.
By me valour, the most complete champion that ever I heard. Still, if thou turn the edge, or cut not out the burly boned clown in chines of beef, ere thou sleep in thy sheath, I beseech God on me knees thou mayst be turned to hob nails.
Here they fight. Cade falls.
Oh, I am slain. Famine and no other hath slain me. Let 10,000 devils come against me, and give me but the 10 males I have lost, and I'll defy them all. Wither garden, and be henceforth a burying place to all that do dwell in this house, because the unconquered soul of Kate is fled.
Is't Cade that I have slain, that monstrous traitor? Sword, I will hollow thee for this thy deed, and hang thee over my tomb when I am dead. Never shall this blood be wiped from thy point, but thou shalt wear it as a herald's coat, to emblaze the honour that thy master got.
Iden, farewell, and be proud of thy victory. Tell Kent from me, she hath lost her best man, and exhort all the world to be cowards. For I, that never feared any, am vanquished by famine, not by valour.
Dies.
How much thou wrong'st me, heaven be my judge. Die, damned wretch, the curse of her that bare thee. And as I thrust thy body in with thy sword, so wish I might thrust thy soul to hell. Hence will I drag thee headlong by the heels unto a dunghill which shall be thy grave, and there cut off thy most ungracious head, which I will bear in triumph to the king, leaving thy trunk for crows to feed upon.
Exit. End of Act 4. Act 5 of Henry VI, Part 2 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 1. Fields between Dartford and Blackheath. Enter York and his army of Irish with drum and colours.
From Ireland thus comes York to claim his right, and pluck the crown from feeble Henry's head. Ring bells aloud, burn bonfires clear and bright, to entertain great England's lawful king. Ah, sancta majestas, who would not buy thee dear? Let them obey that know not how to rule. This hand was made to handle naught but gold. I cannot give due action to my words, except a sword or sceptre balance it. A sceptre shall it have I a soul, on which I'll toss the flower de luce of France.
Enter Buckingham.
Whom have we here? Buckingham to disturb me? The king hath sent him sure, I must dissemble.
York, if thou mean'st well, I greet thee well.
Humphrey of Buckingham, I accept thy greeting. Art thou a messenger, or come of pleasure?
A messenger from Henry, our dread liege, to know the reason of these arms in peace, or why thou, being a subject as I am, against thy oath and true allegiance sworn, should raise so great a power without his leave, or dare to bring thy force so near the court.
Scarce can I speak, my choler is so great. Oh, I could hew up rocks and fight with flint, I am so angry at these abject terms. And now, like Ajax Telamonius, on sheep or oxen could I spend my fury. I am far better born than is the king, more like a king, more kingly in my thoughts. But I must make fair weather yet a while, till Henry be more weak and I more strong. Buckingham, I prithee pardon me, that I have given no answer all this while. My mind was troubled with deep melancholy. The cause why I have brought this army hither is to remove proud Somerset from the king, seditious to his grace and to the state.
That is too much presumption on thy part. But if thy arms be to no other end, the king hath yielded unto thy demand. The Duke of Somerset is in the Tower.
Upon thine honour, is he prisoner?
Upon mine honour, he is prisoner.
Then, Buckingham, I do dismiss my powers. Soldiers, I thank you all. Disperse yourselves. Meet me tomorrow in St. George's Field. You shall have pay and everything you wish. And let my sovereign, virtuous Henry, command my eldest son, nay, all my sons, as pledges of my fealty and love. I'll send them all as willing as I live. Lands, goods, horse, armour, anything I have, is his to use, so Somerset may die.
York, I commend this kind submission. We twain will go into his highness' tent.
Enter King Henry the Sixth and attendants.
Buckingham, doth York intend no harm to us, that thus he marcheth with thee arm in arm?
In all submission and humility York doth present himself unto your highness.
Then what intends these forces thou dost bring?
To heave the traitor Somerset from hence, and fight against that monstrous rebel Cade, who since I heard to be discomfited.
Enter Iden with Cade's head.
If one so rude and so mean condition may pass into the presence of a king, lo, I present your grace a traitor's head, the head of Cade, whom I in combat slew.
The head of Cade! Great God, how just art thou! O let me view his visage, being dead, that living wrought me such exceeding trouble. Tell me, my friend, art thou the man that slew him?
I was. Ain't like your majesty.
How art thou called? And what is thy degree?
Alexander Iden, that's my name. A poor esquire of Kent, that loves his king.
So please it you, my lord, 'twere not amiss he were created knight for his good service.
Iden, kneel down.
He kneels.
Rise up a knight. We give thee for reward 1,000 marks, and will that thou henceforth attend on us.
May Iden live to merit such a bounty, and never live but true unto his liege.
Rises. Enter Queen Margaret and Somerset.
See, Buckingham, Somerset comes with the Queen. Go, bid her hide him quickly from the Duke.
For 1,000 Yorks he shall not hide his head, but boldly stand and front him to his face.
How now? Is Somerset at liberty? Then, York, unloose thy long imprisoned thoughts, and let thy tongue be equal with thy heart. Shall I endure the sight of Somerset? False king! Why hast thou broken faith with me, knowing how hardly I can brook abuse? King did I call thee? No, thou art not king, not fit to govern and rule multitudes, which darest not, no, nor canst not rule a traitor. That head of thine doth not become a crown. Thy hand is made to grasp a palmer's staff, and not to grace an awful princely sceptre. That gold must round engirt these brows of mine, whose smile and frown, like to Achilles' spear, is able with the change to kill and cure. Here is a hand to hold a sceptre up, and with the same to act controlling laws. Give place. By heaven, thou shalt rule no more o'er him whom heaven created for thy ruler.
O monstrous traitor, I arrest thee, York, of capital treason 'gainst the king and crown. Obey, audacious traitor, kneel for grace.
Wouldst have me kneel? First let me ask of these if they can brook I bow a knee to man. Sirrah, call in my sons to be my bail.
Exit attendant.
I know, ere they will have me go to ward, they'll pawn their swords for my enfranchisement.
Call hither Clifford. Bid him come amain, to say if that the bastard boys of York shall be the surety for their traitor father.
Exit Buckingham.
O blood-besotted Neapolitan, outcast of Naples, England's bloody scourge! The sons of York, thy betters in their birth, shall be their father's bale, and bane to those that for my surety will refuse the boys.
Enter Edward and Richard.
See where they come, I'll warrant they'll make it good.
Enter Clifford and young Clifford.
And here comes Clifford to deny their bail.
Health and all happiness to my lord the king.
Kneels.
I thank thee, Clifford. Say what news with thee? Nay, do not fright us with an angry look. We are thy sovereign, Clifford. Kneel again. For thy mistaking so, we pardon thee.
This is my king, York. I do not mistake. But thou mistakest me much to think I do. To Bedlam with him. Is the man grown mad?
Ay, Clifford, a bedlam and ambitious humour makes him oppose himself against his king.
He is a traitor. Let him to the Tower and chop away that factious pate of his.
He is arrested, but will not obey. His sons, he says, shall give their words for him.
Will you not, sons?
Ay, noble father, if our words will serve.
And if words will not, then our weapons shall.
Why, what a brood of traitors have we here?
Look in a glass, and call thy image so. I am thy king, and thou a false heart traitor. Call hither to the stake my two brave bears, that with the very shaking of their chains they may astonish these fell-lurking curs. Bid Salisbury and Warwick come to me.
Enter the Warwick and Salisbury.
Are these thy bears? We'll bait thy bears to death, and manacle the bear-ward in their chains, if thou darest bring them to the baiting place.
Oft have I seen a hot overweening cur run back and bite, because he was withheld, who, being suffered with the bear's fell paw, hath clapped his tail between his legs and cried. And such a piece of service will you do, if you oppose yourselves to match Lord Warwick.
Hence, heap of wrath, foul indigested lump, as crooked in thy manners as thy shape.
Nay, we shall heat you thoroughly anon.
Take heed, lest by your heat you burn yourselves.
Why, Warwick, hath thy knee forgot to bow? Old Salisbury, shame to thy silver hair, thou mad misleader of thy brain-sick son. What, wilt thou on thy death-bed play the ruffian, and seek for sorrow with thy spectacles? O where is faith? O where is loyalty? If it be banished from the frosty head, where shall it find a harbour in the earth? Wilt thou go dig a grave to find out war, and shame thine honourable age with blood? Why art thou old, and wants experience? Or wherefore dost abuse it, if thou hast it? For shame! In duty bend thy knee to me, that bows unto the grave with mickle age.
My lord, I have considered with myself the title of this most renowned duke, and in my conscience do repute his grace the rightful heir to England's royal seat.
Hast thou not sworn allegiance unto me?
I have.
Canst thou dispense with heaven for such an oath?
It is great sin to swear unto a sin, but greater sin to keep a sinful oath. Who can be bound by any solemn vow to do a murderous deed, to rob a man, to force a spotless virgin's chastity, to reave the orphan of his patrimony, to wring the widow from her customed right, and have no other reason for this wrong but that he was bound by a solemn oath?
A subtle traitor needs no sophister.
Call Buckingham, and bid him arm himself.
Call Buckingham and all the friends thou hast. I am resolved for death or dignity.
The first I warrant thee, if dreams prove true.
You are best to go to bed and dream again, to keep thee from the tempest of the field.
I am resolved to bear a greater storm than any thou can conjure up today. And that I'll write upon thy burgonet, might I but know thee by thy household badge.
Now, by my father's badge, old Neville's crest, the rampant bear chained to the ragged staff, this day I'll wear aloft my burgonet, as on a mountain top the cedar shows that keeps his leaves in spite of any storm, even to affright thee with the view thereof.
And from thy burgonet I'll rend thy bear, and tread it under foot with all contempt, despite the bear ward that protects the bear.
And so to arms, victorious father, to quell the rebels and their accomplices.
Fie! Charity for shame! Speak not in spite, for you shall sup with Jesus Christ tonight.
Foul stigmatic, that's more than thou'st can tell.
If not in heaven, you'll surely sup in hell.
Exeunt severally. Scene 2. St. Albans. Alarums to the battle. Enter Warwick.
Clifford of Cumberland, 'tis Warwick calls. And if thou dost not hide thee from the bear, now, when the angry trumpet sounds alarum, and dead men's cries do fill the empty air, Clifford, I say, come forth and fight with me. Proud northern lord, Clifford of Cumberland, Warwick is hoarse with calling thee to arms.
Enter York.
How now, my noble lord? What, all afoot?
The deadly-handed Clifford slew my steed, but match to match I have encountered him, and made a prey for carrion kites and crows, even of the bonny beast he loved so well.
Enter Clifford.
Of one or both of us the time is come.
Hold, Warwick, seek thee out some other chase, for I myself must hunt this deer to death.
Then nobly, York. 'Tis for a crown thou fightest, as I intend, Clifford, to thrive today. It grieves my soul to leave thee unassailed.
Exit.
What seest thou in me, York? Why dost thou pause?
With thy brave bearing should I be in love, but that thou art so fast mine enemy.
Nor should thy prowess want praise and esteem, but that 'tis shown ignobly and in treason.
So let it help me now against thy sword, as I in justice and true right express it.
My soul and body on the action both.
A dreadful lay. Address thee instantly.
They fight, and Clifford falls.
La fin couronne les over.
Dies.
Thus war hath given thee peace, for thou art still. Peace with his soul, heaven, if it be thy will.
Exit. Enter young Clifford.
Shame and confusion, all is on the root. Fear frames disorder, and disorder wounds where it should guard. O war, thou son of hell, whom angry heavens do make their minister, throw in the frozen bosoms of our part hot coals of vengeance. Let no soldier fly. He that is truly dedicate to war hath no self-love, nor he that loves himself hath not essentially, but by circumstance, the name of valor.
Seeing his dead father.
Oh, let the vile world end, and the premised flames of the last day knit earth and heaven together. Now let the general trumpet blow his blast, particularities and petty sounds to cease. Wast thou ordained, dear father, to lose thy youth in peace, and to achieve the silver livery of advised age, and in thy reverence in thy chair days thus to die in ruffian battle? Even at this sight my heart is turned to stone, and while 'tis mine, it shall be stony. York not our old men spares, nor more will I their babes. Tears virginal shall be to me even as the dew to fire, and beauty that the tyrant oft reclaims shall to my flaming wrath be oil and flax. Henceforth I will not have to do with pity. Meet I an infant of the house of York, into as many gobbets will I cut it, as wild Medea young Absyrtus did. In cruelty will I seek out my fame. Come, thou new ruin of old Clifford's house, as did Aeneas old Anchises bear, so bear I thee upon my manly shoulders. Ugh! But then Aeneas bare a living load, nothing so heavy as these woes of mine.
Exit. Bearing off his father. Enter Richard and Somerset to fight. Somerset is killed.
So lie thou there, for underneath an alehouse paltry sign, the castle in St. Albans, Somerset, hath made the wizard famous in his death. Sword, hold thy temper. Heart, be wrathful still. Priests, pray for enemies, but princes kill.
Exit. Fight excursions. Enter King Henry VI, Queen Margaret, and others.
Away, my lord! You are slow, for shame, away!
Can we outrun the heavens? Good Margaret, stay.
What are you made of? You'll nor fight nor fly. Now is it manhood, wisdom, and defence, to give the enemy way, and to secure us by what we can, which can no more but fly?
Alarum afar off.
If you be ta'en, we then should see the bottom of all our fortunes. But if we should haply 'scape, as well we may, if not through your neglect, we shall to London get, where you are loved, and where this breach now in our fortunes made may readily be stopped.
Re-enter young Clifford.
But that my heart's on future mischief set, I would speak blasphemy ere bid you fly. But fly you must. Uncurable discomfort reigns in the hearts of all our present parts. Away for your relief, and we will live to see their day, and them our fortune give. Away, my lord, away!
Exeunt. Scene 3. Fields near St. Albans. Alarum, retreat. Enter York, Richard, Warwick, and soldiers with drum and colours.
Of Salisbury, who can report of him, that winter lion who in rage forgets aged contusions and all brush of time, and like a gallant in the brow of youth repairs him with occasion? This happy day is not itself, nor have we won 1 foot, if Salisbury be lost.
My noble father, 3 times to-day I holp him to his horse, 3 times bestrid him, thrice I led him off, persuaded him from any further act. But still, where danger was, still there I met him, and like rich hangings in a homely house, so was his will in his old feeble body. But noble as he is, look where he comes.
Enter Salisbury.
Now, by my sword, well hast thou fought to-day. By the mass, so did we all. I thank you, Richard. God knows how long it is I have to live, and it hath pleased him that 3 times to-day you have defended me from imminent death. Well, lords, we have not got that which we have. 'Tis not enough our foes are this time fled, being opposites of such repairing nature.
I know our safety is to follow them, for, as I hear, the king is fled to London to call a present court of Parliament. Let us pursue him ere the writs go forth. What says Lord Warwick? Shall we after them?
After them? Nay, before them if we can. Now, by my faith, lords, 'twas a glorious day. St. Albans' battle won by famous York shall be eternized in all age to come. Sound drums and trumpets, and to London all, and more such days as these to us befall.
Exeunt. End of Act 5. End of Henry VI, Part 2, by William Shakespeare.
Henry VI, Part 3, by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please contact LibriVox.org. Henry VI, Part 3, Dramatis Personae. Bona, sister to the French Queen.
Read by Klett.
Duke of Exeter, uncle to Henry IV, great-uncle to Henry V.
Read by Andy Minter.
Duke of Norfolk.
Read by Ken Goldstein.
Duke Earl of Somerset, John Beaufort.
Read by Larry Womack.
Earl of Northumberland.
Read by Robert Mitchell.
Earl of Warwick. Read by Algie Pugg. Earl of Westmoreland.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Earl Oxford.
Read by Lars Rolander.
Edmund, Earl of Rutland.
Read by Nadine Courtboulet.
Father who has killed his son.
Read by Denny Sayers.
First Keeper. Read by Algie Pugg. First Messenger.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
First Watchman.
Read by David Lawrence.
George Plantagenet, Duke of Clarence.
Read by Jesse Mills.
Henry VI.
Read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Huntsman. Read by Algie Pugg. King Edward IV, Plantagenet.
Read by Dale Burgess.
King Louis XI, King of France.
Read by Martin Geeson.
Lieutenant of the Tower.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Lord Earl Rivers, brother to Lady Grey, Queen Elizabeth.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Lord Clifford.
Read by Aidan Brack.
Lord Hastings.
Read by Rick F.
Marquess of Montague.
Read by Nadine Courtboulet.
Mayor of York.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Messenger, read by Algie Pug. Nobleman, read by Algie Pug. Post,
Read by Roseanne Schmidt.
Prince Edward,
Read by Karina Schultz.
Queen Elizabeth starts as Lady Grey, marries Edward IV.
Recording by Musical Heart 1.
Queen Margaret, daughter to Rainier, afterwards married to King Henry VI.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Richard III, son of Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, was Duke of Gloucester before enthronement.
Read by Lars Rolander.
Richard Plantagenet, Duke of Gloucester, becomes Duke of York in Henry VI, Part 3.
Read by David Goldfarb.
Second Keeper.
Read by Raven Notation.
Second Messenger.
Read by Avaí.
Second Watchman.
Read by Nadine Gardboulet.
Sir John Mortimer, uncle to the Duke of York.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Soldier, read by Algie Pug. Son who has killed his father.
Read by Amy Graymore.
Third Watchman.
Read by Lucy Perry.
Tutor of Rutland. Read by Algie Pug. Narrator.
Read by Sandra.
End of Dramatis Personae for Henry VI, Part 3.
Act 1 of Henry VI, Part 3 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 1, Scene 1. London, the Parliament House. Alarum. Enter York, Edward, Richard, Norfolk, Montague, Warwick, and the soldiers.
I wonder how the king escaped our hands.
While we pursued the horsemen of the north, he slyly stole away and left his men, whereat the great lord of Northumberland, whose warlike ears could never brook retreat, cheered up the drooping army, and himself, Lord Clifford and Lord Stafford all abreast, charged our main battle's front, and breaking in, were by the swords of common soldiers slain.
Lord Stafford's father, Duke of Buckingham, is either slain or wounded dangerously. I cleft his beaver with a downright blow. That this is true, father, behold his blood.
And, brother, here's the Earl of Wiltshire's blood, whom I encountered as the battles joined.
Speak thou for me, and tell them what I did.
Throwing down Somerset's head.
Richard hath best deserved of all my sons. But is your grace dead, my lord of Somerset?
Such hope have all the line of John of God.
Thus do I hope to shake King Henry's head.
And so do I. Victorious Prince of York, before I see thee seated in that throne which now the house of Lancaster usurps, I vow by heaven these eyes shall never close. This is the palace of the fearful king, and this the regal seat. Possess it, York, for this is thine, and not King Henry's heirs.
Assist me then, sweet Warwick, and I will, for hither we have broken in by force.
We'll all assist you. He that flies shall die.
Thanks, gentle Norfolk. Stay by me, my lords, and soldiers, stay and lodge by me this night.
They go up.
And when the king comes, offer no violence, unless he seek to thrust you out perforce.
The queen this day here holds her parliament, but little thinks we shall be of her counsel. By words or blows here let us win our right.
Armed as we are, let's stay within this house.
The bloody parliament shall this be called, unless Plantagenet, Duke of York, be king, and bashful Henry deposed, whose cowardice hath made us bywords to our enemies.
Then leave me not, my lords. Be resolute. I mean to take possession of my right.
Neither the king, nor he that loves him best, the proudest he that holds up Lancaster, dares stir a wing if Warwick shake his bells. I'll plant Plantagenet, root him up who dares. Resolve thee, Richard, claim the English crown.
Flourish. Enter King Henry VI. Clifford, Northumberland, Westmoreland, Exeter, and the rest.
My lords, look where the sturdy rebel sits, even in the chair of state. Belike he means, backed by the power of Warwick, that false peer, to spire unto the crown and reign as king. Earl of Northumberland, he slew thy father, and thine, Lord Clifford, and you both have vowed revenge on him, his sons, his favourites, and his friends.
If I be not, heavens be revenged on me.
The hope thereof makes Clifford mourn in steel.
What? Shall we suffer this? Let's pluck him down. My heart for anger burns. I cannot brook it.
Be patient, gentle Earl of Westmoreland.
Patience is for poltroons such as he. He durst not sit there had your father lived. My gracious lord, here in the Parliament let us assail the family of York.
Well hast thou spoken, cousin. Be it so.
Ah, know you not the city favours them, and they have troops of soldiers at their beck?
But when the Duke is slain, they'll quickly fly.
Far be the thought of this from Henry's heart, to make a shambles of the Parliament House. Cousin of Exeter, frowns, words, and threats shall be the war that Henry means to use. Thou, factious Duke of York, descend my throne, and kneel for grace and mercy at my feet. I am thy sovereign.
I am thine.
For shame, come down. He made thee Duke of York.
'Twas my inheritance, as the earldom was.
Thy father was a traitor to the crown.
Exeter, thou art a traitor to the crown in following this usurping Henry.
Whom should he follow but his natural king?
True, Clifford, and that's Richard, Duke of York.
And shall I stand, and thou sit in my throne?
It must and shall be so. Content thyself.
Be Duke of Lancaster. Let him be king.
He is both king and Duke of Lancaster, and that the Lord of Westmoreland shall maintain.
And Warwick shall disprove it. You forget that we are those that chased you from the field, and slew your fathers, and with colours spread marched through the city to the palace gates.
Yes, Warwick, I remember it to my grief, and by his soul thou and thy house shall rue it.
Plantagenet, of thee and these thy sons, thy kinsmen and thy friends, I'll have more lives than drops of blood were in my father's veins.
Urge it no more, lest that, instead of words, I send thee, Warwick, such a messenger as shall revenge his death before I stir.
Poor Clifford, how I scorn his worthless threats.
Will you we show our title to the crown? If not, our swords shall plead it in the field.
What title hast thou, traitor to the crown? Thy father was, as thou art, Duke of York, thy grandfather Roger Mortimer, Earl of March. I am the son of Henry the Fifth, who made the Dauphin and the French to stoop and seized upon their towns and provinces.
Talk not of France, since thou hast lost it all.
The Lord Protector lost it, and not I. When I was crowned, I was but 9 months old.
You are old enough now, and yet methinks you lose. Father, tear the crown from the usurper's head.
Sweet father, do so. Set it on your head.
Good brother, as thou lovest and honourest arms, let's fight it out, and not stand cavilling thus.
Sound drums and trumpets, and the king will fly.
Sons, peace.
Peace, thou, and give King Henry leave to speak.
Plantagenet shall speak first. Hear him, lords, and be you silent and attentive too, for he that interrupts him shall not live.
Think'st thou that I will leave my kingly throne, wherein my grandsire and my father sat? No. First shall war unpeople this my realm, I, and their colours, often born in France, and now in England, to our heart's great sorrow, shall be my winding sheet. Why faint you, lords? My title's good, and better far than his.
Prove it, Henry, and thou shalt be king.
Henry the Fourth by conquest got the crown.
'Twas by rebellion against his king.
Aside.
I know not what to say, my title's weak. Tell me, may not a king adopt an heir?
What then?
And if he may, then am I lawful king. For Richard, in the view of many lords, resigned the crown to Henry the Fourth, whose heir my father was, and I am his.
He rose against him, being his sovereign, and made him to resign his crown perforce.
Suppose, my lords, he did it unconstrained, think you 'twere prejudicial to his crown?
No, for he could not so resign his crown but that the next heir should succeed and reign.
Art thou against us, Duke of Exeter?
His is the right, and therefore pardon me.
Why whisper you, my lords, and answer not?
My conscience tells me he is lawful king.
Aside.
Or will revolt from me, and turn to him.
Plantagenet, for all the claim thou lay'st, think not that Henry shall be so deposed.
Deposed he shall be, in despite of all.
Thou art deceived. 'Tis not thy southern power of Essex, Norfolk, Suffolk, nor of Kent, which makes thee thus presumptuous and proud, can set the Duke up in despite of me.
King Henry, be thy title right or wrong, Lord Clifford vows to fight in thy defence. May that ground gape and swallow me alive, where I shall kneel to him that slew my father.
O Clifford, how thy words revive my heart!
Henry of Lancaster, resign thy crown. What mutter you, or what conspire you, lords?
Do right unto this princely Duke of York, or I will fill the house with armed men, and over the chair of state, where now he sits, write up his title with usurping blood.
He stamps with his foot, and the soldiers show themselves.
My Lord of Warwick, hear me but one word. Let me for this my lifetime reign as king.
Confirm the crown to me and to mine heirs, and thou shalt reign in quiet while thou livest.
I am content. Richard Plantagenet, enjoy the kingdom after my decease.
What wrong is this unto the prince your son?
What good is this to England and himself?
Base, fearful, and despairing Henry.
How hast thou injured both thyself and us?
I cannot stay to hear these articles.
Nor I.
Come, cousin, let us tell the queen these news.
Farewell, faint-hearted and degenerate king, in whose blood no spark of honour bides.
Be thou a prey unto the house of York, and die in bands for this unmanly deed.
In dreadful war mayst thou be overcome, or live in peace, abandoned and despised.
Exeunt Northumberland, Clifford, and Westmoreland.
Turn this way, Henry, and regard them not.
They seek revenge, and therefore will not yield.
Ah, Exeter!
Why should you sigh, my lord?
Not for myself, Lord Warwick, but my son, whom I unnaturally shall disinherit. But be it as it may, I here entail the crown to thee and to thine heirs for ever, conditionally, that here thou take an oath to cease this civil war, and, whilst I live, to honour me as thy king and sovereign, and neither by treason nor hostility to seek to put me down and reign thyself.
This oath I willingly take, and will perform.
Long live King Henry! Plantagenet, embrace him.
And long live thou and these thy forward sons.
Now York and Lancaster are reconciled.
Accursed be he that seeks to make them foes.
Senate, here they come down.
Farewell, my gracious lord. I'll to my castle.
And I'll keep London with my soldiers.
And I to Norfolk with my followers.
And I unto the sea from whence I came.
Exeunt York, Edward, Edmund, George, Richard, Warwick, Norfolk, Montague, their soldiers and attendants.
And I, with grief and sorrow, to the court.
Enter Queen Margaret and Prince Edward.
Here comes the queen, whose looks betray her anger. I'll steal away.
Exeter, so will I.
Nay, go not from me. I will follow thee.
Be patient, gentle queen, and I will stay.
Who can be patient in such extremes? Ah, wretched man! Would I had died a maid, and never seen thee, never borne thee son, seeing thou hast proved so unnatural a father. Hath he deserved to lose his birthright thus? Hadst thou but loved him half so well as I, or felt that pain which I did for him once, or nourished him as I did with my blood, thou wouldst have left thy dearest heart-blood there, rather than have that savage Duke thine heir, and disinherited thine only son.
Father, you cannot disinherit me. If you be king, why should not I succeed?
Pardon me, Margaret. Pardon me, sweet son. The Earl of Warwick and the Duke enforced me.
Enforced thee? Art thou king, and wilt be forced? I shame to hear thee speak. Ah, timorous wretch! Thou hast undone thyself, thy son, and me, and given unto the house of York such head as thou shalt reign but by their sufferance. To entail him and his heirs unto the crown, what is it but to make thy sepulchre, and creep into it far before thy time? Warwick is chancellor and the lord of Calais. Stern Falconbridge commands the narrow seas. The Duke is made protector of the realm. And yet shalt thou be safe? Such safety finds the trembling lamb environed with wolves. Had I been there, which am a silly woman, the soldiers should have tossed me on their pikes before I would have granted to that act. But thou prefer'st thy life before thine honour. And seeing thou dost, I here divorce myself, both from thy table, Henry, and thy bed, until that Act of Parliament be repealed whereby my son is disinherited. The northern lords that have forsworn thy colours will follow mine, if once they see them spread. And spread they shall be, to thy foul disgrace, and utter ruin of the house of York. Thus do I leave thee. Come, son, let's away. Our army is ready. Come, we'll after them.
Stay, gentle Margaret, and hear me speak.
Thou hast spoke too much already. Get thee gone.
Gentle son Edward, thou wilt stay with me.
I, to be murdered by his enemies?
When I return with victory from the field, I'll see your grace. Till then, I'll follow her.
Come, son, away. We may not linger thus.
Exeunt Queen Margaret and Prince Edward.
Poor queen! How love to me and to her son hath made her break out into terms of rage. Revenged may she be on that hateful Duke, whose haughty spirit, winged with desire, will cost my crown, and like an empty eagle tire on the flesh of me and of my son. The loss of those 3 lords torments my heart. I'll write unto them and entreat them fair. Come, cousin, you shall be the messenger.
And I hope, shall reconcile them all.
Exeunt. Scene 2. Sandal Castle. Enter Richard, Edward, and Montague.
Brother, though I be youngest, give me leave.
No, I can better play the orator.
But I have reason strong and forcible.
Enter York.
Why, how now, sons and brother? At a strife? What is your quarrel? How began it first?
No quarrel, but a slight contention.
About what?
About that which concerns your grace and us. The crown of England, father, which is yours.
Mine, boy? Not till King Henry be dead.
Your right depends not on his life or death.
Now you are heir, therefore enjoy it now. By giving the house of Lancaster leave to breathe, it will outrun you, father, in the end.
I took an oath that he should quietly reign.
But for a kingdom any oath may be broken. I would break 1,000 oaths to reign 1 year.
No, God forbid your grace should be forsworn.
I shall be, if I claim by open war.
I'll prove the contrary, if you'll hear me speak.
Thou canst not, son. It is impossible.
An oath is of no moment, being not took before a true and lawful magistrate, that hath authority over him that swears. Henry had none, but did usurp the place. Then seeing 'twas he that made you to depose, your oath, my lord, is vain and frivolous. Therefore to arms, and father, do but think how sweet a thing it is to wear a crown, within whose circuit is Elysium, and all that poets feign of bliss and joy. Why do we finger thus? I cannot rest until the white rose that I wear be dyed, even in the lukewarm blood of Henry's heart.
Richard, enough. I will be king or die. Brother, thou shalt to London presently, and whet on Warwick to this enterprise. Thou, Richard, shalt to the Duke of Norfolk, and tell him privily of our intent. You, Edward, shall unto my Lord Cobham, with whom the Kentishmen will willingly rise. In them I trust, for they are soldiers, witty, courteous, liberal, full of spirit. While you are thus employed, what resteth more, but that I seek occasion, how to rise, and yet the king not privy to my drift, nor any of the house of Lancaster?
Enter a messenger.
But stay, what news? Why comest thou in such post?
The Queen, with all the northern earls and lords, intend here to besiege you in your castle. She is hard by with 20,000 men, and therefore fortify your hold, my lord.
Ay, with my sword. What? Think'st thou that we fear them? Edward and Richard, you shall stay with me. My brother Montague shall post to London. Let noble Warwick, Cobham, and the rest, whom we have left protectors of the king, with powerful policy strengthen themselves, and trust not simple Henry nor his oaths.
Brother, I go. I'll win them, fear it not. And thus most humbly I do take my leave.
Exit. Enter John Mortimer and Hugh Mortimer.
Sir John and Sir Hugh Mortimer, mine uncles, you are come to Sentinel in a happy hour. The army of the Queen mean to besiege us.
She shall not need. We'll meet her in the field.
What, with 5,000 men?
Aye, with 500, father, for a need. A woman's general, what should we fear?
A march afar off.
I hear their drums. Let's set our men in order, and issue forth and bid them battle straight.
5 men to 20. Though the odds be great, I doubt not, uncle, of our victory. Many a battle have I won in France, whenas the enemy hath been 10 to 1. Why should I not now have the like success?
Alarum. Exeunt. Scene 3. Field of battle betwixt Sandal Castle and Wakefield. Alorums. Enter Rutland and his tutor.
Oh, whither shall I fly to escape their hands? Oh, tutor, look where bloody Clifford comes.
Enter Clifford and soldiers.
Chaplain, away! Thy priesthood saves thy life. As for the brat of this accursed duke, whose father slew my father, he shall die.
And I, my lord, will bear him company.
Soldiers, away with him.
Ah, Clifford, murder not this innocent child, lest thou be hated both of God and man.
Exit. Dragged off by soldiers.
How now? Is he dead already? Or is it fear that makes him close his eyes? I'll open them.
So looks the pent-up lion over the wretch that trembles under his devouring paws. And so he walks, insulting o'er his prey, and so he comes to rend his limbs asunder. Ah, gentle Clifford, kill me with thy sword, and not with such a cruel threatening look. Sweet Clifford, hear me speak before I die. I am too mean a subject for thy wrath. Be thou revenged on men, and let me live.
In vain thou speak'st, poor boy. My father's blood hath stopped the passage where thy words should enter.
Then let my father's blood open it again. He is a man, and, Clifford, cope with him.
Had thy brethren here, their lives and thine were not revenge sufficient for me. No, if I digged up thy forefathers' graves, and hung their rotten coffins up in chains, it could not slake mine ire, nor ease my heart. The sight of any of the house of York is as a fury to torment my soul. Until I root out their accursed line, and leave not one alive, I live in hell. Therefore,
Lifting his hand.
Oh, let me pray before I take my death. To thee I pray, sweet Clifford, pity me.
such pity as my rapier's point affords.
I never did thee harm. Why wilt thou slay me?
Thy father hath.
But was he I was born? Thou hast one son, for his sake pity me, lest in revenge thereof, sith God is just, he be as miserably slain as I. Oh, let me live in prison all my days, and when I give occasion of offence, then let me die, for now thou hast no cause.
No cause? Thy father slew my father. Therefore die.
Stabs him.
Di facient laudis summa sit istatue.
Dies.
Plantagenet, I come Plantagenet, and this thy son's blood cleaving to my blade shall rust upon my weapon, till thy blood congealed with this do make me wipe off both.
Exit. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Alarum. Enter York.
The army of the Queen hath up the field. My uncles both are slain in rescuing me, and all my followers to the eager foe turn back and fly, like ships before the wind, or lambs pursued by hunger-starved wolves. My sons, God knows what hath bechanced them, but this I know, they have demeaned themselves like men born to renown by life or death. 3 times did Richard make a lane to me, and thrice cried, "Courage, father, fight it out!" And full as oft came Edward to my side, with purple falchion painted to the hilt in blood of those that had encountered him. And when the hardiest warriors did retire, Richard cried, "Charge, and give no foot of ground!" and cried, "A crown, or else a glorious tomb, a sceptre, or an earthly sepulchre!" With this we charged again, but out, alas! We budged again, as I have seen a swan with bootless labor swim against the tide and spend her strength with overmatching waves.
A short alarum within.
Ah, hark! The fatal followers do pursue, and I am faint and cannot fly their fury. And were I strong, I would not shun their fury. The sands are numbered that make up my life. Here must I stay, and here my life must end.
Enter Queen Margaret, Clifford, Northumberland, Prince Edward, and soldiers.
Come, bloody Clifford, rough Northumberland, I dare your quenchless fury to more rage. I am your butt, and I abide your shot.
Yield to our mercy, proud Plantagenet.
Ay, to such mercy as his ruthless arm with downright payment showed unto my father. Now Phaethon hath tumbled from his car, and made an evening of the noontide prick.
My ashes, as the phoenix, may bring forth a bird that will revenge upon you all, and in that hope I throw mine eyes to heaven, scorning whate'er you can afflict me with. Why come you not? What? Multitudes and fear?
So cowards fight when they can fly no further. So doves do peck the falcon's piercing talons. So desperate thieves, all hopeless of their lives, breathe out invectives against the officers.
O Clifford, but bethink thee once again, and in thy thought o'errun my former time. And, if thou canst, for blushing, view this face, and bite thy tongue, that slanders him with cowardice, whose frown hath made thee faint and fly ere this.
I will not bandy with thee word for word, but buckle with thee blows, twice 2 for 1.
Hold, valiant Clifford. For 1,000 causes I would prolong a while the traitor's life. Wrath makes him deaf. Speak thou, Northumberland.
Hold, Clifford! Do not honour him so much to prick thy finger, though to wound his heart. What valour were it, when a cur doth grin, for one to thrust his hand between his teeth, when he might spurn him with his foot away? It is war's prize to take all vantages, and 10 to 1 is no impeach of valour.
They lay hands on York, who struggles.
Ay, ay, so strives the woodcock with the gin.
So doth the coney struggle in the net.
So triumph thieves upon their conquered booty. So true men yield with robbers so o'ermatched.
What would your grace have done unto him now?
Brave warriors, Clifford and Northumberland, come, make him stand upon this molehill here, that rotted mountains with outstretched arms, yet parted but the shadow with his hand. What, was it you that would be England's king? Was't you that revelled in our Parliament, and made a preachment of your high descent? Where are your mess of sons to back you now, the wanton Edward and the lusty George? And where's that valiant crook-back prodigy, Dicky, your boy, that with his grumbling voice was wont to cheer his dad in mutinies? Or, with the rest, where is your darling Rutland? Look, York, I stained this napkin with the blood that valiant Clifford with his rapier's point made issue from the bosom of the boy. And if thine eyes can water for his death, I give thee this to dry thy cheeks withal. Alas, poor York, but that I hate thee deadly, I should lament thy miserable state. I prithee, Grieve to make me merry, York. What, hath thy fiery heart so parched thine entrails that not a tear can fall for Rutland's death? Why art thou patient, man? Thou shouldst be mad, and I, to make thee mad, do mock thee thus. Stamp, rave, and fret, that I may sing and dance. Thou wouldst be feed, I see, to make me sport. Oh, York cannot speak unless he wear a crown for York, and lords bow low to him. Hold you his hands whilst I do set it on.
Putting a paper crown on his head.
Ay, marry, sir, now looks he like a king. Ay, this is he that took King Henry's chair, and this is he that was his adopted heir. But how is it that great Plantagenet is crowned so soon, and broke his solemn oath? As I bethink me, you should not be king till our King Henry had shook hands with death. And will you pale your head in Henry's glory, and rob his temple of the diadem? Now, in his life, against your holy oath? Oh, 'tis a fault too unpardonable. Off with the crown, and with the crown his head, and whilst we breathe take time to do him dead.
That is my office for my father's sake.
Nay, stay, let's hear the orisons he makes.
She-wolf of France, but worse than wolves of France, whose tongue more poisons than the adder's tooth. How ill-beseeming is it in thy sex to triumph like an Amazonian trull upon their woes whom fortune captivates! But that thy face is, vizard-like, unchanging, made impudent with use of evil deeds, I would assay, proud queen, to make thee blush. To tell thee whence thou camest, of whom derived, were shame enough to shame thee, wert thou not shameless. Thy father bears the type of King of Naples, of both the Sicils and Jerusalem, yet not so wealthy as an English yeoman. Hath that poor monarch taught thee to insult? It needs not, nor it boots thee not, proud queen, unless the adage must be verified that beggars mounted run their horse to death. 'Tis beauty that doth oft make women proud, but God he knows thy share thereof is small. 'Tis virtue that doth make them most admired, the contrary doth make thee wondered at. 'Tis government that makes them seem divine, the want thereof makes thee abominable. Thou art as opposite to every good as the Antipodes are unto us, or as the South to the Septentrion. O tiger's heart, wrapped in a woman's hide! How couldst thou drain the life-blood of the child, to bid the father wipe his eyes withal, and yet be seen to bear a woman's face? Women are soft, mild, pitiful, and flexible. Thou, stern, obdurate, flinty, rough, remorseless. Bidst thou me rage? Why, now thou hast thy wish, wouldst have me weep. Why, now thou hast thy will. For raging wind blows up incessant showers, and when the rage allays, the rain begins. These tears are my sweet Rutland's obsequies, and every drop cries vengeance for his death, 'gainst thee, fell Clifford, and thee, false Frenchwoman.
Beshrew me, but his passion moves me so that hardly can I check my eyes from tears.
That face of his, the hungry cannibals would not have touched, would not have stained with blood. But you are more inhuman, more inexorable, oh, 10 times more than tigers of Hyrcania. See, ruthless queen, a hapless father's tears. This cloth thou dipst in blood of my sweet boy, and I with tears do wash the blood away. Keep thou the napkin, and go boast of this. And if thou tell'st the heavy story right, upon my soul the hearers will shed tears, yea, even my foes will shed fast-falling tears, and say, Alas, it was a piteous deed. There, take the crown, and with the crown my curse. And in thy need such comfort come to thee as now I reap at thy too cruel hand. Hard-hearted Clifford, take me from the world, my soul to heaven, my blood upon your heads.
Had he been slaughterman to all my kin, I should not for my life but weep with him, to see how inly sorrow gripes his soul.
What? Weeping ripe, my Lord Northumberland? Think but upon the wrong he did us all, and that will quickly dry thy melting tears.
He is for my oath. He is for my father's death.
Stabbing him.
And here's to right our gentle-hearted king.
Stabbing him.
Open thy gate of mercy, gracious God. My soul flies through these wounds to seek out thee.
Dies.
Off with his head, and set it on York gates, so York may overlook the town of York.
Flourish. Exeunt.
End of Act 1.
Act 2 of Henry VI, Part 3 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 2, Scene 1. A plain near Mortimer's Cross, in Herefordshire. A march. Enter Edward, Richard, and their power.
I wonder how our princely father scaped, or whether he be scaped away or no, from Clifford and Northumberland's pursuit. Had he been ta'en, we should have heard the news. Had he been slain, we should have heard the news. Or had he scaped, methinks we should have heard the happy tidings of his good escape. How fares my brother? Why is he so sad?
I cannot joy until I be resolved where our right valiant father is become. I saw him in the battle range about, and watched him how he singled Clifford forth. Methought he bore him in the thickest troop, as doth a lion in a herd of net, or as a bear encompassed round with dogs, who having pinched a few and made them cry, the rest stand all aloof and bark at him. So fared our father with his enemies, so fled his enemies my warlike father. Methinks 'tis prize enough to be his son. See how the morning opes her golden gates, and takes her farewell of the glorious sun. How well resembles it the prime of youth, trimmed like a younker prancing to his love.
Dazzle mine eyes, or do I see 3 suns?
3 glorious suns, each one a perfect sun, not separated with the racking clouds, but severed in a pale, clear, shining sky. See, see, they join, embrace, and seem to kiss, as if they vowed some league inviolable. Now are they but one lamp, one light, one sun. In this the heaven figures some event.
'Tis wondrous strange, the like yet never heard of. I think it cites us, brother, to the field, that we, the sons of brave Plantagenet, each one already blazing by our meads, should notwithstanding join our lights together, and overshine the earth, as this the world. Whate'er it bodes, henceforward I will bear upon my target 3 fair shining suns.
Nay, bear 3 daughters, by your leave, I speak it. You love the breeder better than the male.
Enter a messenger.
But what art thou, whose heavy looks foretell some dreadful story hanging on thy tongue?
Ah, one that was a woeful looker on, whenas the noble Duke of York was slain, your princely father and my loving lord.
Oh, speak no more, for I have heard too much.
Say how he died, for I will hear it all.
Environed he was with many foes, and stood against them as the hope of Troy against the Greeks that would have entered Troy. But Hercules himself must yield to odds, and many strokes, though with a little axe, hew down and fell the hardest timbered oak. By many hands your father was subdued, but only slaughtered by the ireful arm of unrelenting Clifford and the Queen, who crowned the gracious Duke in high despite, laughed in his face, and when with grief he wept, the ruthless Queen gave him to dry his cheeks a napkin steeped in the harmless blood of sweet young Rutland, by rough Clifford slain. And after many scorns, many foul taunts, they took his head, and on the gates of York they set the same. And there it doth remain, the saddest spectacle that e'er I viewed.
Sweet Duke of York, our prop to lean upon, now thou art gone, and we have no staff, no stay. O Clifford, boisterous Clifford, thou hast slain the flower of Europe for his chivalry, and treacherously hast thou vanquished him, for hand to hand he would have vanquished thee. Now my soul's palace is become a prison. Ah, would she break from hence, that this my body might in the ground be closed up in rest. For never henceforth shall I joy again, never, oh never shall I see more joy.
I cannot weep, for all my body's moisture scarce serves to quench my furnace-burning heart, nor can my tongue unload my heart's great burthen. For self-same wind that I shall speak withal is kindling coals that fires all my breast, and burns me up with flames that tears would quench. To weep is to make less the depth of grief. Tears then for babes, blows and revenge for me. Richard, I bear thy name, I'll venge thy death, or die renowned by attempting it.
His name that valiant Duke hath left with thee, his dukedom and his chair with me is left.
Nay, if thou be that princely eagle's bird, show thy descent by gazing gainst the sun. For chair and dukedom, throne and kingdom, say, either that is thine, or else thou wert not his.
March. Enter Warwick, Montague, and their army.
How now, fair lords? What fare? What news abroad?
Great Lord of Warwick, if we should recount our baleful news, and at each word's deliverance stab poniards in our flesh till all were told, the words would add more anguish than the wounds. O valiant lord, the Duke of York is slain.
O Warwick, Warwick, that Plantagenet which held thee dearly as his soul's redemption, is by the stern Lord Clifford done to death.
10 days ago I drowned these news in tears, and now, to add more measure to your woes, I come to tell you things sith then befallen. After the bloody fray at Wakefield fort, where your brave father breathed his latest gasp, tidings, as swiftly as the posts could run, were brought me of your loss and his depart. I then in London, keeper of the king, mustered my soldiers, gathered flocks of friends, and very well appointed, as I thought, marched toward St. Albans to intercept the queen, bearing the king in my behalf along. For by my scouts I was advertised that she was coming with the full intent to dash our late decree in Parliament, touching King Henry's oath and your succession. Short tale to make, we at St. Albans met, our battles joined, and both sides fiercely fought. But whether 'twas the coldness of the king, who looked full gently on his warlike queen, that robbed my soldiers of their heated spleen, or whether 'twas report of her success, or more than common fear of Clifford's rigour, who thunders to his captives blood and death, I cannot judge, but to conclude with truth, their weapons like to lightning came and went, our soldiers, like the night owl's lazy flight, or like an idle thresher with a flail, fell gently down, as if they struck their friends. I cheered them up with justice of our cause, with promise of high pay and great rewards. But all in vain, they had no heart to fight, and we in them no hope to win the day. So that we fled, the king unto the queen, Lord George your brother, Norfolk, and myself, in haste, post haste, are come to join with you. For in the marches here we heard you were making another head to fight again.
Where is the Duke of Norfolk, gentle Warwick? And when came George from Burgundy to England?
Some 6 miles off the Duke is with the soldiers, and for your brother, he was lately sent from your kind aunt, Duchess of Burgundy, with aid of soldiers to this needful war.
'Twas odds, belike, when valiant Warwick fled. Oft have I heard his praise in pursuit, but never till now his scandal of retire.
Nor now my scandal, Richard, dost thou hear, for thou shalt know this strong right hand of mine can pluck the diadem from fate Henry's head, and wring the awful sceptre from his fist, where he is famous and as bold in war as he is famed for mildness, peace, and prayer.
I know it well, Lord Warwick, blame me not. 'Tis love I bear thy glories makes me speak. But in this troublous time what's to be done? Shall we go throw away our coats of steel, and wrap our bodies in black mourning gowns, numbering our Ave Marias with our beads? Or shall we on the helmets of our foes tell our devotion with revengeful arms? If for the last, say aye, and to it, lords.
Why, therefore Warwick came to seek you out, and therefore comes my brother Montague. Attend me, lords. The proud insulting Queen, with Clifford, and the haught Northumberland, and of their feather many more proud birds, have wrought the easy melting King like wax. He swore consent to your succession, his oath enrolled in the Parliament. And now to London all the crew are gone, to frustrate both his oath, and what beside may make against the house of Lancaster. Their power, I think, is 30,000 strong. Now if the help of Norfolk and myself, with all the friends that thou, brave Earl of March, amongst the loving Welshmen canst procure, will but amount to 25,000. Why, veer to London will we march amain, and once again bestride our foaming steeds, and once again cry, Charge upon our foes, but never once again turn back and fly.
Aye, now methinks I hear great Warwick speak. Never may he live to see a sunshine day, that cries retire, if Warwick bid him stay.
Lord Warwick, on thy shoulder will I lean, and when thou fail'st, as God forbid the hour, must Edward fall, which peril heaven forfend.
No longer Earl of March, but Duke of York. The next degree is England's royal throne, for King of England shalt thou be proclaimed in every borough as we pass along. And he that throws not up his cap for joy, shall for the fault make forfeit of his head. King Edward, valiant Richard, Montague, stay we no longer dreaming of renown, but sound the trumpets, and about our task.
Then, Clifford, wear thy heart as hard as steel, as thou hast shown it flinty by thy deeds. I come to pierce it, or to give thee mine.
Then strike up the drums, God and Saint George for us.
Enter a messenger.
How now? What news?
The Duke of Norfolk sends you word by me. The Queen is coming with a puissant host, and craves your company for speedy counsel.
Why then it sorts. Brave warriors, let's away.
Exeunt. Scene 2. Before York. Flourish. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, Clifford, and Northumberland, with drum and trumpets.
Welcome, my lord, to this brave town of York. Yonder's the head of that arch enemy that sought to be encompassed with your crown. Doth not the object cheer your heart, my lord?
Ay, as the rocks cheer them that fear their wreck. To see this sight, it irks my very soul. Withhold revenge, dear God. 'Tis not my fault, nor wittingly have I infringed my vow.
My gracious liege, this is too much lenity, and harmful pity must be laid aside. To whom do lions cast their gentle looks? Not to the beast that would usurp their den. Whose hand is that the forest bear doth lick? Not his that spoils her young before her face. Who scapes the lurking serpent's mortal sting? Not he that sets his foot upon her back. The smallest worm will turn being trodden on, and doves will peck and safeguard their brood. Ambitious York doth level at thy crown, thou smiling while he knit his angry brows. He but a duke would have his son a king, and raise his issue like a loving sire. Thou, being a king, blessed with a goodly son, didst yield consent to disinherit him, which argued thee a most unloving father. Unreasonable creatures feed their young, and though man's face be fearful to their eyes, yet in protection of their tender ones, who hath not seen them, even with those wings which sometime they have used with fearful fright, make war with him that climbed unto their nest, offer their own lives in their young's defence. For shame, my liege, make them your precedent. Were it not pity that this goodly boy should lose his birthright by his father's fault, and long hereafter say unto his child, what my great-grandfather and his grandsire got, my careless father fondly gave away. Ah, what a shame were this! Look on the boy, and let his manly face, which promiseth successful fortune, steel thy melting heart, to hold thine own and leave thine own with him.
Full well hath Clifford played the orator, inferring arguments of mighty force. But, Clifford, tell me, didst thou never hear that things ill-got had ever bad success? And happy always was it for that son whose father for his hoarding went to hell. I'll leave my son my virtuous deeds behind, and would my father had left me no more. For all the rest is held at such a rate as brings 1,000-fold more care to keep than in possession and jot of pleasure. Ah, cousin York, would thy best friends did know how it doth grieve me that thy head is here.
My lord, cheer up your spirits. Our foes are nigh, and this soft courage makes your followers faint. You promised knighthood to our forward son. Unsheathe your sword, and dub him presently. Edward, kneel down.
Edward Plantagenet, arise a knight, and learn this lesson. Draw thy sword in right.
My gracious father, by your kingly leave, I'll draw it as a parent to the crown, and in that quarrel use it to the death.
Why, that is spoken like a toward prince.
Enter a messenger.
Royal commanders, be in readiness, for with a band of 30,000 men comes Warwick, backing of the Duke of York, and in the towns, as they do march along, proclaims him king, and many fly to him. Darraign your battle, for they are at hand.
I would your highness would depart the field. The queen hath best success when you are absent.
Ay, good my lord, and leave us to our fortune.
Why, that's my fortune too, therefore I'll stay.
Be it with resolution then to fight.
My royal father, cheer these noble lords, and hearten those that fight in your defence. Unsheathe your sword, good father. Cry, Saint George!
March. Enter Edward, George, Richard, Warwick, Norfolk, Montague, and soldiers.
Now, perjured Henry, wilt thou kneel for grace, and set thy diadem upon my head, or bide the mortal fortune of the field?
Go rate thy minions, proud insulting boy. Becomes it thee to be thus bold in terms before thy sovereign and thy lawful king?
I am his king, and he should bow his knee. I was adopted heir by his consent. Since when his oath is broke, for as I hear, you that are king, though he do wear the crown, have caused him, by new act of parliament, to blot out me, and put his own son in.
And reason too. Who should succeed the father but the son?
Are you there, butcher? Oh, I cannot speak.
Ay, Crookback, here I stand to answer thee, or any he the proudest of thy sort.
'Twas you that killed young Rutland, was it not?
I and old York, and yet not satisfied.
For God's sake, lords, give signal to the fight.
What sayest thou, Henry? Wilt thou yield the crown?
Why, how now, long-tongued Warwick? Dare you speak? When you and I met at St. Albans last, your legs did better service than your hands.
Then 'twas my turn to fly, and now 'tis thine.
You said so much before, and yet you fled.
'Twas not thy valour, Clifford, drove me thence.
No, nor your manhood that durst make you stay.
Northumberland, I hold thee reverently. Break off the parley, for scarce I can refrain the execution of my big swan heart upon that Clifford, that cruel child killer.
I slew thy father. Call'st thou him a child?
Ay, like a dastard and a treacherous coward, as thou didst kill our tender brother Rutland. But ere sunset I'll make thee curse the deed.
Have done with words, my lords, and hear me speak.
Defy them then, or else hold close thy lips.
I prithee, give no limits to my tongue. I am a king, and privileged to speak.
My liege, the wound that bred this meeting here cannot be cured by words. Therefore be still.
Then, executioner, unsheath thy sword. By him that made us all, I'm resolved that Clifford's manhood lies upon his tongue.
Say, Henry, shall I have my right, or no? 1,000 men have broke their fast today that ne'er shall dine, unless thou yield the crown.
If thou deny, their blood upon thy head, for York in justice puts his armour on.
If that be right which Warwick says is right, there is no wrong, but everything is right.
Whoever got thee, there thy mother stands, for well I wot thou hast thy mother's tongue.
But thou art neither like thy sire or dam, but like a foul misshapen stigmatic, marked by the destinies to be avoided, as venom toads or lizards' dreadful stings.
Iron of Naples hid with English guilt, whose father bears the title of a king, as if a channel should be called the sea. Shamest thou not, knowing whence thou art extraught, to let thy tongue detect thy base-born heart?
A wisp of straw were worth 1,000 crowns, to make this shameless callet know herself. Helen of Greece was fairer far than thou, although thy husband may be Menelaus, and ne'er was Agamemnon's brother wronged by that false woman as this king by thee. His father revelled in the heart of France, and tamed the king, and made the Dauphin stoop. And had he matched according to his state, he might have kept that glory to this day. But when he took a beggar to his bed, and graced thy poor sire with his bridal day, even then that sunshine brewed a shower for him, that washed his father's fortune forth of France, and heaped sedition on his crown at home. For what hath broached this tumult but thy pride? Hadst thou been meek, our title still had slept, and we, in pity of the gentle king, had slipped our claim until another age.
But when we saw our sunshine made thy spring, and that thy summer bred us no increase, we set the axe to thy usurping root. And though the edge hath something hit ourselves, yet know thou, since we have begun to strike, we'll never leave till we have hewn thee down, or bathed thy growing with our heated bloods.
And in this resolution I defy thee, not willing any longer conference, since thou deniest the gentle king to speak. Sound trumpets, let our bloody colours wave, and either victory or else a grave.
Stay, Edward.
No wrangling, woman, will no longer stay. These words will cost 10,000 lives this day.
Exeunt. Scene 3. A field of battle between Towton and Saxon in Yorkshire. Alarum, excursions. Enter Warwick.
Forspent with toil, as runners with a race, I lay me down a little while to breathe. For strokes received, and many blows repaid, have robbed my strong-knit sinews of their strength. And spite of spite needs must I rest awhile.
Enter Edward, running.
Smile, gentle heaven, or strike ungentle death, for this world frowns, and Edward's sun is clouded.
How now, my lord? What hap? What hope of good?
Enter George.
Our hap is loss, our hope but sad despair. Our ranks are broken, ruin follows us. What counsel give you? Whither shall we fly?
Bootless is flight. They follow us with wings, and weak we are, and cannot shun pursuit.
Enter Richard.
Ah, Warwick, why hast thou withdrawn thyself? Thy brother's blood the thirsty earth has drunk, broached with the steely point of Clifford's lance, and in the very pangs of death he cried, like to a dismal clangour heard from far, Warwick, revenge, brother, revenge my death. So underneath the belly of their steeds that stained their fetlocks in his smoking blood. The noble gentleman gave up the ghost.
Then let the earth be drunken with our blood. I'll kill my horse, because I will not fly. Why stand we like soft-hearted women here, wailing our losses, whiles the foe doth rage, and look upon as if the tragedy were played in jest by counterfeiting actors? Here on my knee I vow to God above, I'll never pause again, never stand still, till either death hath closed these eyes of mine, or fortune given me measure of revenge.
O Warwick, I do bend my knee with thine, and in this vow do chain my soul to thine. And ere my knee rise from the earth's cold face, I throw my hands, mine eyes, my heart to thee. Thou set her up, and pluck her down of kings, beseeching thee, if with they will it stands, that to my foes this body must be prey, yet that thy brazen gates of heaven may ope, and give sweet passage to my sinful soul. Now, lords, take leave until we meet again, where'er it be, in heaven or in earth.
Brother, give me thy hand, and gentle Warwick, let me embrace thee in my weary arms. I that did never weep, now melt with woe, that winter should cut off our springtime so.
Away, away, once more, sweet lords, farewell.
Yet let us all together to our troops, and give them leave to fly that will not stay, and call them pillars that will stand to us. And if we thrive, promise them such rewards as victors wear at the Olympian games. This may plant courage in their quailing breasts, for yet is hope of life and victory. For slow no longer, make we hence amain.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Another part of the field. Excursions. Enter Richard and Clifford.
Now, Clifford, I have singled thee alone. Suppose this arm is for the Duke of York, and this for Rutland, both bound to revenge, wert thou environed with a brazen wall.
Now, Richard, I am with thee here alone. This is the hand that stabbed thy father York, and this is the hand that slew thy brother Rutland. And here's the heart that triumphs in their death, and cheers these hands that slew thy sire and brother, to execute the like upon thyself. And so, have at thee.
They fight. Warwick comes. Clifford flies.
Nay, Warwick, single out some other chase, for I myself will hunt this wolf to death.
Exeunt. Scene 5. Another part of the field. Alarum. Enter King Henry the Sixth alone.
This battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. What time the shepherd, blowing of his nails, can neither call it perfect day nor night. Now sways it this way like a mighty sea, forced by the tide to combat with the wind. Now sways it that way, like the selfsame sea forced to retire by fury of the wind. Sometime the flood prevails, and then the wind. Now one the better, then another best, both tugging to be victors, breast to breast. Yet neither conqueror nor conquered. So is the equal of this fell war. Here on this molehill will I sit me down. To whom God will, there be the victory. For Margaret my queen, and Clifford too, have chid me from the battle, swearing both they prosper best of all when I am thence. Would I were dead, if God's good will were so, for what is in this world but grief and woe? O God, methinks it were a happy life, to be no better than a homely swain, to sit upon a hill, as I do now, to carve out dials quaintly point by point, thereby to see the minutes how they run, how many make the hour full complete, how many hours bring about the day, how many days will finish up the year, how many years a mortal man may live. When this is known, then to divide the times. So many hours must I tend my flock, so many hours must I take my rest, so many hours must I contemplate, so many hours must I sport myself. So many days my ewes have been with young, so many weeks ere the poor fools will ean. So many years ere I shall shear the fleece, so minutes, hours, days, months, and years, passed over to the end they were created, would bring white hairs unto a quiet grave. Ah, what a life were this! How sweet, how lovely! Gives not the hawthorn bush a sweeter shade to shepherds looking on their silly sheep, than doth a rich embroidered canopy to kings that fear their subjects' treachery? Oh yes, it doth, 1,000-fold it doth. And to conclude, the shepherd's homely curds, his cold thin drink out of his leather bottle, his wonted sleep under a fresh tree's shade, all which secure and sweetly he enjoys, is far beyond a prince's delicates, his viands sparkling in a golden cup, his body couched in a curious bed, when care, mistrust, and treason waits on him.
Alarum. Enter a son that has killed his father, dragging in the dead body.
Ill blows the wind that profits nobody. This man whom hand to hand I slew in fight may be possessed with some store of crowns, and I that haply take them from him now may yet ere night yield both my life and them to some man else, as this dead man doth me. Who's this? O God, it's my father's face, whom in this conflict I unawares have killed. O heavy times, begetting such events! From London by the king was I pressed forth, my father being the Earl of Warwick's man, came on the part of York, pressed by his master. And I, who at his hands received my life, him have by my hands of life bereaved him. Pardon me, God, I knew not what I did, and pardon, Father, for I knew not thee. My tears shall wipe away these bloody marks, and no more words till they have flowed their fill.
Oh, piteous spectacle! Oh, bloody times! Whilst lions war and battle for their dens, poor harmless lambs abide their enmity. Weep, wretched man, I'll aid thee tear for tear, and let our hearts and eyes, like civil war, be blind with tears, and break o'ercharged with grief.
Enter a father that has killed his son, bringing in the body.
Thou that so stoutly hath resisted me, give me thy gold, if thou hast any gold, for I have bought it with 100 blows. But let me see. Is this our foeman's face? Ah, no, 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 it is mine only son. Ah, boy, if any life be left in thee, throw up thine eye. See what showers arise, blown with the windy tempest of my heart, upon thy words that kill mine eye and heart. Oh, pity, God, this miserable age. What stratagems, how fell, how butcherly, erroneous, mutinous, and unnatural, this deadly quarrel daily doth beget. Oh, boy, thy father gave thee life too soon, and hath bereft thee of thy life too late.
Woe above woe, grief more than common grief. Oh, that my death would stay these ruthful deeds! Oh, pity, pity, gentle heaven, pity! The red rose and the white are on his face, the fatal colours of our striving houses. The one his purple blood right well resembles, the other his pale cheeks methinks presenteth. Wither one rose, and let the other flourish. If you contend, 1,000 lives must wither.
How will my mother for a father's death take on with me, and ne'er be satisfied?
How will my wife, for slaughter of my son, shed seas of tears, and ne'er be satisfied?
How will the country for these woeful chances misthink the king, and not be satisfied?
Was ever son so rued a father's death?
Was ever father so bemoaned his son?
Was ever king so grieved for subjects' woe? Much is your sorrow, mine 10 times so much.
I'll bear thee hence, where I may weep my fill.
Exit with the body.
These arms of mine shall be thy winding sheet. My heart, sweet boy, shall be thy sepulchre. For from mine heart thine image ne'er shall go. My sighing breast shall be thy funeral bell, and so obsequious will thy father be, even for the loss of thee, having no more, as Priam was for all his valiant sons. I'll bear thee hence, and let them fight that will, for I have murdered where I should not kill.
Exit with the body.
Sad-hearted men, much overgone with care, here sits a king more woeful than you are.
Alorum's excursions. Enter Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, and Exeter.
Fly, father, fly, for all your friends are fled, and Warwick rages like a chafed bull. Away, for death doth hold us in pursuit.
Mount you, my lord, towards Berwick post amain. Edward and Richard, like a brace of greyhounds, having the fearful flying hare in sight, with fiery eyes sparkling for very wrath, and bloody steel grasped in their ireful hands, are at our backs. And therefore hence, amain.
Away, for vengeance comes along with them. Nay, stay not to expostulate, make speed, or else come after. I'll away before.
Nay, take me with thee, good sweet Exeter. Not that I fear to stay, but love to go whither the Queen intends. Forward, away.
Exeunt. Scene 6. Another part of the field. Aloud, Alorum. Enter Clifford wounded.
Here burns my candle out, aye, here it dies, which whilst it lasted gave King Henry light. O Lancaster, I fear thy overthrow more than my body's parting with my soul. My love and fear glued many friends to thee, and now I fall, thy tough commixture melts. Impairing Henry, strengthening misproud York, the common people swarm like summer flies, and whither fly the gnats but to the sun? And who shines now but Henry's enemies? O Phoebus, hadst thou never given consent that Phaethon should check thy fiery steeds, thy burning car never had scorched the earth. And Henry, hadst thou swayed as king should do, or as thy father and his father did, giving no ground unto the house of York, they never then had sprung like summer flies. I and 10,000 in this luckless realm had left no mourning widows for our death, and thou this day hadst kept thy chair in peace. For what doth cherish weeds but gentle air? And what makes robbers bold but too much lenity? Bootless are plaints, and cureless are my wounds. No way to fly, nor strength to hold out flight. The foe is merciless and will not pity, for at their hands I have deserved no pity. The air hath got into my deadly wounds, and much effuse of blood doth make me faint. Come, York and Richard, Warwick and the rest, I stabbed your father's bosoms, split my breast.
He faints. Alarum and retreat. Enter Edward, George, Richard, Montague, Warwick, and soldiers.
Now breathe we, lords. Good fortune bids us pause, and smooth the frowns of war with peaceful looks. Some troops pursue the bloody-minded queen, that led calm Henry, though he were a king, as doth a sail, filled with a fretting gust, command an argosy to stem the waves. But think you, lords, that Clifford fled with them?
No, 'tis impossible he should escape, for though before his face I speak the words, your brother Richard marked him for the grave, and wheresoe'er he is, he's surely dead.
Clifford groans and dies.
A deadly groan, like life and death's departing.
See who it is, and, now the battle's ended, if it friend or foe, let him be gently used.
Revoke that doom of mercy, for 'tis Clifford, who, not contented that he lopped the branch in Ewing Rutland when his leaves put forth, but set his murdering knife unto the root, from whence that tender spray did sweetly spring. I mean our princely father, Duke of York.
From off the gates of York fetched down the head, your father's head, which Clifford placed there. Instead whereof, let this supply the room. Measure for measure must be answered.
Bring forth that fatal screech owl to our house, that nothing sung but death to us and ours. Now death shall stop his dismal threat'ning sound, and his ill-boding tongue no more shall speak.
I think his understanding is bereft. Speak, Clifford. Dost thou know who speaks to thee? Dark cloudy death o'ershades his beams of life, and he nor sees nor hears us what we say.
Oh, would he did, and so perhaps he doth. 'Tis but his policy to counterfeit, because he would avoid such bitter taunts, which in the time of death he gave our father.
If so thou think'st, vex him with eager words.
Clifford, ask mercy, and obtain no grace.
Clifford, repent in bootless penitence.
Clifford, devise excuses for thy faults.
While we devise fell tortures for thy faults.
Thou didst love York, and I am son to York.
Thou pitiedst Rutland, I will pity thee.
Where's Captain Margaret to fence you now?
They mock thee, Clifford. Swear as thou wast wont.
What, not an oath? Nay, then the world goes hard, when Clifford cannot spare his friends an oath. I know by that he's dead, and by my soul, if this right hand would buy 2 hours' life, that I in all despite might rail at him, this hand should chop it off, and with the issuing blood stifle the villain, whose unstaunched thirst York and young Rutland could not satisfy.
Ay, but he's dead. Off with the traitor's head, and rear it in the place your father's stands. And now to London with triumphant march, there to be crowned England's royal king. From whence shall Warwick cut the sea to France, and ask the Lady Bona for thy queen. So shalt thou sinew both these lands together. And having France thy friend, thou shalt not dread the scattered foe that hopes to rise again. For though they cannot greatly sting to hurt, yet look to have them buzz to offend thine ears. First will I see the coronation, and then to Brittany I'll cross the sea to effect this marriage, so it please my lord.
Even as thou wilt, sweet Warwick, let it be.
For in thy shoulder do I build my seat, and never will I undertake the thing wherein thy counsel and consent is wanting. Richard, I will create thee Duke of Gloucester, and George of Clarence. Warwick, as ourself, shall do and undo as him pleaseth best.
Let me be Duke of Clarence, George of Gloucester, for Gloucester's dukedom is too ominous.
Tut, that's a foolish observation. Richard, be Duke of Gloucester. Now to London, to see these honours in possession.
Exeunt. End of Act 2. Act 3 of Henry VI, Part 3 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 3, Scene 1. A forest in the north of England. Enter 2 keepers with crossbows in their hands.
Under this thick-grown brake we'll shroud ourselves, for through the laund anon the deer will come, and in this covert will we make our stand, culling the principal of all the deer.
I'll stay above the hill, so both may shoot.
That cannot be. The noise of thy crossbow will scare the herd, and so my shoot is lost. Here stand we both, and aim we at the best. And, for the time shall not seem tedious, I'll tell thee what befell me on a day, in this self place, when now we mean to stand.
Here comes a man. Let's stay till he be past.
Enter King Henry VI, disguised with a prayer book.
From Scotland am I stol'n, even of pure love, to greet mine own land with my wishful sight. No, Harry, Harry, 'tis no land of thine. Thy place is filled, thy sceptre wrung from thee, thy balm washed off wherewith thou wast anointed. No bending knee will call thee Caesar now, No humble suitors press to speak for right. No, not a man comes for redress of thee. For how can I help them, and not myself?
Ay, here's a deer whose skin's a keeper's fee. This is the quondam king. Let's seize upon him.
Let me embrace thee, sour adversity, for wise men say it is the wisest course.
Why linger we? Let us lay hands upon him.
Forbear a while. We'll hear a little more.
My queen and son are gone to France for aid, and, as I hear, the great commanding Warwick is thither gone, to crave the French king's sister to wife for Edward. If this news be true, poor queen and son, your labour is but lost, for Warwick is a subtle orator, and Lewis a prince soon won with moving words. By this account then Margaret may win him, for she's a woman to be pitied much. Her sighs will make a battery in his breast, her tears will pierce into a marble heart. The tiger will be mild while she doth mourn, and Nero will be tainted with remorse, to hear and see her plaints, her brinish tears. Ay, but she's come to beg, Warwick to give. She on his left side craving aid for Henry, he on his right asking a wife for Edward. She weeps and says her Henry is deposed, he smiles and says his Edward is installed. That she, poor wretch, for grief can speak no more, whiles Warwick tells his title, smooths the wrong, inferreth arguments of mighty strength, and in conclusion wins the king from her, with promise of his sister, and what else, to strengthen and support King Edward's place. O Margaret, thus 'twill be, and thou, poor soul, art then forsaken, as thou went'st forlorn.
Say, what art thou, that talkest of kings and queens?
More than I seem, and less than I was born to, a man at least, for less I should not be. And men may talk of kings, and why not I?
Ay, but thou talkest as if thou wert a king.
Why, so I am in mind, and that's enough.
But if thou be a king, where is thy crown?
My crown is in my heart, not on my head, not decked with diamonds and Indian stones, nor to be seen. My crown is called content, a crown it is that seldom kings enjoy.
Well, if you be a king crowned with content, your crown content, and you must be contented to go along with us. For as we think, you are the king King Edward hath deposed, and we, his subjects, sworn in all allegiance, will apprehend you as his enemy.
But did you never swear and break an oath?
No, never such an oath, nor will not now.
Where did you dwell when I was king of England?
Here in this country, where we now remain.
I was anointed king at 9 months old. My father and my grandfather were kings, and you were sworn true subjects unto me. And tell me then, have you not broke your oaths?
No, for we were subjects, but while you were king.
Why, am I dead? Do I not breathe a man? Ah, simple men, you know not what you swear. Look, as I blow this feather from my face, and as the air blows it to me again, obeying with my wind when I do blow, and yielding to another when it blows, commanded always by the greater gust, such is the likeness of you common men. But do not break your oaths, for of that sin my mild entreaty shall not make you guilty. Go where you will. The king shall be commanded. And be you kings, command, and I'll obey.
We are true subjects to the king, King Edward.
So would you be again to Henry if he were seated as King Edward is?
We charge you, in God's name, and the king's, to go with us unto the officers.
In God's name lead. Your king's name be obeyed. And what God will, that let your king perform. And what he will, I humbly yield unto.
Exeunt. Scene 2. London, the Palace. Enter King Edward IV, Gloucester, Clarence, and Lady Grey.
Brother of Gloucester, at St. Albans field, this lady's husband, Sir Richard Grey, was slain. His lands then seized on by the Conqueror. Her suit is now to repossess those lands, which we in justice cannot well deny, because in quarrel of the house of York, the worthy gentleman did lose his life.
Your Highness shall do well to grant her suit. It were dishonour to deny it her.
It were no less, but yet I'll make a pause.
Aside to Clarence.
Yea, is it so? I see the lady hath a thing to grant, before the king will grant her humble suit.
Aside to Gloucester.
He knows the game. How true he keeps the wind.
Aside to Clarence.
Silence!
Widow, we will consider of your suit, and come some other time to know our mind.
Right gracious lord, I cannot brook delay. May it please your highness to resolve me now, and what your pleasure is shall satisfy me.
Aside to Clarence.
Ay, widow? Then I'll warrant you all your lands, and if what pleases him shall pleasure you, fight closer, or good faith you'll catch a blow.
Aside to Gloucester.
I fear her not, unless she chance to fall.
Aside to Clarence.
God forbid that, for he'll take vantages.
How many children hast thou, widow? Tell me.
Aside to Gloucester.
I think he means to beg a child of her.
Aside to Clarence.
Nay, whip me then, he'll rather give her 2.
3, my most gracious lord.
Aside to Clarence.
You shall have 4 if you'll be ruled by him.
'Twere pity they should lose their father's lands.
Be pitiful, dread lord, and grant it then.
Lords, give us leave. I'll try this widow's wit.
Aside to Clarence.
Ay, good leave have you, for you will have leave, till youth take leave, and leave you to the crutch.
Gloucester and Clarence retire.
Now tell me, madam, do you love your children?
I, full as dearly as I love myself.
And would you not do much to do them good?
To do them good I would sustain some harm.
Then get your husband's lands, to do them good.
Therefore I came unto your majesty.
I'll tell you how these lands are to be got.
So shall you bind me to your highness' service.
What service wilt thou do me, if I give them?
What you command that rests in me to do.
But you will take exceptions to my boon.
No, gracious lord, except I cannot do it.
Ay, but thou canst do what I mean to ask.
Why, then I will do what your grace commands.
Aside to Clarence.
He plies her hard, and much rain wears the marble.
Aside to Gloucester.
As red as fire. Nay then, her wax must melt.
Why stops my lord? Shall I not hear my task?
An easy task. 'Tis but to love a king.
That's soon performed, because I am a subject.
Why then thy husband's lands I freely give thee.
I take my leave with many thousand thanks.
Aside to Clarence.
The match is made, she seals it with a curtsy.
But stay thee, 'tis the fruits of love I mean.
The fruits of love I mean, my loving liege.
Ay, but I fear me in another sense. What love think'st thou I sue so much to get?
My love till death, my humble thanks, my prayers. That love which virtue begs and virtue grants.
No, by my troth I did not mean such love.
Why then you mean not as I thought you did.
But now you partly may perceive my mind.
My mind will never grant what I perceive your highness aims at, if I aim aright.
To tell thee plain, I aim to lie with thee.
To tell you plain, I had rather lie in prison.
Why, then thou shalt not have thy husband's lands.
Why then mine honesty shall be my dower, for by that loss I will not purchase them.
Therein thou wrong'st thy children mightily.
Herein your highness wrongs both them and me. But, mighty lord, this merry inclination accords not with the sadness of my suit. Please you, dismiss me, either with aye or no.
Aye, if thou wilt say aye to my request. No, if thou dost say no to my demand.
Then, no, my lord. My suit is at an end.
Aside to Clarence.
The widow likes him not. She knits her brows.
Aside to Gloucester.
He is the bluntest wooer in Christendom.
Aside.
Her looks do argue her replete with modesty. Her words do show her wit incomparable. All her perfections challenge sovereignty. One way or other she is for a king, and she shall be my love, or else my queen. Say that King Edward take thee for his queen.
'Tis better said than done, my gracious lord. I am a subject fit to jest withal, but far unfit to be a sovereign.
Sweet widow, by my state I swear to thee, I speak no more than what my soul intends, and that is, to enjoy thee for my love.
And that is more than I will yield unto. I know I am too mean to be your queen, and yet too good to be your concubine.
You cavil widow, I did mean my queen.
'Twill grieve your grace my sons should call you father.
No more than when my daughters call thee mother. Thou art a widow, and thou hast some children, and by God's mother, I, being but a bachelor, have other some. Why, 'tis a happy thing to be the father unto many sons. Answer no more, for thou shalt be my queen.
Aside to Clarence.
The ghostly father now hath done his shrift.
Aside to Gloucester.
When he was made a shriver, 'twas for shift.
Brothers, you muse what chat we two have had.
The widow likes it not, for she looks very sad.
You'll think it strange if I should marry her.
To whom, my lord?
Why, Clarence, to myself.
That would be 10 days' wonder at the least.
That's a day longer than a wonder lasts.
By so much is the wonder in extremes.
Well, jest on, brothers. I can tell you both, her suit is granted for her husband's lands.
Enter a nobleman.
My gracious lord, Henry, your foe, is taken, and brought your prisoner to your palace gate.
See that he be conveyed unto the Tower. And we go, brothers, to the man that took him, to question of his apprehension. Widow, go you along. Lords, use her honourably.
Exeunt all but Gloucester.
Ay, Edward will use women honourably. Would he were wasted marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring, to cross me from the golden time I look for. And yet, between my soul's desire and me, the lustful Edward's title buried is Clarence, Henry, and his son young Edward, and all the unlooked for issue of their bodies, to take their rooms ere I can place myself, a cold premeditation for my purpose. Why then I do but dream on sovereignty, like one that stands upon a promontory, and spies a far off shore where he would tread, wishing his foot were equal with his eye, and chides the sea that sunders him from thence, saying he laid it dry to have his way. So do I wish the crown, being so far off, and so I chide the means that keeps me from it, and so I say, I'll cut the causes off, flattering me with impossibilities. My eye's too quick, my heart o'erweens too much, unless my hand and strength could equal them. Well, say there is no kingdom then for Richard, what other pleasure can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap, and deck my body in gay ornaments, and witch sweet ladies with my words and looks. O miserable thought, and more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns! Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb, and for I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe, to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back, where sits deformity to mock my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bear whelp, that carries no impression like the dam. And am I then a man to be beloved? O monstrous fault, to harbour such a thought! Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to overbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown, and whiles I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. And yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one lost in a thorny wood, that rends the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whilst I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I'll drown more sailors than the mermaid shall. I'll slay more gazers than the basilisk. I'll play the orator as well as Nestor, deceive more slyly than Ulysses could, and like a Sinon take another Troy. I can add colours to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it farther off, I'll pluck it down.
Exit. Scene 3. France. King Louis XI's palace. Flourish. Enter King Louis XI, his sister Bona, his admiral called Bourbon, Prince Edward, Queen Margaret, and Oxford. King Louis XI sits, and riseth up again.
Fair Queen of England, worthy Margaret, sit down with us. It ill befits thy state and birth, that thou shouldst stand while Louis doth sit.
No, mighty King of France, now Margaret must strike her sail, and learn a while to serve where kings command. I was, I must confess, great Albion's queen in former golden days, but now mischance hath trod my title down, and with dishonour laid me on the ground, where I must take like seat unto my fortune, and to my humble seat conform myself.
Why, say, fair Queen, whence springs this deep despair?
From such a cause as fills mine eyes with tears, and stops my tongue, while heart is drowned in cares.
Whate'er it be thou still like thyself, and sit thee by our side.
Seats her by him.
Yield not thy neck to fortune's yoke, but let thy dauntless mind still ride in triumph over all mischance. Be plain, Queen Margaret, and tell thy grief. It shall be eased, if France can yield relief.
Those gracious words revive my drooping thoughts, and give my tongue-tied sorrows leave to speak. Now therefore be it known to noble Lewis, that Henry, sole possessor of my love, is of a king become a banished man, and forced to live in Scotland a forlorn, while proud ambitious Edward, Duke of York, usurps the regal title and the seat of England's true anointed lawful king. This is the cause that I, poor Margaret, with this my son, Prince Edward, Henry's heir, am come to crave thy just and lawful aid. And if thou fail us, all our hope is done. Scotland hath will to help, but cannot help. Our people and our peers are both misled, our treasures seized, our soldiers put to flight, and, as thou seest, ourselves in heavy plight.
Renowned Queen, with patience calm the storm, while we bethink a means to break it off.
The more we stay, the stronger grows our foe.
The more I stay, the more I'll succour thee.
Oh, but impatience waiteth on true sorrow, and see where comes the breeder of my sorrow.
Enter Warwick.
What's he approacheth boldly to our presence?
Our Earl of Warwick, Edward's greatest friend.
Welcome, brave Warwick. What brings thee to France?
He descends, she ariseth.
Ay, now begins a second storm to rise, for this is he that moves both wind and tide.
From worthy Edward, King of Albion, my lord and sovereign, and thou vowed friend, I come, in kindness and unfeigned love, first to do greetings to thy royal person, and then to crave a league of amity, and lastly to confirm that amity with a nuptial knot, if thou vouchsafe to grant that virtuous Lady Bona, thy fair sister, to England's king in lawful marriage.
Aside.
Oh, if that go forward, Henry's hope is done.
To Bona.
And, gracious madam, in our king's behalf, I am commanded, with your leave and favour, humbly to kiss your hand, and with my tongue to tell the passion of my sovereign's heart, where fame, late entering at his heedful ears, hath placed thy beauty's image and thy virtue.
King Lewis, and Lady Bona, hear me speak before you answer Warwick. His demand springs not from Edward's well-meant honest love, but from deceit bred by necessity. For how can tyrants safely govern home, unless abroad they purchase great alliance? To prove him tyrant, this reason may suffice, that Henry liveth still. But were he dead, yet here Prince Edward stands, King Henry's son. Look therefore, Lewis, that by this league and marriage thou draw not on thy danger and dishonour. For though usurpers sway the rule a while, yet heavens are just, and time suppresseth wrongs.
Injurious Margaret!
And why not, Queen?
Because thy father Henry did usurp, and thou no more art prince than she is queen.
Then Warwick disannuls great John of Gaunt, which did subdue the greatest part of Spain, and after John of Gaunt, Henry the Fourth, whose wisdom was a mirror to the wisest, and after that wise Prince Henry the Fifth, who by his prowess conquered all France. From these our Henry lineally descends.
Oxford, how haps it, in this smooth discourse, you told not how Henry the Sixth hath lost all that which Henry Fifth had gotten. Methinks these peers of France should smile at that. But for the rest, you tell a pedigree of 62 years, a silly time to make prescription for a kingdom's worth.
Why, Warwick, canst thou speak'st against thy liege, whom thou obeyedst 36 years, and not betray thy treason with a blush?
Can Oxford, that ever did fence the right, now buckler falsehood with a pedigree? For shame! Leave Henry, and call Edward king.
Call him my king, by whose injurious doom my elder brother the Lord Aubrey Vere was done to death? And more than so, my father, even in the downfall of his mellowed years, when nature brought him to the door of death? No, Warwick, no, whilst life upholds this arm upholds the house of Lancaster.
And I the house of York.
Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, and Oxford, vouchsafe at our request to stand aside, while I use further conference with Warwick.
They stand aloof.
Heavens grant that Warwick's words bewitch him not.
Now, Warwick, tell me, even upon thy conscience, is Edward your true king? For I were loath to link with him that were not lawful chosen.
Thereon I pawn my credit and mine honour.
But is he gracious in the people's eye?
The more that Henry was unfortunate.
Then further, all dissembling set aside, tell me for truth the measure of his love unto our sister Bona.
Such it seems as may beseem a monarch like himself. Myself have often heard him say and swear that this his love was an eternal plant, whereof the root was fixed in virtue's ground, the leaves and fruit maintained with beauty's sun, exempt from envy, but not from disdain, unless the Lady Bona quit his pain.
Now, sister, let us hear your firm resolve.
Your grant or your denial shall be mine.
To Warwick.
Yet I confess that often ere this day, when I have heard your king's desert recounted, mine ear hath tempted judgment to desire.
Then, Warwick, thus our sister shall be Edward's. And now forthwith shall articles be drawn touching the jointure that your king must make, which with her dowry shall be counterpoised. Draw near, Queen Margaret, and be a witness that Bona shall be wife to the English king.
To Edward, but not to the English king.
Deceitful Warwick, it was thy device by this alliance to make void my suit. Before thy coming, Lewis was Henry's friend.
And still is friend to him and Margaret. But if your title to the crown be weak, as may appear by Edward's good success, then 'tis but reason that I be released from giving aid, which late I promised. Yet shall you have all kindness at my hand that your estate requires, and mine can yield.
Henry now lives in Scotland at his ease, where, having nothing, nothing can he lose. And as for you yourself, our quondam queen, you have a father able to maintain you, and better 'twere you troubled him than France.
Peace, impudent and shameless Warwick, peace, proud setter up and puller down of kings. I will not hence, till with my talk and tears, both full of truth, I make King Lewis behold thy sly conveyance, and thy lord's false love. For both of you are birds of self-same feather.
Post blows a horn within.
Warwick, this is some post to us or thee.
Enter a post.
My lord, ambassador, these letters are for you, sent from your brother Marcus Montague.
To King Louis the 11th.
These from our king unto your majesty.
To Queen Margaret.
And madam, these for you, from whom I know not.
They all read their letters.
I like it well that our fair queen and mistress smiles at her news, while Warwick frowns at his.
Nay, mark how Lewis stamps, as he were nettled. I hope all's for the best.
Warwick, what are thy news? And yours, fair queen?
Mine such as fill my heart with unhoped joys.
Mine full of sorrow and heart's discontent.
What? Has your king married the Lady Grey? And now, to soothe your forgery and his, sends me a paper to persuade me patience. Is this the alliance that he seeks with France? Dare he presume to scorn us in this manner?
I told your majesty as much before. This proveth Edward's love and Warwick's honesty.
King Lewis, I here protest in sight of heaven, and by the hope I have of heavenly bliss, that I am clear from this misdeed of Edward's. No more my king, for he dishonours me, but most himself, if he could see his shame. Did I forget that, by the house of York, my father came untimely to his death? Did I let pass the abuse done to my niece? Did I impale him with the regal crown? Did I put Henry from his native right? And am I guerdoned at the last with shame? Shame on himself, for my desert is honour, and to repair my honour lost for him, I here renounce him and return to Henry. My noble queen, let former grudges pass, and henceforth I am thy true servitor. I will revenge his wrong to Lady Bona, and replant Henry in his former state.
Warwick, these words have turned my hate to love, and I forgive and quite forget old faults, and joy that thou becomest King Henry's friend.
So much his friend, I his unfeigned friend, that if King Lewis vouchsafe to furnish us with some few bands of chosen soldiers, I'll undertake to land them on our coast, and force the tyrant from his seat by war. 'Tis not his new-made bride shall succour him. And as for Clarence, as my letters tell me, he's very likely now to fall from him, for matching more for wanton lust than honour, or than for strength and safety of our country.
Dear brother, how shall Bona be revenged but by thy help to this distressed queen?
Renowned prince, how shall poor Henry live, unless thou rescue him from foul despair?
My quarrel and this English queen's are one.
And mine, fair Lady Bona, joins with yours.
And mine with hers, and thine, and Margaret's. Therefore at last I firmly am resolved you shall have aid.
Oh, let me give humble thanks for all at once.
Then England's messenger return in post, and tell false Edward, thy supposed king, that Lewis of France is sending over maskers to revel it with him and his new bride. Thou seest what's past. Go fear thy king withal.
Tell him, in hope he'll prove a widower shortly, I'll wear the willow garland for his sake.
Tell him my mourning weeds are laid aside, and I am ready to put armour on.
Tell him from me that he hath done me wrong, and therefore I'll uncrown him ere it be long. There's thy reward. Begone.
Exit post.
But Warwick, thou and Oxford with 5,000 men shall cross the seas, and bid false Edward battle. And as occasion serves, this noble queen and prince shall follow with a fresh supply. Yet ere thou go, but answer me one doubt. What pledge have we of thy firm loyalty?
This shall assure my constant loyalty, that if our queen and this young prince agree, I'll join mine eldest daughter and my joy to him forthwith in holy wedlock bands.
Yes, I agree, and thank you for your motion. Son Edward, she is fair and virtuous, therefore delay not, give thy hand to Warwick, and with thy hand thy faith irrevocable that only Warwick's daughter shall be thine.
Yes, I accept her, for she well deserves it, and here, to pledge my vow, I give my hand.
He gives his hand to Warwick.
Why stay we now? These soldiers shall be levied, and thou, Lord Bourbon, our high admiral, shalt waft them over with our royal fleet. I long till Edward fall by war's mischance, for mocking marriage with a dame of France.
Exeunt all but Warwick.
I came from England as ambassador, but I return his sworn and mortal foe. Matter of marriage was the charge he gave me, but dreadful war shall answer his demand. Had he none else to make a stale but me? Then none but I shall turn his jest to sorrow. I was the chief that raised him to the crown, and I'll be chief to bring him down again. Not that I pity Henry's misery, but seek revenge on Edward's mockery.
Exit. End of Act 3. Act 4 of Henry VI, Part 3, by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 4, Scene 1, London, the Palace. Enter Gloucester, Clarence, Somerset, and Montague.
Now tell me, brother Clarence, what think you of this new marriage with the Lady Grey? Hath not our brother made a worthy choice?
Alas, you know 'tis far from hence to France. How could he stay till Warwick made return?
My lords, forbear this talk, here comes the king.
And his well-chosen bride.
I mind to tell him plainly what I think.
Flourish. Enter King Edward IV, attended Queen Elizabeth, Pembroke, Stafford, Hastings, and others.
Now, brother of Clarence, how like you our choice, that you stand pensive, as half malcontent?
As well as Lewis of France or the Earl of Warwick, which are so weak of courage and in judgment that they'll take no offence at our abuse.
Suppose they take offence without a cause. They are but Lewis and Warwick. I am Edward, your king and Warwick's, and must have my will.
And shall have your will, because our king. Yet hasty marriage seldom proveth well.
Yea, brother Richard, are you offended too?
Not I. No, God forbid that I should wish them severed. whom God hath joined together. Ay, and 'twere pity to sunder them that yoke so well together.
Setting your scorns and your mislike aside, tell me some reason why the Lady Grey should not become my wife and Englands queen. And you too, Somerset and Montague, speak freely what you think.
Then this is mine opinion, that King Lewis becomes your enemy for mocking him about the marriage of the Lady Bona.
And Warwick, doing what you gave in charge, is now dishonoured by this new marriage.
What if both Lewis and Warwick be appeased by such invention as I can devise?
Yet to have joined with France in such alliance would more have strengthened this our commonwealth gainst foreign storms than any home-bred marriage.
Why, knows not Montague that of itself England is safe, if true within itself?
But the safer when 'tis backed with France.
'Tis better using France than trusting France. Let us be backed with God, and with the seas, which he hath given for fence impregnable, and with their helps only defend ourselves. In them, and in ourselves, our safety lies.
For this one speech Lord Hastings well deserves to have the air of the Lord Hungerford.
Ay, what of that? It was my will and grant, and for this once my will shall stand for law.
And yet methinks your grace hath not done well, to give the heir and daughter of Lord Scales unto the brother of your loving bride. She better would have fitted me or Clarence, but in your bride you bury brotherhood.
Or else you would not have bestowed the heir of the Lord Bonville on your new wife's son, and leave your brothers to go speed elsewhere.
Alas, poor Clarence, is it for a wife that thou art malcontent? I will provide thee.
In choosing for yourself you showed your judgment, which being shallow, you give me leave to play the broker in mine own behalf, and to that end I shortly mind to leave you.
Leave me or tarry, Edward will be king, and not be tied unto his brother's will.
My lords, before it pleased his majesty to raise my state to title of a queen, do me but right, and you must all confess that I was not ignoble of descent, and meaner than myself, have had like fortune. But as this title honours me in mine, so your dislike, to whom I would be pleasing, doth cloud my joys with danger and with sorrow.
My love, forbear to fawn upon their frowns what danger or what sorrow can befall thee, so long as Edward is thy constant friend, and their true sovereign, whom they must obey, nay, whom they shall obey, and love thee too, unless they seek for hatred at my hands, which if they do, yet will I keep thee safe, and they shall feel the vengeance of my wrath.
Aside.
I hear, yet say not much, but think the more.
Enter post.
Now, messenger, what letters, or what news from France?
My sovereign liege, no letters and few words, but such as I without your special pardon dare not relate.
Go to, we pardon thee. Therefore in brief, tell me their words as near as thou canst guess them. What answer makes King Lewis unto our letters?
At my departure these were his very words: Go tell false Edward, thy supposed king, that Lewis of France is sending over maskers to revel it with him and his new bride.
Is Lewis so brave? Belike he thinks me Henry. But what said Lady Bona to my marriage?
These were her words, uttered with mild disdain: Tell him in hope he'll prove a widower shortly, I'll wear the widow garland for his sake.
I blame not her. She could say little less. She had the wrong. But what said Henry's queen? For I have heard that she was there in place.
Tell him, quotes she, my morning weeds are done, and I am ready to put my armour on.
Belike she minds to play the Amazon. But what said Warwick to these injuries?
He, more incensed against your majesty than all the rest, discharged me with these words: Tell him from me that he hath done me wrong, and therefore I'll uncrown him ere it be long.
Ha! Durst the traitor breathe out so proud words? Well, I will arm me, being thus forewarned. They shall have wars, and pay for their presumption.
But say, is Warwick friends with Margaret?
Ay, gracious sovereign, they are so linked in friendship that young Prince Edward marries Warwick's daughter.
Belike the elder, Clarence, will have the younger. Now, brother king, farewell, and sit you fast, for I will hence to Warwick's other daughter, that though I want a kingdom, yet in marriage I may not prove inferior to yourself. You that love me, and Warwick, follow me.
Exit Clarence and Somerset follows. Aside.
Not I. My thoughts aim at a further matter. I stay not for the love of Edward, but the crown.
Clarence and Somerset both gone to Warwick. Yet am I armed against the worst can happen, and haste is needful in this desperate case. Pembroke and Stafford, you, in our behalf, go levy men, and make prepare for war. They are all ready, or quickly will be landed. Myself in person will straight follow you.
Exeunt Pembroke and Stafford.
But ere I go, Hasting and Montague, resolve my doubt. You twain, of all the rest, are near to Warwick by blood and by allegiance. Tell me, if you love Warwick more than me. If it be so, then both depart to him. I rather wish you foes than hollow friends. But if you mind to hold your true obedience, give me assurance with some friendly vow, that I may never have you in suspect.
So God help Montague as he proves true.
And Hastings, as he favours Edward's cause.
Now, brother Richard, will you stand by us?
Aye, in despite of all that shall withstand you.
Why so? Then I am sure of victory. Now therefore let us hence, and lose no hour, till we meet Warwick with his foreign power.
Exeunt. Scene 2. A plain in Warwickshire. Enter Warwick and Oxford with French soldiers.
Trust me, my lord, all hitherto goes well. The common people by numbers swarm to us.
Enter Clarence and Somerset.
But see where Somerset and Clarence come. Speak suddenly, my lords. Are we all friends?
Fear not that, my lord.
Then, gentle Clarence, welcome unto Warwick, and welcome, Somerset. I hold it cowardice to rest mistrustful where a noble heart hath pawned an open hand in sign of love. Else might I think that Clarence, Edward's brother, were but a feigned friend to our proceedings. But welcome, sweet Clarence, my daughter shall be thine. And now what rest but, in a night's coverture, thy brother being carelessly encamped, his soldiers lurking in the towns about, and but attended by a simple guard, we may surprise and take him at our pleasure. Our scouts have found the adventure very easy, that as Ulysses and stout Diomede with slate and manhood stole to Rhesus' tents, and brought from thence the Thracian fatal steeds, so we, well covered with the night's black mantle, at unawares may beat down Edward's guard and seize himself. I say not slaughter him, for I intend but only to surprise him. You that follow me on this attempt, applaud the name of Henry with your leader.
They all cry Henry.
Why then, let's on our way in silent sort, for Warwick and his friends, God and Saint George.
Exeunt. Scene 3. Edward's camp near Warwick. Enter 3 watchmen to guard King Edward the Fourth's tent.
Come on, my masters, each man take his stand. The king by this has set him down to sleep.
What, will he not to bed?
Why, no, for he hath made a solemn vow never to lie and take his natural rest, till Warwick or himself be quite suppressed.
Tomorrow then, belike, shall be the day, if Warwick be so near as men report.
But say, I pray, what nobleman is that with the king here resteth in his tent?
'Tis the Lord Hastings, the king's chiefest friend.
Oh, is it so? But why commands the king that his chief followers lodge in towns about him, while he himself keeps in the cold field?
'Tis the more honour, because more dangerous.
Ay, but give me worship and quietness. I like it better than a dangerous honour. If Warwick knew in what estate he stands, 'tis to be doubted he would waken him.
Unless our halberts did shut up his passage.
Ay, wherefore else guard we his royal tent, but to defend his person from night foes?
Enter Warwick, Clarence, Oxford, Somerset, and French soldiers, silent all.
This is his tent, and see where stand his guard. Courage, my masters, and honour now or never. But follow me, and Edward shall be ours.
Who goes there?
Stay, or thou diest.
Warwick and the rest cry, All Warwick, Warwick, and set upon the guard, who fly, crying,
Arm, arm.
Warwick and the rest following them. The drum playing and trumpet sounding re-enter, Warwick, Somerset, and the rest, bringing King Edward the Fourth out in his gown, sitting in a chair. Richard and Hastings fly over the stage.
What are they that fly there?
Richard and Hastings, let them go. Here is the Duke.
The Duke? Why, Warwick, when we parted thou calledst me king.
Ay, but the case is altered. When you disgraced me in my embassade, then I degraded you from being king, and come now to create you Duke of York. Alas, how should you govern any kingdom that know not how to use ambassadors, nor how to be contented with one wife, nor how to use your brothers brotherly, nor how to study for the people's welfare, nor how to shroud yourself from enemies?
Yea, brother of Clarence, thou art here too. Nay, then I see that Edward's needs must down. Yet, Warwick, in despite of all mischance, of thee thyself, and all thy complices, Edward will always bear himself as king. Though misfortune's malice overthrow my state, my mind exceeds the compass of her wheel.
Then for his mind be Edward England's king.
Takes off his crown.
But Henry now shall wear the English crown, and be true king indeed, thou but the shadow. My lord of Somerset, at my request see that forthwith Duke Edward be conveyed unto my brother, Archbishop of York. When I have fought with Pembroke and his fellows, I'll follow you and tell you what Aunt Sir Lewis and the Lady Bona send to him. Now for a while farewell, good Duke of York.
They lead him out forcibly.
What fate impose, that men must needs abide. It boots not to resist both wind and tide.
Exit guarded.
What now remains, my lords, for us to do, but march to London with our soldiers?
Aye, that's the first thing that we have to do, to free King Henry from imprisonment and see him seated in the regal throne.
Exeunt. Scene 4. London, the Palace. Enter Queen Elizabeth and Rivers.
Madam, what makes you in this sudden change?
Why, brother Rivers, are you yet to learn what late misfortune is befallen King Edward?
What, loss of some pitched battle against Warwick?
No, but the loss of his own royal person.
Then is my sovereign slain?
Ay, almost slain, for he is taken prisoner, either betrayed by falsehood of his guard, or by his foe surprised at unawares. And, as I further have to understand, is new committed to the Bishop of York, fell Warwick's brother, and by that our foe.
These news, I must confess, are full of grief. Yet, gracious madam, bear it as you may. Warwick may lose, that now hath won the day.
Till then, fair hope must hinder life's decay. And I the rather wean me from despair for love of Edward's offspring in my womb. This is it that makes me bridle passion, and bear with mildness my misfortune's cross. Ay, for this I draw in many a tear, and stop the rising of blood-sucking sighs, lest with my sighs or tears I blast or drown King Edward's fruit, true heir to the English crown.
But, madam, where is Warwick then become?
I'm informed that he comes towards London, to set the crown once more on Henry's head. Guess thou the rest. King Edward's friends must down. But to prevent the tyrant's violence, for trust not him that hath once broken faith, I'll hence forthwith into the sanctuary, to save at least the heir of Edward's right. There shall I rest secure from force and fraud. Come, therefore, let us fly while we may fly. If Warwick take us, we are sure to die.
Exeunt. Scene 5. A park near Middleham Castle in Yorkshire. Enter Gloucester, Hastings, and Stanley.
Now, my Lord Hastings and Sir William Stanley, leave off to wonder why I drew you hither into this chiefest thicket of the park. Thus stands the case. You know our king, my brother, is prisoner to the bishop here, at whose hands he hath good usage and great liberty, and often but attended with weak guard, comes hunting this way to disport himself. I have advertised him by secret means, that if about this hour he makes his way, under the colour of his usual game, he shall here find his friends with horse and men to set him free from his captivity.
Enter King Edward the Fourth, and a huntsman with him.
This way, my lord, for this way lies the game.
Nay, this way, man. See where the huntsmen stand. Now, brother of Gloucester, Lord Hastings, and the rest, stand you thus close, and steal the bishop's deer?
Brother, the time and case requireth haste. Your horse stands ready at the park corner.
But whither shall we then?
To Lynn, my lord, and ship from thence to Flanders.
Well guessed, believe me, for that was my meaning.
Stanley, I will requite thy forwardness.
But wherefore stay we? 'Tis no time to talk.
Huntsman, what say'st thou? Wilt thou go along?
Better do so than tarry and be hanged.
Come then, away, let's ha no more ado.
Bishop, farewell. Shield thee from Warwick's frown, and pray that I may repossess the crown.
Exeunt. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Flourish. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Clarence, Warwick, Somerset, Henry of Richmond, Oxford, Montague, and Lieutenant of the Tower.
Master Lieutenant, now that God and friends have shaken Edward from the regal seat, and turned my captive state to liberty, my fear to hope, my sorrows unto joys, at our enlargement what are thy due fees?
Subjects may challenge nothing of their sovereigns, but if in humble prayer may prevail, I then crave pardon of your majesty.
For what, lieutenant? For well using me? Nay, be thou sure I'll well requite thy kindness, for that it made my imprisonment a pleasure. Ay, such a pleasure as incaged birds conceive, when, after many moody thoughts, at last by notes of household harmony they quite forget their loss of liberty. But, Warwick, after God thou set'st me free, and chiefly therefore I thank God and thee. He was the author, thou the instrument. Therefore, that I may conquer fortune's spite by living low, where fortune cannot hurt me, and that the people of this blessed land may not be punished with my thwarting stars, Warwick, although my head still wear the crown, I here resign my government to thee, for thou art fortunate in all thy deeds.
Your grace hath still been feigned by virtuous, and now may seem as wise as virtuous, by spying and avoiding fortune's malice. For few men rightly temper with the stars. Yet in this one thing let me blame your grace for choosing me when Clarence is in place.
No, Warwick, thou art worthy of the sway, to whom the heavens in thy nativity adjudged an olive branch and laurel crown, as likely to be blessed in peace and war. And therefore I yield thee my free consent.
And I choose Clarence only for protector.
Warwick and Clarence, give me both your hands. Now join your hands, and with your hands your hearts, that no dissension hinder government. I make you both protectors of this land, while I myself will lead a private life, and in devotion spend my latter days, to sin's rebuke and my Creator's praise.
What answers Clarence to his sovereign's will?
That he consents if Warwick yield consent, for on thy fortune I repose myself.
Why then, though loath, yet must I be content. We'll yoke together like a double shadow to Henry's body, and supply his place, I mean in bearing weight of government, while he enjoys the honour and his ease. And Clarence, now then it is more than needful forthwith that Edward be pronounced a traitor, and all his lands and goods be confiscate.
What else? And that succession be determined.
Ay, therein Clarence shall not want his part.
But with the first of all your chief affairs, let me entreat, for I command no more, that Margaret your queen and my son Edward be sent for, to return from France with speed. For till I see them here, by doubtful fear my joy of liberty is half eclipsed.
It shall be done, my sovereign, with all speed.
My lord of Somerset, what youth is that of whom you seem to have so tender care?
My liege, it is young Henry, Earl of Richmond.
Come hither, England's hope.
Lays his hand on his head.
If secret powers suggest but truth to my divining thoughts, this pretty lad will prove our country's bliss. His looks are full of peaceful majesty, his head by nature framed to wear a crown, his hand to wield a scepter, and himself likely in time to bless a regal throne. Make much of him, my lords, for this is he must help you more than you are hurt by me.
Enter a post.
What news, my friend?
That Edward is escaped from your brother, and fled as he has since to Burgundy.
Unsavoury news. But how made he escape?
He was conveyed by Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and Lord Hastings, who attended him in secret ambush on the far side, and from the bishop's huntsmen rescued him, for hunting was his daily exercise.
My brother was too careless of his charge. But let us hence, my sovereign, to provide a salve for any sore that may betide.
Exeunt all but Somerset, Henry of Richmond, and Oxford.
My lord, I like not of this flight of Edward's, for doubtless Burgundy will yield him help, and we shall have more wars before to be long, as Henry's late presaging prophecy did glad my heart with hope of this young Richmond, so doth my heart misgive me in these conflicts, what may befall him to his harm and ours. Therefore Lord Oxford, to prevent the worst, forthwith will send him hence to Brittany, till storms be past of civil enmity.
Ay, for if Edward repossess the crown, 'tis like that Richmond with the rest shall down.
It shall be so. He shall to Brittany. Come, therefore, let's about it speedily.
Exeunt. Scene 7. Before York. Flourish. Enter King Edward the Fourth, Gloucester, Hastings, and soldiers.
Now, brother Richard, Lord Hastings, and the rest. Yet thus far fortune maketh us amends, and says that once more I shall interchange my waned state for Henry's regal crown. Well have we passed, and now repassed the seas, and brought desired help from Burgundy. What then remains, we being thus arrived from Ravensburg haven before the gates of York, but that we enter as into our dukedom?
The gates made fast, brother, I like not this, for many men that stumble at the threshold are well foretold that danger lurks within.
Tush, man, abodements must not now affright us. By fair or foul means we must enter in, for hither will our friends repair to us.
My liege, I'll knock once more, to summon them.
Enter on the walls the Mayor of York and his brethren.
My lords, we were forewarned of your coming, and shut the gates for safety of ourselves, for now we owe allegiance unto Henry.
But, Master Mayor, if Henry be your king, yet Edward at least is Duke of York.
True, my good lord, I know you for no less.
Why, and I challenge nothing but my dukedom, as being well content with that alone.
Aside.
But when the fox hath once got in his nose, he'll soon find means to make the body follow.
Why, Master Mayor, why stand you in a doubt? Open the gates. We are King Henry's friends.
Ay, say you so? The gates shall then be opened.
They descend.
A wise stout captain, and soon persuaded.
The good old man would fain that all were well, so 'twere not long of him, but being entered, I doubt not, but we shall soon persuade both him and all his brothers unto reason.
Enter the mayor and 2 aldermen below.
So, Master Mayor, these gates must not be shut, but in the night, or in the time of war. What? Fear not, man, but yield me up the keys.
Takes his keys.
For Edward will defend the town and thee, and all those friends that deign to follow me.
March. Enter Montgomery with drum and soldiers.
Brother, this is Sir John Montgomery, our trusty friend, unless I be deceived.
Welcome, Sir John, but why come you in arms?
To help King Edward in his time of storm, as every loyal subject ought to do.
Thanks, good Montgomery, but we now forget our title to the crown, and only claim our dukedom, till God please to send the rest.
Then fare you well, for I will hence again. I came to serve a king, and not a duke. Drummer, strike up, and let us march away.
The drum begins to march.
Nay, stay, Sir John, a while, and we'll debate by what safe means the crown may be recovered.
What talk you of debating? In few words, if you'll not here proclaim yourself our king, I'll leave you to your fortune and be gone, to keep them back that come to succour you. Why shall we fight, if you pretend no title?
Why, brother, wherefore stand you on nice points?
When we grow stronger, then we'll make our claim. Till then, 'tis wisdom to conceal our meaning.
Away with scrupulous wit! Now arms must rule.
And fearless minds climb soonest unto crowns. Brother, we will proclaim you out of hand. The bruit thereof will bring you many friends.
Then be it as you will, for 'tis my right, and Henry but usurps the diadem.
Ay, now my sovereign speaketh like himself. And now will I be Edward's champion.
Sound trumpet! Edward shall be here proclaimed. Come, fellow soldier, make thou proclamation.
Flourish.
Edward the Fourth, by the grace of God, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, true and just heir, Duke of York, Earl of March and Ulster.
And whosoever gainsays King Edward's right, by this I challenge him to single fight.
Throws down his gauntlet.
Long live Edward the Fourth.
Thanks, brave Montgomery, and thanks unto you all. If fortune serve me, I'll requite this kindness. Now for this night, let's harbour here in York. And when the morning sun shall raise his car above the border of the horizon, we'll forward towards Warwick and his mates. For well I wot that Henry is no soldier. Ah, forward, Clarence! How evil it beseems thee to flatter Henry, and forsake thy brother. Yet as we may, we'll meet both thee and Warwick. Come on, brave soldiers, doubt not of the day, and that once gotten, doubt not of large pay.
Exeunt. Scene 8. London, the Palace. Flourish. Enter King Henry the Sixth, Warwick, Montague, Clarence, Exeter, and Oxford.
What counsel, lords? Edward from Belgia, with hasty Germans and blunt Hollanders, hath passed in safety through the narrow seas, and with his troops doth march amain to London, and many giddy people flock to him.
Let's levy men, and beat him back again.
A little fire is quickly trodden out, which being suffered, rivers cannot quench.
In Warwickshire I have true-hearted friends, not mutinous in peace, yet bold in war. Those will I muster up, and thou, son Clarence, shalt stir up in Suffolk, Norfolk, and in Kent the knights and gentlemen to come with thee. Thou, brother Montague, in Buckingham, Northampton, and in Leicestershire shalt find men well inclined to hear what thou commandest. And thou, brave Oxford, wondrous well beloved, in Oxfordshire shalt muster up thy friends. My sovereign, with the loving citizens, like to his island girt in with the ocean, or modest Dian circled with her nymphs, shall rest in London till we come to him. Fair lords, take leave, and stand not to reply. Farewell, my sovereign.
Farewell, my Hector, and my Troy's true hope.
In sign of truth I kiss your highness' hand.
Well-minded Clarence, be thou fortunate.
Comfort, my lord, and so I take my leave.
And thus I seal my truth, and bid adieu.
Sweet Oxford, and my loving Montague, and all at once more a happy farewell.
Farewell, sweet lords, let's meet at Coventry.
Exeunt all but King Henry the Sixth and Exeter.
Here at the palace I will rest a while. Cousin of Exeter, what thinks your lordship? Methinks the power that Edward hath in field should not be able to encounter mine.
The doubt is that he will seduce the rest.
That's not my fear. My meed hath got me fame. I have not stopped mine ears to their demands, nor posted off their suits with slow delays. My pity hath been balm to heal their wounds. My mildness hath allayed their swelling griefs. My mercy dried their water-flowing tears. I have not been desirous of their wealth, nor much oppressed them with great subsidies, nor forward of revenge, though they much erred, then why should they love Edward more than me? No, Exeter, these graces challenge grace, and when the lion fawns upon the lamb will never cease to follow him.
Shout within.
A Lancaster, a Lancaster.
Hark, hark, my lord! What shouts are these?
Enter King Edward the Fourth, Gloucester, and soldiers.
Seize on the shamefaced Henry, bear him hence, and once again proclaim us King of England. You are the fount that makes small brooks to flow. Now stops thy spring, my sea shall suck them dry, and swell so much the higher by their ebb. Hence with him in the Tower, let him not speak.
Exeunt some with King Henry the Sixth.
And lords, toward Coventry bend we our course, where peremptory Warwick now remains. The sun shines hot, and if we use delay, cold biting winter mars our hoped for hay.
Away betimes before his forces join, and take the great-grown traitor unawares. Brave warriors, march amain towards Coventry.
Exeunt. End of Act 4. Act 5 of Henry the Sixth, Part 3 by William Shakespeare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Act 5, Scene 1. Coventry. Enter Warwick, the Mayor of Coventry, 2 messengers, and the others upon the walls.
Where's the post that came from valiant Oxford? How far thence is thy lord, mine honest fellow?
By this at Dunsmore, marching hitherward.
How far off is our brother Montague? Where is the post that came from Montague?
By this at Daintree, with a puissant troop.
Enter Sir John Somerville.
Say, Somerville, what says my loving son? And by thy guess, how nigh is Clarence now?
At Southam I did leave him with his forces, and do expect him here some 2 hours hence.
Drum heard.
Then Clarence is at hand. I hear his drum.
It is not his, my lord. Here Southam lies. The drum your honour hears marcheth from Warwick.
Who should that be? Belike unlooked for friends.
They are at hand, and you shall quickly know.
March. Flourish. Enter King Edward the Fourth, Gloucester, and soldiers.
Go, trumpet, to the walls, and sound a parley.
See how surly Warwick mans the wall.
Oh, unbid spite! Is sportful Edward come? Where slept our scouts, or how are they seduced, that we could hear no news of his repair?
Now, Warwick, wilt thou ope the city gates, speak gentle words, and humbly bend thy knee, call Edward king, and at his hand beg mercy, and he shall pardon thee these outrages.
Nay, rather, wilt thou draw thy forces hence, confess who set thee up, and pluck thee own, call Warwick patron, and be penitent, and thou shalt still remain the Duke of York.
I thought at least he would have said the king. Or did he make the jest against his will?
Is not a dukedom, sir, a goodly gift?
Ay, by my faith, for a poor earl to give, I'll do thee service for so good a gift.
'Twas I that gave the kingdom to thy brother.
Why then 'tis mine, if but by Warwick's gift.
Thou art no Atlas for so great a weight, and, weakling, Warwick takes his gift again, and Henry is my king, Warwick his subject.
But Warwick's king is Edward's prisoner, and gallant Warwick, do but answer this: what is the body when the head is off?
Alas, that Warwick had no more forecast, but whiles he thought to steal the single 10, the king was slyly fingered from the deck. You left poor Henry at the bishop's palace, and 10 to 1 you'll meet him in the Tower.
'Tis even so, yet you are Warwick still.
Come, Warwick, take the time, kneel down, kneel down. Nay, when? Strike now, or else the iron cools.
I had rather chop this hand off at a blow, and with the other fling it at thy face, than bear so low a sail to strike at thee.
Sell how thou canst. Have wind and tide, thy friend. This hand, fast wound about thy coal-black hair, shall, whilst thy head is warm and new cut off, write in the dust this sentence with thy blood: Wind-changing Warwick now can change no more.
Enter Oxford with drum and colours.
Oh, cheerful colours, see where Oxford comes.
Oxford, Oxford for Lancaster.
He and his forces enter the city.
The gates are open, let us enter too.
So other foes may set upon our backs, stand we in good array, for they no doubt will issue out again and bid us battle. If not, the city, being but of small defence, we'll quickly rouse the traitors in the same.
Oh, welcome Oxford, for we want thy help.
Enter Montague with drum and colours.
Montague, Montague, for Lancaster.
He and his forces enter the city.
Thou and thy brother both shall buy this treason, even with the dearest blood your bodies bear.
The harder matched, the greater victory. My mind presageth happy gain and conquest.
Enter Somerset with drum and colours.
Somerset, Somerset, for Lancaster.
He and his forces enter the city.
Two of thy name, both Dukes of Somerset, have sold their lives unto the house of York, and thou shalt be the third, if this sword hold.
Enter Clarence with drum and colours.
And lo, where George of Clarence sweeps along, a force enough to bid his brother battle, with whom an upright zeal to right prevails more than the nature of a brother's love. Come, Clarence, come, thou wilt if Warwick call.
Father of Warwick, know you what this means?
Taking a red rose out of his hat.
Look here, I throw my infamy at thee. I will not ruinate my father's house, who gave his blood to lime the stones together and set up Lancaster. Why, trowest thou, Warwick, that Clarence is so harsh, so blunt, unnatural, to bend the fatal instruments of war against his brother and his lawful king? Perhaps thou wilt object my holy oath. To keep that oath were more impiety than Jephthah's when he sacrificed his daughter. I am so sorry for my trespass made, that to deserve well at my brother's hands, I here proclaim myself thy mortal foe, with resolution, wheresoe'er I meet thee, and I will meet thee if thou stir abroad, to plague thee for thy foul misleading me. And so, proud-hearted Warwick, I defy thee, and to my brother turn my blushing cheeks. Pardon me, Edward, I will make amends. And Richard, do not frown upon my faults, for I will henceforth be no more unconstant.
Now welcome more, and 10 times more, beloved, than if thou never hadst deserved our hate.
Welcome, good Clarence, this is brother-like.
Oh, passing traitor, perjured and unjust.
What, Warwick, wilt thou leave the town and fight? Or shall we beat the stones about thine ears?
Alas, I am not cooped here for defence. I will away towards Barnet presently, and bid thee battle, Edward, if thou darest.
Yes, Warwick, Edward dares, and leads the way. Lords, to the fields! St. George and victory!
Exeunt King Edward and his company. March. Warwick and his company follow. Scene 2. A field of battle near Barnet. Alarum and excursions. Enter King Edward the Fourth, bringing forth Warwick wounded.
So, lie thou there, die thou, and die our fear. For Warwick was a bug that feared us all. Now, Montague, sit fast, I seek for thee, that Warwick's bones may keep thine company.
Exit.
Ah, who is nigh? Come to me, friend or foe, and tell me who is victor, York or Warwick? Why ask I that? My mangled body shows, my blood and my want of strength, my sick heart shows, that I must yield my body to the earth, and by my fall the conquest to my foe. Thus yields the cedar to the axe's edge, whose arms gave shelter to the princely eagle, under whose shade the ramping lion slept, whose top branch overpeered Jove's spreading tree, and kept low shrubs from winter's powerful wind. These eyes, that now are dimmed with death's black veil, have been as piercing as a midday sun, to search the secret treasons of the world. The wrinkles in my brows, now filled with blood,
were likened oft to kingly sepulchres, for who lived king but I could dig his grave? And who durst mind when Warwick bent his brow? Lo now my glory smeared in dust and blood, my parks, my walks, my manners that I had, even now forsake me, and of all my lands is nothing left me but my body's length. Why, what is pomp, rule, reign, but earth and dust? And live how we can, yet die we must.
Enter Oxford and Somerset.
Ah, Warwick, Warwick, wert thou as we are! We might recover all our loss again. The Queen from France hath brought us a puissant power. Even now we heard the news. Ah, couldst thou fly!
Why then I would not fly. Ah, Montague, if thou be there, sweet brother, take my hand, and with thy lips keep in my soul a while. Thou lovest me not, for, brother, if thou didst, thy tears would wash this cold congealed blood that glues my lips and will not let me speak. Come quickly, Montague, or I am dead.
Ah, Warwick, Montague hath breathed his last, and to the latest gasp cried out for Warwick, and said, Commend me to my valiant brother. And more he would have said, and more he spoke, which sounded like a clamour in a vault, that mought not be distinguished. But at last I well might hear, delivered with a groan, O farewell, Warwick.
Sweet rest his soul. Fly, lords, and save yourselves, for Warwick bids you all farewell to meet in heaven.
Dies.
Away, away, to meet the Queen's great power.
Here they bear away his body. Exeunt. Scene 3. Another part of the field. Flourish. Enter King Edward IV in triumph, with Gloucester, Clarence, and the rest.
Thus far our fortune keeps an upward course, and we are graced with wreaths of victory. But in the midst of this bright shining day, I spy a black, suspicious, threatening cloud, that will encounter with our glorious sun ere he attain his easeful western bed. I mean, my lords, those powers that the Queen hath raised in Gallia have arrived our coast, and, as we hear, march on to fight with us.
A little gale will soon disperse that cloud, and blow it to the source from whence it came. The very beams will drive those vapours up, for every cloud engenders not a storm.
The Queen is valued 30,000 strong, and Somerset with Oxford fled to her. If she have time to breathe, be well assured her faction will be full as strong as ours.
We are advertised by our loving friends, that they do hold their course toward Tewkesbury. We have now the best at Barnet field. We'll thither straight, for willingness rids way, and as we march, our strength will be augmented in every county as we go along. Strike up the drum, cry, Courage, and away.
Exeunt. Scene 4. Plains near Tewkesbury. March. Enter Queen Margaret, Prince Edward, Somerset, Oxford, and soldiers.
Great lords, wise men ne'er sit and wail their loss, but cheerly seek how to redress their harms. What though the mast be now blown overboard, the cable broke, the holding anchor lost, and half our sailors swallowed in the flood? Yet lives our pilot still. Is't meet that he should leave the helm, and like a fearful lad with tearful eyes add water to the sea, and give more strength to that which hath too much, whiles in his moan the ship splits on the rock, which industry and courage might have saved? Ah, what a shame! Ah, what a fault were this! Say Warwick was our anchor, what of that? And Montague our topmast, what of him? Our slaughtered friends, the tackles, what of these? Why is not Oxford here another anchor, and Somerset another goodly mast? The friends of France our shrouds and tacklings? And, though unskilful, why not Ned and I for once allowed the skilful pilot's charge? We will not from the helm to sit and weep, but keep our course, though the rough wind say no, from shelves and rocks that threaten us with wreck. as good to chide the waves as speak them fair. And what is Edward but ruthless sea? What Clarence but a quicksand of deceit? And Richard but a ragged fatal rock? All these the enemies to our poor bark. Say you can swim, alas 'tis but a while. Tread on the sand, why there you quickly sink. Bestride the rock, the tide will wash you off. Or else you famish, that's a threefold death. This speak I, lords, to let you understand, if case some one of you would fly from us, that there's no hoped for mercy with the brothers more than with ruthless waves, with sands and rocks. Why, courage then! What cannot be avoided 'twere childish weakness to lament or fear.
Methinks a woman of this valiant spirit should, if a coward heard her speak these words, infuse his breast with magnanimity, and make him, naked, foil a man at arms. I speak not this as doubting any here, for did I but suspect a fearful man, he should have leave to go away betimes, lest in our need he might infect another, and make him of like spirit to himself. If any such be here, as God forbid, let him depart, before we need his help.
Women and children of so high a courage, and warriors faint, why 'twere perpetual shame, O brave young prince! Thy famous grandfather doth live again in thee. Long mayst thou live, to bear his image and renew his glories.
Will not fight for such a hope. Go home to bed, and like the owl by day, if he arise, be mocked and wondered at.
Thanks, gentle Somerset, sweet Oxford, thanks.
And take his thanks, that yet hath nothing else.
Enter a messenger.
Prepare you, lords, for Edward is at hand, ready to fight. Therefore be resolute.
I thought no less. It is his policy to haste thus fast to find us unprovided.
But he's deceived. We are in readiness.
This cheers my heart to see your forwardness.
Here pitch our battle, hence we will not budge.
Flourish and march. Enter King Edward the Fourth, Gloucester, Clarence, and soldiers.
Brave followers, yonder stands the thorny wood, which, by the heavens' assistance and your strength, must by the roots be hewn up yet ere night. I need not add more fuel to your fire, for well I wot ye blaze to burn them out. Give signal to the fight, and do it, lords.
Lords, knights, and gentlemen, what I should say my tears gainsay. For every word I speak, ye see I drink the water of mine eyes. Therefore no more but this: Henry, your sovereign, is prisoner to the foe, his state usurped, his realm a slaughter-house, his subjects slain, his statutes cancelled, and his treasure spent. And yonder is the wolf that makes this spoil. You fight in justice. Then in God's name, lords, be valiant, and give signal to the fight.
Alarum, retreat. Excursions. Exeunt. Scene 5. Another part of the field. Flourish. Enter King Edward the Fourth, Gloucester, Clarence, and soldiers, with Queen Margaret, Oxford, and Somerset, prisoners.
Now, here a period of tumultuous broils. Away with Oxford to Hames Castle straight. For Somerset, off with his guilty head. Go, bear them hence. I will not hear them speak.
For my part, I'll not trouble thee with words.
Nor I, but stoop with patience to my fortune.
Exeunt Oxford and Somerset guarded.
So part we sadly in this troublous world, to meet with joy in sweet Jerusalem.
Is proclamation made, that who finds Edward shall have a high reward, and he his life?
It is, and lo, where youthful Edward comes.
Enter soldiers with Prince Edward.
Bring forth the gallant, let us hear him speak. What, can so young a thorn begin to prick? Edward, what satisfaction canst thou make for bearing arms, for stirring up my subjects, and all the trouble thou hast turned me to?
Speak like a subject, proud ambitious York. Suppose that I am now my father's mouth. Resign thy chair, and where I stand kneel thou, whilst I propose the self-same words to thee, which, traitor, thou wouldst have me answer to.
Ah, that thy father had been so resolved!
That you might still have worn the petticoat, and never have stol'n the breech from Lancaster.
Let Aesop fable in a winter's night, his currish riddle sort not with this place.
By heaven, brat, I'll plague you for that word.
Ay, thou wast born to be a plague to men.
For God's sake, take away this captive scold.
Nay, take away this scolding crookback rather.
Peace, wilful boy, or I will charm your tongue.
Untutored lad, thou art too malapert.
I know my duty. You are all undutiful. Lascivious Edward, and thou, perjured George, and thou, misshapen Dick, I tell ye all, I am your better, traitors as ye are, and thou usurp'st my father's right and mine.
Take that, thou likeness of this railer here.
Stabs him.
Sprawl'st thou? Take that to end thy agony.
Stabs him.
And there's for twitting me with perjury.
Stabs him.
Oh, kill me too.
Marry and shall.
Offers to kill her.
Hold, Richard, hold, for we have done too much.
Why should she live to fill the world with words?
What, doth she swoon? Use means for her recovery.
Clarence, excuse me to the king my brother. I'll hence to London on a serious matter. Ere ye come there, be sure to hear some news.
What? What?
The tower, the tower.
Exit.
Oh, Ned, sweet Ned, speak to thy mother, boy. Canst thou not speak? O traitors, murderers! They that stabbed Caesar shed no blood at all, did not offend, nor were not worthy blame, if this foul deed were by to equal it. He was a man, this in respect a child, and men ne'er spend their fury on a child. What's worse than murderer, that I may name it? No, no, my heart will burst, and if I speak, and I will speak that so my heart may burst. Butchers and villains, bloody cannibals! How sweet a plant have you untimely cropped! You have no children, butchers! If you had, the thought of them would have stirred up remorse. But if you ever have chanced to have a child, look in this youth to have him so cut off as death-men you have rid this sweet young prince.
Away with her. Go bear her hence perforce.
Nay, never bear me hence. Dispatch me here. Here sheathe thy sword. I'll pardon thee my death. What, wilt thou not? Then, Clarence, do it thou.
By heaven, I will not do thee so much ease.
Good Clarence, do, sweet Clarence, do thou do it.
Didst thou not hear me swear I would not do it?
Ay, but thou usest to forswear thyself. 'Twas sin before, but now 'tis charity. What, wilt thou not? Where is that devil's butcher, hard-favoured Richard? Richard, where art thou? Thou art not here. Murder is thy alms-deed. Petitioners for blood thou ne'er put'st back.
Away, I say. I charge ye, bear her hence.
So come to you and yours as to this prince.
Exit led out forcibly.
Where's Richard gone?
To London, all in post, and as I guess, to make a bloody supper in the Tower.
He's sudden, if a thing comes in his head. Now march we hence, discharge the common sort with pay and thanks, and let's away to London, and see our gentle Queen how well she fares. By this, I hope, she hath a son for me.
Exeunt. Scene 6. London, the Tower. Enter King Henry the Sixth and Gloucester, with the lieutenant on the walls.
Good day, my lord. What, at your book so hard?
Ay, my good lord. My lord, I should say rather. 'Tis sin to flatter. Good was little better. Good Gloucester and good devil were alike, and both preposterous. Therefore not good lord.
Sirrah, leave us to ourselves. We must confer.
Exit lieutenant.
So flies the reckless shepherd from the wolf. So first the harmless sheep doth yield his fleece, and next his throat unto the butcher's knife. What scene of death hath Roscius now to act?
Suspicion always haunts the guilty mind. The thief doth fear each bush an officer.
The bird that hath been limed in a bush, with trembling wings misdoubteth every bush. And I, the hapless male to one sweet bird, have now the fatal object in my eye, where my poor young was limed, was caught and killed.
Why, what a peevish fool was that of Crete, that taught his son the office of a fowl, and yet for all his wings the fool was drowned.
I, Daedalus, my poor boy Icarus, thy father Minos, that denied our course, the sun that seared the wings of my sweet boy, thy brother Edward, and thyself the sea, whose envious gulf did swallow up his life. Ah, kill me with thy weapon, not with words. My breast can better brook thy dagger's point than can my ears that tragic history. But wherefore dost thou come? Is't for my life?
Think'st thou I am an executioner?
A persecutor I am sure thou art. If murdering innocents be executing, why then thou art an executioner.
Thy son I killed for his presumption.
Hadst thou been killed when first thou didst presume, thou hadst not lived to kill a son of mine. And thus I prophesy, that many a thousand which now mistrust no parcel of my fear, and many an old man's sigh, and many a widow's, and many an orphan's water-standing eye, men for their sons, wives for their husbands, and orphans for their parents' timeless death, shall rue the hour that ever thou wast born. The owl shrieked at thy birth, an evil sign. The night crow cried, aboding luckless time. Dogs howled, and hideous tempest shook down trees. The raven rooked her in the chimney's top, and chattering pies in dismal discord sung. Thy mother felt more than a mother's pain, and yet brought forth less than a mother's hope, to wit, an indigested and deformed lump, not like the fruit of such a goodly tree. Teeth hadst thou in thy head when thou wast born, to signify thou cam'st to bite the world. And if the rest be true which I have heard, thou cam'st—
I'll hear no more. Die, prophet, in thy speech. For this amongst the rest was I ordained.
Stabs him.
Ay, and for much more slaughter after this. God forgive my sins, and pardon thee.
Dies.
What, will the aspiring blood of Lancaster sink in the ground? I thought it would have mounted. See how my sword weeps for the poor king's death. Oh, may such purple tears be always shed from those that wish the downfall of our house. If any spark of life be yet remaining, down, down to hell, and say I sent thee thither.
Stabs him again.
I that have neither pity, love, nor fear. Indeed, 'tis true that Henry told me of, for I have often heard my mother say I came into the world with my legs forward. Had I not reason, think ye, to make haste, and seek the ruin that usurped our right? The midwife wondered, and the women cried, O Jesus bless us, he is born with teeth! And so I was, which plainly signified that I should snarl and bite and play the dog. Then, since the heavens have shaped my body so, let hell make crook my mind to answer it. I have no brother, I'm like no brother, and this word love, which greybeards call divine, be resident in men like one another, and not in me. I am myself alone. Clarence, beware, thou keep'st me from the light, but I will sort a pitchy day for thee, for I will buzz abroad such prophecies that Edward shall be fearful of his life, and then, to purge his fear, I'll be thy death. King Henry and the Prince his son are gone. Clarence, thy turn is next, and then the rest. Counting myself but bad till I be best, I'll throw thy body in another room, and triumph, Henry, in thy day of doom.
Exit with the body. Scene 7. London, the Palace. Flourish. Enter King Edward IV, Queen Elizabeth, Clarence, Gloucester, Hastings, a nurse of the young prince, and attendants.
Once more we sit in England's royal throne, repurchased with the blood of enemies. What valiant foemen, like to autumn's corn, we have mowed down, in tops of all their pride. 3 Dukes of Somerset, threefold renowned for hardy and undoubted champions. 2 Cliffords, as the father and the son, and 2 Northumberlands, 2 braver men ne'er spurred their coursers at the trumpet's sound. With them the 2 brave bears, Warwick and Montague, that in their chains fettered the kingly lion, and made the forest tremble when they roared. Thus have we swept suspicion from our seat, and made our footstool of security. Come hither, Bess, and let me kiss my boy. Young Ned, for thee, thine uncles and myself have in our armours watched the winter's night, went all afoot in summer's scalding heat, that thou mightst repossess the crown in peace, and of our labours thou shalt reap the gain.
Aside.
I'll blast his harvest if your head were laid, for yet I'm not looked on in the world. This shoulder was ordained so thick to heave, and heave it shall some weight, or break my back. Work thou the way, and thou shalt execute.
Clarence and Gloucester, love my lovely queen, and kiss your princely nephew, brothers both.
The duty that I owe unto your majesty, I seal upon the lips of this sweet babe.
Thanks, noble Clarence. Worthy brother, thanks.
And that I love the tree from whence thou sprangst. Witness the loving kiss I give the fruit.
Aside.
To say the truth, so Judas kissed his master, and cried all hail, when as he meant all harm.
Now I am seated at my soul's delight, having my country's peace and brothers' loves.
What will your grace have done with Margaret? Rainier, her father, to the King of France hath pawned the Sicils and Jerusalem, and hither have they sent it for her ransom.
Away with her, and waft her hence to France. And now, what rests but that we spend the time with stately triumphs, mirthful comic shows, such as befits the pleasure of the court. Sound the drums and the trumpets. Farewell, sour annoy, for here, I hope, begins our lasting joy.
Exeunt. End of Act 5. End of Henry VI, Part 3 by William Shakespeare.